The story begins with an epic scene in front of us. A dark sky filled with dragons of different sizes and colors. They circled over a huge black castle. The ground underneath was burning and a huge hole was punched in the wall. It was formed by the warrior Vermouth with his 4 brothers and sisters in arms. Their goal is to defeat the demonic kings. The heroes have already dealt with 3 of them. 2 more remain. The team runs along the corridor of the castle. Silhouettes of monsters are visible in the distance. Their eyes glowed bright red. The freaks had different appearances. Dragons, goblins, orcs, they all had demonic-looking horns. Drawing his sword, Vermouth was about to attack, his eyes full of determination. The husband quickly swung his sword, after which the creatures standing in front of him instantly disappeared in a bright light. One of his allies was running behind our hero. She was a sorceress girl. She had lilac hair and black clothes. In her hands, she was holding a long wooden stick with a large red stone at the end. Declaring that her magic would be suitable for such a number of opponents, the sorceress swung her stick and the stone at the end glowed brightly. The monster covered an insane amount of various magic: fire, lightning, water, wind. The girl's name was Senya. She smiled, expressing her pleasure at what she saw in front of her. Not far from the sorceress stood another ally of Vermouth. It was a priestess. She crossed her hands in a blessing, after which they glowed with a bright light. Suddenly a blue demon appeared behind the girl and attacked her with screams. Taking out her mace, the priest instantly demolished the monstrous head without opening her eyes at all. After that, she smiled. The pleasure from the process was clearly visible on her face. The girl's name was Anis. Vermouth's 3rd ally entered the battle. He was a stocky man with a huge axe. With one swing, he struck all the monsters in front of him. The man's blow was so strong that a small rain of blood appeared above him. Like his allies, he was delighted with the fight. The hero's name was Moron. Suddenly, the last of our heroes ran ahead of the man. The guy was furious about something. As if this were a competition, the young man turned to Vermouth and told him not to dare to overtake him. The hero ran with all his might in the direction of the enemies. They were on alert. With fighting spirit in his eyes, the guy shouted to the monsters to disperse. The next moment, the fighter skillfully killed everyone standing in his way. His name was Gamel. The young man was always jealous of Vermouth. He called him his rival, although in fact no one thought so. Our heroes put down their weapons. Gamel decided that they had probably dealt with the minions. Suddenly he shouted to Vermouth, his face full of anxiety. The one who was contacted reacted as quickly as he could, but it was too late. Having almost wounded the hero, the attack was stopped. It was Gamel who protected his brother. The guy was severely wounded. He screamed in pain, blood splashed out of his mouth. The attacker turned out to be one of the servants. The demon was bluish in color, and it was as if a long spike protruded from his hand with which he attacked. The monster removed the weapon from Gamel's body. The guy began to bleed heavily and could barely stand on his feet. The next moment, the wounded young man fell to the ground. Vermouth was shocked. Taunting the heroes, the demon immediately launched his next attack. Having recovered from the shock, Vermouth went on the attack. The desire to kill the attacker was visible in his eyes. The man was too dexterous for the demon. Within a moment, he was right at the monster. The villain was finished with one quick blow. He was scattered to pieces. Realizing what had happened, the other part of the group ran to their wounded colleague. They stood around their overcome comrade, realizing that death awaited him. Upset, Vermouth says that Hamel should not risk his life for him. To this, the barely alive young man replied that at least he would die with honor. Sadness was visible on his face, but at the same time, relief in the last minutes of his life. Hamel thought with regret that he had misbehaved with his comrade, and, stretching out his hand to him, he asked him to promise to destroy all the demon kings. Holding the hand of his brother, Vermouth swore in the name of the warrior fulfilling his request. The hero was glad to hear this. A bright smile lit up on his face. The young man asked Anise to pray for him, and, fulfilling his request, she sadly folded her hands as if in prayer. Next, Gamel turned to Moron and said that he was the bravest warrior he knew. Senya was next. The girl looked sadly at our hero and cried. The guy wanted to tell her that he liked her, when suddenly he was interrupted. Still just a child, stamping his foot on the book, shouted that he had not said such a thing. The young man was angry. He didn't like what was written in the book as if it was about him. The story was called The Heroic Adventures of Vermouth. The guy did not understand why all the heroes except Hamel had good surnames. Perhaps it was written by someone whom he beat 300 years ago. Our hero rejected the book and was indignant at his former comrades because they allowed such treatment of his honor. Having calmed down almost immediately, the young man thought that it was unlikely that his friends thought that Hamel would be reborn and remember his past life. The guy looked like he belonged to a noble house. He was looking at someone's portrait covered by the sun. The painting depicted Hamel's former comrade, Big Vermouth. This is how our hero was reborn, as a descendant of his former comrade in arms. His new name was Eugene Lionheart. During his lifetime, Vermouth had several concubines in addition to his wife. He was not a womanizer, but, according to Gamel, over the years he began to show interest in them, and he could be understood. Only heirs in the direct line from his wife are officially recognized. So although Eugene bears Lionheart's surname, he was not a direct heir. Also, children on the sideline were forbidden to use swords and conduct magical training in the blood ritual. For this reason, our hero trains with a wooden sword. But today, according to the young man, he holds it for the last time. The guy was actively training. It seemed that the scarecrow he was beating would soon fall apart. And so it happened. From one powerful blow from the hero, the stick on which the dummy stood broke into pieces. The man watching Eugene's training was upset. It turns out this is not the first time the young man breaks a dummy. The guy addressed him as his father and tensed his muscles as if he were hangry. Fearing, the man thought that, although his son was only 13 years old, he would not be able to resist in a fight with the guy. The father admitted that he was afraid of the guy. He did not behave at all like a child. There was not a drop of innocence in his eyes. Eugene also lost his mother early, but is not at all sad about her. All this worries the man. Tapping with his foot what was left of the mannequin, the young man noted that the blacksmith did not know how to work at all. According to the guy, he is a slob and should be taught a lesson, but his father is too soft. Trying to control himself, the man replied that the guy should watch what he says. The blood ritual is tomorrow. The blood rite is a tradition of the Leonhardt family. Once every 10 years, all children of the direct and indirect line between the ages of 10 and 15 gather at the main family house. There, they have a competition to determine which of them is most worthy of bearing the name Leonhardt. Unlike others, descendants of the direct line can train with real weapons and develop their magical skills even before the ritual. Thus, the descendants of the indirect line are limited so that they cannot surpass the first. The father thinks that the guy has talent. He can't even believe that it's his son. He believes that if Eugene did not have any special abilities, then he would not experience such a big difference between his talent and the surrounding reality. Noticing this, the young man asked the man what happened, to which he received the answer that everything was fine, but the guy knew well that his father was again reproaching himself for his insignificance. Suddenly, placing both hands on his son's shoulders, the man turned to him. The elder says that Eugene cannot compete with the children from the main line because he will not be able to resist them. The son replied that his father was right, but in fact he did not think so. The young man is sure that young people are not his rivals, and he will be bored. Eugene glanced at another mannequin and walked towards it. 3 children from the main family will take part in the ritual, where one is from the wife and twins from the concubine. There will also be 5 children on the sideline, where 2 are from a relatively glorious branch. All the rest, according to the guy, are ordinary petty punks. The guy swung and smashed the dummy. He wondered how capable the descendants of the great Vermouth were. Subsequently, Eugene went to Lionheart's house, being driven in an expensive chariot drawn by 2 beautiful black horses. On the way there, the guy thought in a past life he believed that heaven had gifted him. As a child, he learned something new without any problems and quickly developed his abilities. But then he remembered that as Hamel, he was told something that made him angry. These words were from Velmut. He told our hero that he could be much stronger if he made more efforts. The dissatisfied young man does not understand how they could tell him such a thing because he wields a sword so skillfully. He took it as an excess, saying that Velmut should not be considered that he has no equal. But then Gamel realized what real talent was. For his outstanding skills in sword and magic, his comrade was nicknamed the Almighty Master. In his homeland, in the Kiel Empire, Wermuth bore the title of Duke, which he later abandoned. But until his death, he was considered the greatest warrior. As for the others, wise Senya received an invitation from Aros, located in the Kingdom of Magicians, and became the youngest head of the Magic Tower. Trustworthy Anise, this girl is now called a saint in the sacred empire of Eurus. There is even a holy scripture that outlines her teachings. Brave moron. It is incredible, according to our hero, that this man was able to found his own kingdom. Until their death, they lived happily ever after, but the young man could not understand why the demonic kings had not yet been destroyed. He remembered Vermouth's promise and became angry at him for breaking it. It turns out that the former brother entered into an agreement with the demonic king, as a result of which the war ended and peace began, which has been preserved for 300 years. Someone approached Eugene and told him that he looked worried. He was a rather expensively dressed man, with brown hair and a mustache. He added that if a guy is so worried, then it will be very difficult for him in the main family's house. The man's name was Lord Godden, and Eugene thanked him for the warning. The young man and his companion looked out the window. Finally, they arrived at the Leonhardt property. Lord Godden noted that it was too early to get ready because they still had to go to the main house. Eugene wondered whether it was difficult to live in such large estates, to which he was told that portals were installed throughout the territory. In his head, the guy wondered why he was riding a carriage and not using the portal, to which you already knew the answer: he was not allowed. Finally, our hero arrived at the building. It was a huge, expensive-looking castle. The young man's face was full of determination. He was ready for what awaited him. No one met Eugene. It was clear that there would definitely not be a congratulatory ceremony. The passage to the castle was accompanied by large flags, on which the family emblem was depicted. Its name was the Lion's Heart of Vermouth. It is worn on the left side of the chest, but only descendants from the direct line are allowed to do so. The guy asks Godden if other relatives have arrived, to which he was told that he was the first to arrive and is now being taken to his private chambers. Our hero is met by a girl named Nina. She explained that she will be his maid. Nina gave Eugene a bell and said that he could call it if he needed anything. The young man was a little surprised. He did not expect that he would be given a maid. The guy asked her how old she was, to which he received the answer that the girl was 16 and had recently graduated. Our hero thought that they were trying to make fun of him because if Nina made mistakes, they would be blamed on her inexperience. Eugene asked the girl if she knew when other relatives would arrive and was told that they should arrive within 4 days. Rising from the bed, the guy asked to show him the training ground. Meanwhile, in the courtyard near the castle, there were 2 children with white hair. They seemed to be one of the relatives. They had the family emblem on the left side of their chest, and the young people were discussing our hero. The guy says that Eugene is from a remote village located on the western outskirts of the empire. Perhaps he wields a pitchfork better than a wooden sword. Continuing, the young man says that his carriage probably had an unpleasant smell, and if it dirties something here, our hero will bear responsibility. The girl picked up her brother's words and added that they should scold Eugene. The guy replied that they wouldn't scold him, but just warn him. With a laugh, his sister agreed and said that her brother was a smart guy. While the young people were going to implement their plans, someone was watching them from the window. The girl felt this, and with a frightening expression on her face, threw her gaze at the observer. It turned out to be another relative in the direct line. Realizing that he had been noticed, he became very nervous. The guy instantly covered the window with curtains. The girl exhaled with a smile and followed her brother. Meanwhile, Eugene and Nina were at the training ground. The guy was mastering a wooden spear. The guy's blows were fast and strong, and a strong wind blew from them. The young man remembers that in his previous life he also did not shy away from training. But after his rebirth, he began to train to the limit of his body's capabilities. No matter how hard the training was, he did not get sick and most of the wounds healed very quickly. Since our hero was reborn as Vermouth's offspring, his body's abilities have increased incredibly. Nina was surprised by what she saw. She couldn't believe that the guy could move, despite the fact that sandbags were tied to his hands and spear. Suddenly, the girl heard someone raise his voice. She seemed to recognize him because she looked alarmed. His brother and sister arrived from the direct line. The guy asked what Eugene was doing. The maid became even more nervous. The young people's names were Cian and Ciel. Nina wanted to ask what brought them here when she was immediately interrupted. Cian asks again what our hero forgot at the training ground. In all seriousness, Eugene replied that he was practicing with a spear. A little angry, the young man called Xian and was going to continue training. While her brother was stupefied by such an answer, Ciel ridiculed him, saying that a man from the village had called him a name. The guy got very angry. Clenching his teeth, he shouted how Eugene dared to talk to him like that and demanded forgiveness. Our hero immediately apologized as if this was not a big deal. Cian was again in a stupor. Then he started shouting again. The guy did not feel the sincerity in Eugene's words and demanded that he lower his head and repeat the same thing with respect. To this, our hero replied that since they were peers, it would be strange to bow their heads in front of each other. Friends don't do that. In disbelief at what he heard, Cian asks why he would be friends with someone like Eugene, and even though they share the same last name with him, this does not mean that they are the same. Ciel decided to remind her brother about the carriage, and he demanded that our hero wash his carriage. Eugene listened to this with a misunderstanding on his face. It seemed the guy was making a mountain out of a molehill. The guy turned to Nina, asking her if she was his maid. The girl answered yes. Then the young man gave her the order to do what was required of him, to wash the carriage. Nina was confused. Cian tasted another taste of defeat. Ciel smiled. It seemed like she liked that her brother was being ridiculed. But because there was no time for laughter, he perceived Eugene's actions as arrogance and disrespect. How dare some hillbilly ignore his order? He knows, Cian Lionheart. Our hero ridiculed these words by greeting him like Eugene Lionheart and adding it was nice to meet you. With a big smile on her face, Ciel decided to say hello as well, but her brother was not amused. He replied that he was unpleasant because the guy ignored his order. Cian saw a wooden sword on the platform and picked it up, saying that Eugene had offended him and challenged the guy to a duel. Our hero warns his potential enemy that he shouldn't throw around such words. He also added that it was better for the guy not to irritate him and just leave, to which Eugene was asked if he was scared. Hearing this, dissatisfaction appeared on the guy's face. He clearly wanted this useless conflict to end. Cian continued to say, if the young man is afraid to fight him, then let him bow his head and apologize. To this, our hero replied that he had nothing to fear. He would not fight the guy and would not apologize to him either. The enemy clearly does not like these words. He continues to provoke Eugene by saying that he can only avoid a fight and that his ancestors did not tell him what honor is. Suddenly, the bag of sand on our hero's hand fell to the ground with force. Cian is surprised. He does not understand what happened, and meanwhile, Eugene removes the next bag. With a threat in his eyes, he tells his opponent that if he has not changed his mind, then let him throw his handkerchief. After these words, the young man began to take off his chainmail. It was clearly no lighter than sandbags, if not heavier. Its roar from the ground plunged the maid, brother, and sister into shock. They did not expect this. Cian even began to fear, realizing that these bags were not only heavy in appearance. While his opponent was removing another bag from the spear, the guy gradually began to regret that he had started all this. But he was not going to give up, because then his sister would tease him for the rest of his life. Taking out his red hoska, he thought that if he wants to defend his honor, he needs to teach the ignoramus a lesson here and now. The handkerchief was thrown with the words of a challenge to battle. A fight could no longer be avoided. Throwing off the last bag and watching the falling scarf, Eugene answered with a confidence in his eyes that he accepted the challenge. Suddenly, anxiety appeared on Cieli's face, and it's not surprising, because our hero instantly knocked his opponent down. A direct hit to the diaphragm. Cian was clearly in pain. He almost fainted. Our hero was not surprised by the result. From this blow, the enemy flew several meters away, losing his sword. Eugene won. The sister quickly ran up to her brother lying on the ground, asking how he was. It was clear from the guy's face that he felt bad. He was throwing up. CL looked at it with disgust. Then she turned to face our hero and declared that he had won unfairly. To this, she was told that everything was fair. The duel begins from the moment the handkerchief is thrown, and this is Cian's problem if he allowed himself to be taken by surprise. The girl agreed with this, but at the same time asked whether the guy conducted magical training. Eugene replied that he did not conduct such classes because he was forbidden. The young lady did not believe in this. In her opinion, the young man could not fight like that without the use of magic. She also added that even if her brother had not been taken by surprise, he still would not have been able to react. At this, our hero grinned and said that it looked like the girl's eyes were not just for decoration. Seal did not like this attitude towards her, and she told the guy to watch what he said, to which he noted, with an even bigger smile, that he had already been told this. He also added that her brother also did not just stand still. At the moment of the attack, he instinctively jumped back and thus reduced the force of the blow, an excellent result for a person with no real combat experience. With a serious expression on his face, Eugene thought, Xian has every chance to significantly develop his abilities in the future, although his level is weak for the scion of Vermouth. The overpowered guy barely stood up. You could see how he was shaking all over. He also declared that the fight was unfair. Mockingly, Eugene asked Xian if he and his sister said the same thing because they were twins. After that, our hero approached what had been overcome and added that if the guy is from the direct branch of Lionheart, then after losing, he should admit defeat. Surprisingly, Xian felt ashamed because of such words. He seemed to agree with his opponent. Eugene began to regret that he started a fight. He thought that he should have just endured it. Suddenly a man headed towards the training ground, addressing his master. Our hero noticed that he did not have an emblem on his chest. Perhaps he received the title of a knight from the main family. He looked convincing. Ashamed, Xian began to cry and complained to the man that he had lost to the hillbilly. The guy was very upset and could not stop crying. The palace wiped him with a handkerchief. Holding his master with a serious face, the man glanced at Eugene. He introduced himself as Khazar. It turned out that he was responsible for raising the guy. Our hero greeted back. The man found out the name of the place where the guy lived. He knew that Jihad's family lived there. That's right, it was the guy's father. Khazar asked what happened, to which he received the answer that Xian bullied the guy and insulted the honor of his father. Having expressed his indignation, the young man asked from a direct line when he did this. Eugene continued that he said that his father did not teach him the concept of honor and called him a coward. Concluding, our hero said that Xian insulted not only him but also the honor of his father. How could he not accept the challenge to a duel? Khazar agreed because the guy's words sounded reasonable, and took his master into the house to examine his wounds. The husband said goodbye to our hero, and so did CL. She had a big smile on her face. With a little indifference on her face, Eugene said goodbye in return. Later, the guy had lunch at a huge table. There were many delicious dishes on it. Here, Nina came to him holding a small notebook in her hands. At the young man's request, she learned that tomorrow, Dakon, Hansen, and Juiz would arrive in the south, and in the evening, Gargus and Dejira would arrive through the portal. Hearing this, Eugene thought that everything was happening faster than he thought. The blood ritual would begin very soon. The young man left the castle, where a long red carpet and many lanterns were spread out in front of him. He thought it was time to give Vermouth's descendants a hard time and let him not be too sad, because the guy was not specially reborn in his family. We are taken inside the castle. Khazar and the twins are standing in the room. A woman is standing in front of Xian. Folding her fan, the woman asked if she understood correctly that her son challenged a guy from a side branch to a fight and lost. She was the second wife in the main family. Her name was Anisilla. The attendant confirmed her question, and after that the woman asked Xian to come to her with a smile. The guy cowardly approached and was instantly hit in the chest with a fan. He was in pain, but the mother did not stop, saying that he could not bow, and because of this, then the woman ordered the guy to stand still. Turning to Khazar, Anicilla, with a stern face, asked if the guy really did not use magic against her son. The husband confirmed that there was not a drop of magical energy in the young man's body and that he was the son of Jihad. Next, the woman turned to Seal. She asked her how it happened that her brother lost. The girl replied that as soon as the fight began, Eugene immediately struck with a spear, and this came as a complete surprise to Cian. His brother tried to get up, but the enemy's spear was faster. Anicilla realized that the fight ended with only one blow. The ashamed guy wanted to tell her something, but he was not allowed. The woman gave her son a strong slap in the face, shouting that how could he lose the fight that he himself had started and also a hillbilly without magic. She continued to say that their father would burn with shame. She imagined how Theonis would rejoice over her. The woman was shaking with anger. Cian tearfully apologized to her, holding on to the place where his mother hit him. Anicilla turned to Kezar, saying that she had finished him off with pleasure, but fortunately for him, her husband highly values the butler. She ordered her son's training to be made tougher so that he would not allow such a failure again and to take him out of the room. Although he clearly didn't like it, the man carried out the order, the guy continued to cry, and the mother looked at them sternly. Having straightened her fan and calmed down a little, the woman turned to her daughter. With a smile, she told her to try to be friends with Eugene. Seal asks why she should do this, to which she received the answer that the young man is already strong enough to defeat her brother. Anicilla would have liked to kill our hero, but she understood that she would be the first to be suspected. In addition, if quarrels arise within the family, defenders of family traditions come into play. The woman would like to avoid their intervention at all costs. Continuing to answer her daughter's questions, the mother told her to watch Eugene closely. The girl agreed, and noted that she herself was interested in learning more about the guy. The next day, 3 children from the lateral branches arrived at the estate of the main family. These were Dakon, Hansen, and Uis. Meanwhile, our hero was out on an early run, wearing sandbags as always. Suddenly, Nina turned to him. She told him that 2 of the side branches had arrived, although earlier she had said that they would be there until the evening. The girl confirmed that this was how it should have been, but they arrived earlier and the head of the family was with them. The restless maid says that the guy needs to meet him quickly, but then she decided that it would be better if he changed clothes. Eugene replied that then he would be the only one who would be late and decided to go in the clothes he was wearing. The head of the family was greeted with honor. Soldiers lined up on both sides of the road to the castle with swords raised to the mountain, and all the relatives and servants met him at the estate itself. Our hero saw a woman standing next to Cian and Ciel. He realized that it was Anicil's second wife. The first wife, named Theonis, was probably standing in front of her, and her son was next to her. That upset guy was supposed to be the eldest son of the main family and the first in a line of descendants. His name was Yod Lionheart. 2 horsemen and 2 chariots were approaching the castle gates. On the first horse was Glade Lionheart, and behind him was probably his younger brother, Gion. Glade turned to his son, saying that he had grown a lot and asked if he had gained more strength. Looking away, the guy answered uncertainly that he would try to live up to his father's expectations. The man did not like this answer. He looked at Yoda with stern eyes. Glade drew attention to his other children, saying that they were completely unrecognizable. Children grow up quickly. Ciel happily said that they missed their father. Next, the head turned to some man from the direct line. His name was Guilford, and said that he heard how he had a son. He apologized that he could not be there at such a happy moment. The man replied excitedly that his brother had nothing to apologize for. Next, Glade turned to the children along the sideline and invited them to eat together and then discuss the blood ritual. The dining table was wide, with descendants of the direct line sitting on one side and descendants of the sideline on the other. The sideline was joined by 2 more relatives, Gargi and Djair. They arrived at the ceremony using the portal together with the head. It seems that their families are the most noble among the side branches of the Lionhearts, Eugene thought. The guy was also interested in a man with blonde hair sitting on the side of the straight line, because he thought that only the participants in the ceremony should be at the table. Ciel also drew attention to him and asked her father who it was. The head chuckled. He said that he wanted to introduce the guest a little later, but the blonde guy decided that he could do it now. While drinking tea, Eugene looked at the stranger with interest. He was interested in what he would say. Roberian, that was the name of the guest, stood up from the table and said hello. He was from the Red Tower of Aros. The children were surprised to hear his name. It turns out that the young man was quite famous. He bore the title of the head of the Red Magic Tower. Our hero choked on his tea upon hearing this. Everyone who was at the table looked towards Eugene. Roberian asked if everything was okay. The guy answered yes. He realized that the guest was a student of his former comrade, or rather a student of Senya's student. 300 years ago, the girl became the youngest head of the Green Tower of Aros in history, was able to update all magical grimoires, advise students and even the heads of other magical towers. So even now, the head of the Green Tower and Roberian, the head of the Red Tower, consider their mentor a great person. Our hero did not expect to meet here a person connected with his former sister-in-arms. Suddenly, Glide turned to the guy. He asked his name and said that he had heard about him from Theonis. She said that the son of the head had offended the guy and his father. Cian got nervous. Eugene replied that that's how it happened, but he doesn't hold a grudge. To which they pointed out to him that he won the fight. Of course he's not angry. The guy resolutely replied that even if he were defeated, nothing would change. If he were so weak that he could not defend his honor, he would have no choice but to accept these insults. Smiling, the head said that our hero is better than his own son. And then he turned to Cian and said that he was not ashamed of his defeat, but he was sorry to watch him cowardly hide his gaze. The guy felt ashamed, and his father added that he started the fight by insulting Eugene and did not even apologize after his defeat. Cian wanted to argue but could not. Glade continued that he bears the surname Lionheart. He is a descendant of the Great Vermouth. If the blood of such a person really flows in his veins, then he should respect not only his honor, but also others. The guy brought his gaze to our hero and obviously did not sincerely apologize. The head turned to Eugene and asked his father, after which he apologized for not knowing him. The guy confirmed his husband's words and agreed that his family lives in a real wilderness. Glade asked if it was the father who trained the guy, to which he received the answer that he laid the foundation. But then the young man trained on his own. Dejira and Gargus were surprised that Eugene trained on his own and defeated Cian. Becoming interested, the head said that it looked like there would be something to see at the ceremony. Suddenly the door opened and maids were taking food out. It was immediately obvious that ordinary people couldn't afford such goodies. The head said that he didn't know the guests would like the food, but they were probably hungry, so let them come. It was night outside. The family and guests ate everything that was on the table. Glade said that, as he had already said, this dinner was organized in order to discuss the blood ritual. In his opinion, although this is surprising to hear from the head of the family, the traditions of the ceremony put the participants in an unequal position. They benefit only the descendants of the direct branch, since until the beginning of the ceremony, children from the lateral lines cannot use either real weapons or magic, which means they have no chance of winning. This time, 3 of his children will take part in the ceremony, but he would like not only them, but also all the other participants to demonstrate their abilities. The meaning of this ritual is to prove that they are worth being called the descendants of the Great Vermouth, and it does not matter whether they are from a direct branch or not. Eugene thought about himself that the descendant of his former comrade turned out to be much kinder than him. Continuing, the head said that this is exactly why they will need Roberian. Rising, the guest snapped his fingers and something began to glow on the table. This was a small model of the labyrinth created by Roberian. He noted that in this blood rite the participants would go into it, and each of them would enter through their own entrance. Their task was to defeat the main monster in the center of the labyrinth. Pointing his finger at the model of the monster, the young man adds that in order to get to the center, it will be necessary to go through traps and other monsters. But they should not forget that everything that was created there is just an illusion of the sorcerer, because everything that the participants will encounter is not real, and only a game of fantasy, however. He added with a malicious smile, the sensations will be no different from the real ones. Eugene became interested. He realized that the guest would use not only summoning magic, but also high-level psionics. Roberian continued that as soon as one of the participants defeats the main monster, the ritual will end and each participant will be awarded points depending on how he performs. There was a question from a guy on the sideline. Nothing bad will happen if you can't leave the maze. To this, they answered that, of course, if it's scary, you can calmly stay at the beginning of the path, but you won't get a high score that way. Our hero asked what they would give for defeating the main monster. The head replied that the winner would be able to take whatever he wanted from the family's underground treasury. Eugene was very pleased with this news. His face glowed with happiness. After dinner, our hero headed somewhere. He thought that he would definitely win the competition, so he should immediately think that he wanted to take this from the treasury. Suddenly, he noticed two silhouettes. They were Gargi and Ijira. It seemed that they were waiting for him. The guy asked our hero if he really defeated Cian, to which the guy replied that yes, he did it. He also added that if that's all they wanted to ask, then he left. Gargis stretched out as if he wanted to ask something else, but the young man had already gone on his way. It turns out that Eugene was heading into the yard to do some night training. His blows were so fast and powerful that they cut through the wind. Suddenly, he noticed an already familiar couple. Dejira had two wooden spears in her hands. Our hero looked at them, not understanding what they were doing. Gargis headed towards him. Walking closer to Eugene, he folded his hands as if he was about to grab something and suddenly took off his shirt. After that, he exhaled deeply and tensed his muscles tightly, demonstrating his strength. Our hero did not understand what was happening. It seemed to him that the guy was out of his mind. Gargis invited the young man to touch his body, but he refused. The eccentric said that his family has a secret technique for developing muscles, which is passed down from generation to generation. They use a special drug that accelerates muscle growth without accumulating mana and has no side effects. Gargis asked if Eugene was interested, to which he counter-asked whether the eccentric sometimes came here to sell pills. Suddenly, Dejira entered the conversation saying that there was still a side effect of the product, that it caused both men and women to grow beards. Next, she asks why the guy has a wooden sword in his hands if he defeated Cian with a spear. The guy answered that he wields a sword and a spear. The girl asks again. He sometimes does not own any weapons. After these words, she threw the young man one of the wooden spears in her hands. Eugene caught him and Dejira invited him to spar. Our hero decided that this girl would be a more interesting opponent than her strange companion. In addition, he was interested in how the children from noble side branches would perform, so he accepted the offer. The opponents stood against each other. Each of them was ready to start a fight. Gargis acted as a judge, saying that even though this was sparring, everything should be fair. Looking at this eccentric, Eugene wondered if he reminded him of someone, if he was by chance a descendant of Moron. The newly appointed judge says that on command the young people can start. Dejira has already begun to get annoyed with him. The girl thought that our hero's statement about wielding a sword and spear was simply ridiculous. She intends to prove that the art of wielding a spear can only be known by those who have dedicated themselves to it all. With a wave of her hand, the judge gave the command to begin sparring. The young lady instantly rushed into an attack, mentally shouting the words victory or death. Suddenly something seemed to frighten her. She stopped abruptly. Her opponent smelled of danger. Eugene held a serious defense, not understanding why the girl stopped. He told her to attack. The upset, Dejira, began to show her teeth and rushed into an attack again. The attempt was futile. Our hero easily repelled her attack. The girl tries again and again, but the guy repels her every attempt. Eugene believes that the young lady fights well, especially considering that she does not use magic. In his opinion, in the future, her abilities may become limitless, but now she is not his opponent. Having repulsed another attack, the guy begins to tease his opponent, saying that she cannot hit him. The girl was indignant and told him to shut up. She thought that if the guy continued to fight off her attacks while standing still, then he would lose this self-confidence. Dejira again rushed at the enemy with a series of attacks and suddenly disappeared from sight. She moved behind Eugene, hoping that this way she could reach him. With all her might, she rushed at him, but the guy noticed her attack. He instantly raised his leg and with great force pressed his opponent's spear to the ground. The girl could not reach the weapon, and the next moment the enemy's spear was in her face. The result of this sparring was clear. The judge said that the winner was Eugene Lionheart. The next morning, Gargis told the still-deserted Eugene that they needed to team up. The guy is angry. Was he really woken up just for this? To which he was given the right answer. Our hero decided to remind them that the head told them how to go through the ceremony. Everyone enters through their own personal entrance. Then it is unclear how they want to unite with him. Gargis replied that although the entrances are different, the goal is the same. The center of the labyrinth, the main monster, the twins are also going to unite. To this, they asked him again. That is, he offered to meet in the center of the labyrinth and together destroy the main monster. The answer was in the affirmative. Eugene thinks that he could cope with the monster himself. Who turned to him? It was Dejira. In her opinion, by teaming up with our hero, they would definitely be able to win. The guy asks why she wants this so much. The girl replied that every time children from the direct and lateral branches simultaneously participate in the blood rite, and none of the latter have ever won. But the young lady is sure that together they could do it, she, Gargis, and Eugene. Dejira asked again if our hero would like to defeat the main family. Meanwhile, we are transferred to Anisila's room. The woman thinks that perhaps the reason why Roberian was invited was so that he would take Yod as his student. Since childhood, the guy was more interested in reading than physical training. He was interested in magic and was even able to learn something. If Yod becomes a student of the head of the Red Magic Tower, then he will have to leave his family. That is, he will give Sion and Ciel more room to grow, and Yod himself will actually have a chance to emulate. But the whole problem is in the ritual. If Anisila's children do not go through it, then they will have to bear the stigma of shame all their lives. Before this, the mother always managed to stand on her own 2 feet and achieve everything she wanted. But losing to the child from the side branch was too much. If this hillbilly was the first to exit the labyrinth and he managed to humiliate the main family because of his 2 outstanding abilities, then Xian's defeat would not be so noticeable in the general background. 3 days later, the blood ritual finally began. The participants gathered at the entrance to the portal. Roberian used some kind of magic. It shone with a bright blue light. The sorcerer's magic directed towards each participant. She stretched her hands towards it. The young man explained that he would now create equipment for the young people. Each participant had to imagine the weapon he needed in his head and form it from light. The children began to create weapons. The children on the sideline did not succeed right away, but Ciel got a rapier. She was delighted with this and tried out the new weapon in action by swinging it. The girl asked what to do if the sword breaks, but the sorcerer replied that this was impossible, because it, like the entire labyrinth, was created with the help of magic. The young lady asked another question: is it possible to create animals? Roberian replied that you can create apostates and even golems, but not living creatures. Yod asked why this was not possible, and he was told that in the world of magic such things are prohibited. Only higher powers can create a new life. The boy listened with admiration to every word of the sorcerer, and meanwhile Gargis created himself a large double-edged sword. He said that this was his favorite sword, which he worked on at home. Only now it is not wooden. Surprisingly, it materialized exactly as the guy imagined it. Dejira didn't understand who he was telling this to because no one asked. The girl created a spear for herself. Sion and Yod had swords of different types. The other guys on the sideline also created a sword, but Eugene also added a shield. Ciel asked what he would do if they met in the labyrinth. Would he fight with her? The guy asked the head if this was possible, to which he replied that there are no rules in the labyrinth. After all, competition is the basis of the ritual. He also added that this time, depending on the circumstances, the participants will have to demonstrate their analytical skills and ability to work as a team, because they are all members of the Lionheart family. The words about family members made Ciel blush, and she looked at Eugene with a mysterious smile. The guy felt uneasy about this, but meanwhile, Roberian said that children need to put weapons around their necks. He gave each participant a blue pebble that could be worn around their neck and explained that this pendant would establish a connection with their mind. If the children received a critical level of stress in the maze, it would react. With a serious face, the sorcerer said that if the situation gets out of control, he will intervene. In his head, Eugene realized that this was a precautionary measure in unpredictable situations. Roberian continued that if the participants feel that they are unable to get out of the maze, then they need to knock on the pebble on the pendant and call for help. The sorcerer finished with his explanations and asked everyone to calmly enter the cave. The children headed towards the portal. Some were calm and determined, while others were very worried. With a smile, Ciel wished Eugene good luck, to which he coldly reciprocated and entered the cave. Entering the labyrinth, our hero remembered the times of his past life. Then he went through a bunch of such labyrinths. The young man began to analyze the area, the walls abut the ceiling. It would be impossible to climb. He swung his sword and realized that it would not be convenient here with a long weapon. That's why he chose a sword and shield, a basic combination that works well in almost any situation. Thinking that the maze was made for children, Eugene decided that it would be easy and decided to go. Meanwhile, one of the participants was attacked by green slimes. The guy could not stand it and gave up. Roberian instantly moved to him and pulled him out of the encirclement of monsters. Less than an hour has passed since the start of the blood ritual, but 3 people have already escaped from the labyrinth. Glide looked at them with disappointment and told them to go home to rest. The guys were terribly ashamed. The head and Roberian sat in the tent and watched the participants. Gargus had goblins on his way. He wanted to cut them down, but his sword hit the wall. It was too big. One of the goblins began to mock the guy when suddenly he broke through the wall. His strength was enough to finish off the goblins with one blow after that. The guy moves towards his goal, clumsily but persistently. Without much difficulty, he deals with all the monsters on the way. Dejira was attacked by slimes. They rushed at her, but she managed to dodge them. She tried to pierce one of the bottom, but failed. The girl understood that it was difficult against such opponents with a spear, so she needed to figure out the moment. The young lady is smart enough, and her intuition does not let her down. She does not see the need to fight monsters, because it is more important for her to get out of the maze. Cian noticed a trap on his way. Before the ceremony, his mother was able to find several drawings of different labyrinths. After studying them, he and his sister developed behavioral tactics. Now, neither he nor she would fall into such obvious traps. The guy picked up a pebble from the floor and threw it in the direction of the trap, which triggered it. Cian is too careful, but thanks to this, he manages to bypass the traps. Ciel is attacked by a goblin, but she skillfully dodges his attacks. The next moment, she pierces his head right through. The monster disappeared. Walking further, she reached a dead end and decided to return to the last fork. The girl has good perception and deep thinking, but sometimes she behaves just like a child. Having met the monster, Yod was fascinated. It seemed incredible to him that something like this could be created with the help of magic. The goblin attacked the guy, and he, having recovered, skillfully repelled all the attacks. Finding an opportunity, he decapitated the monster, and it disappeared into thin air. The young man was fascinated by the beauty of magic. Roberian also noticed this, saying that it seemed like the guy was interested in it. The head replied that his son had been interested in magic since childhood. They even invited capital professors of magic to teach him, but Yod subsequently abandoned the classes. The sorcerer asked why this happened, and Glide replied that he had resigned himself to fate. For the sake of his mother, he decided to become the head of the family, but magic does not give any advantage in the struggle for inheritance. Roberian answered that he understands that the guy has limitless possibilities, but the path to mastering them is full of difficulties and dangers. The head would like his son to stop doubting and follow his destiny. Glide added that if the passion for magic still has not subsided in his son's soul, then he will not refuse the offer to become Roberian's student in the Red Magic Tower. The sorcerer replied that he could not yet give an exact answer. For the sake of the chapter, he agreed to take Yoda to the tower, but if his abilities leave much to be desired, then he would not be accepted as a student. Lionheart replied that he was in no way forcing him. He just wanted his son to make his dreams come true. It got to the point that he, the descendant of the great Vermouth, has more respect for the wise Sen. Rabarian noted that an understanding boy, he was always more interested in the story about his mentor. Whenever their company was in danger, she found an amazing way to cope with it with the help of magic. The head also taught stories about heroes from childhood, but what he liked most was not Vermouth or Senya. The intrigued sorcerer asked who Glade liked most, and he was about to answer when he suddenly noticed something. Rabarian asked what had happened, and the head, showing him the magic screen, told him to look. There was Eugene, who met a monster. The creature was large and stocky. The giant raised his hand and was about to hit the guy, but our hero parried the blow with his shield. Then he began to chop the monster from all sides. The guy was so dexterous that it was hard to see him. The sorcerer and Glade were shocked by what they saw. The first asked himself who this young man was, and the second had no words to describe what he saw except as incredible. While they were watching, Eugen finished off the monster a moment later, and it fell to the ground with a roar. Sharing his impressions with the sorcerer, the head said that the guy was only 13 years old, and before that he had never fought with trolls. He even managed to maintain composure, deal with him bravely and without unnecessary fuss. Rabarian replied that the trolls were not created to fight with them, but as an obstacle through which it is necessary to pass through using loopholes, and this one was also larger than the real ones. The young man cannot believe that our hero was able to defeat the monster so easily. Glide replied that this was also possible if the guy was born so capable. To this, the sorcerer asked if Lionheart knew what such children were called, and immediately replied that they were called geniuses. Meanwhile, Gargis had problems. He also met a troll, and he hit him pretty hard. Without giving up, the guy rushed at the monster with all his might, dodging the attack. He managed to cut off the monster's leg, and it fell to the ground with a roar. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Gargis jumped onto the troll's chest and pierced him with his sword. The monster screamed in pain and wanted to reach the young man, but it was too late. Breathing heavily, the guy realized that he had defeated the enemy and screamed madly, celebrating the victory. The monster disappeared, and Gargis fell to the ground. The monster's blows were able to pass through his muscles and break his ribs. Meetings with trolls were added to the endless traps. The guy thought that if he was so beaten up, then surely the other participants were too. Without having time to prove his point, the strong man fell to the ground. And meanwhile, Cian met his troll. At first the young man became nervous, realizing that this monster was stronger than the others, but then traces of determination appeared on his face. He threw a stone at the wall as a wonderful distraction, and it worked. Cian successfully walked past him. Suddenly, the guy managed to meet his sister. She was surprised that they succeeded, although they started their journey from different ends of the labyrinth. Cian assumed that the center of the cave was already close, and told the girl to follow him. He would lead them out. The young lady was childishly happy. The young man thinks it's time to restore his honor after what happened between him and Eugene. Seal turned to her brother. She wondered if they could stumble upon any monster, because the labyrinth is just an illusion. Cian replied that most likely this was possible and was a little surprised by this question. The girl continued asking if ghosts could appear here. The guy was alarmed. It looked like he was afraid of them, but he tried to pretend that everything was okay. The sister smiled sarcastically. The brother told her not to worry. No matter what they met, he would overpower them. Suddenly, someone came around the bend. They were all covered in blood. The guy screamed in fear. It turned out to be Dejira. She also screamed. Cieli, who was watching this from the side, smiled. She was having fun. Realizing who was in front of him, Cian asked what she was doing. The girl replied that she was scared, because the guy suddenly screamed. Ignoring her answer, the young man continued to ask why she was covered in blood, whether she wanted to scare him first and then attack him. The young lady replied that she was injured by the trap, although mentally she was offended that the unexpected attack did not work out. Dejira wanted to run away quietly, but Ciel immediately noticed this and shouted to her brother. Cian was annoyed that he had defiled himself in front of his sister again and wanted revenge. Our heroine ran away from the twins, realizing that she could not dress with them on her own. She was also interested in where the strong guy with whom they wanted to unite had gone. Suddenly the girl fell into a trap. The floor began to fall under her. By quickly jumping from platform to platform, she was able to reach safety. Noticing that the floor had fallen, Cian contemplated finding another way. But he decided that this would make him fall even more in his sister's eyes, and decided to use magic. A blue aura formed around him. The guy wanted to hold back until the final monster, but decided that he had no choice. With a battle cry, Cian accelerated and jumped through the hole with all his might. Having reached the other side, he extended his hand to his sister, preparing to catch her. But Ciel didn't need help. She easily jumped to the place where her brother stood. The guy said that he didn't expect anything else from her and instructed her to continue pursuing her. Chasing Dejira, the twins and the girl found themselves in the center of the maze. The children stood in shock. The monster was huge and terrifying. Suddenly the question sounded behind them why they came in three. Then, resting against the wall, there was Eugene. Surprised, Cian asked what our hero was doing, to which he replied that he was waiting. He was wondering who would come first. The twin asked if he heard what the guy said correctly. Ciel did not understand him because Eugene came first. Dejira asks if she understands correctly that our hero still wants to team up with her and Gargus. The guy replies that that's not the point. He just wanted to give in to them because he could have dealt with the monster on his own. But then the other participants would have been annoyed, because they put a lot of effort into getting here. Cian was outraged by the guy's words, but he added that the monster does not attack, because it seems to be in standby mode. Eugene says that they will fight the monster in the same order in which they came to the center, which means Dejira should be first. The girl became nervous, asking if she would have to fight one-on-one, to which the young man replied that if she was not confident in her victory, then it might seem like it. The young lady refused to lose heart and took a handkerchief from her pocket, which she tied around her forehead. While she went to meet in battle, Cian asks our hero if he will fight, to which he received the answer that he would be the last to follow. The twin believes that Eugene's turn will not come, because he will overcome the monster. To this, the guy replied that if this happens, he will call Cian his older brother for the rest of his life. The guy blushed at such a proposal and said that his opponent should not forget about the promise. Sitting down, the twin began to analyze the monster. It was a minotaur, a monster that appears in all stories about labyrinths. It turns out from a huge, even larger troll that the guy met before. But unlike trolls and ogres, minotaurs are not so aggressive and stand out only for their size, so the young man is confident that he can win on his own. Dejira came as close to the creature as possible. The minotaur woke up. The girl was worried. She was wondering how she could take down such a giant. Deciding that there was no turning back, the young lady rushed at the monster. Suddenly she was covered by a huge shadow from the monster's hand. He almost crushed her. Having recovered from the attack, Dejira ran towards the minotaur again and stabbed him in the arm. The spear did not penetrate. The girl realized that she could not pierce such hard skin. The next moment, the monster's hand appeared behind the girl's back, and he grabbed her. The young lady realized that she was finished. The creature threw her hard to the floor. Dejira was surrendered, but she was unharmed. Ciel asked Eugene why the beast only rejected her rival and stopped attacking. To this, he replied that there was a real monster in front of them. As soon as he grabbed the girl, it became clear that she had lost. Meanwhile, it was Cian's turn. He turned to our hero, saying that now he will see that the side branches are not rivals for those who have the blood of the main family. Mocking, Eugene smiled back. The twin was taken aback. It seemed to him that his opponent was underestimating him. Gritting his teeth, Cian began to use magic, his sword filled with it. Dejira was shocked. It was an all-penetrating sword enhanced by magic. In order to do something like that, you need to train for at least 10 years. The girl realized that she was far behind the main family, but Eugene was less surprised but admitted that this result was not bad for Xian's age. Gemini cannot maintain the magical energy of the sword for long, but he is sure that he has enough time to win. Suddenly, the magic disappears. The guy doesn't understand what happened, but Eugene remembered the words of the head. He guessed that the labyrinth was made in such a way that it was impossible to use magic in the center. And if it is impossible to strengthen a weapon with mana, then children from the head and side branches can fight on equal terms. Xian does not understand what is connected with his weapon, because he still has enough lies. Addressing him, our hero says that since he loses, he can come back. There is no need to behave rashly due to stubbornness. With these words, a malicious smile did not fall on his face, and Ciel watched her brother with delight. He doesn't want to give up. He thinks that he can cope with the monster even without magic. The guy went on the attack. The creature's hand is forcefully directed at the young man, but the guy dodged and inflicted a wound. Xian continued to successfully maneuver and beat the monster, but such light wounds could not bring him down. The twin needed to plunge the sword into the Minotaur's leg as deeply as possible. Dodging again, the guy headed towards the monster's leg with the confidence that he would succeed. But just as he threw his punch, it was blocked by his knee. After this, the young man suffered the same fate as Dejira. He was captured and thrown violently. Xian managed to get to his feet, and it seemed the fight was not over yet, but it turned out that he was thrown straight towards the other participants, which meant his defeat. Ciel was supposed to go next, but she refused because the magic sword does not work here. Eugene was surprised. The girl turned out to be smarter than her brother. Realizing it was his turn, our hero picked up his equipment. Ciel asked if the guy could win, and he replied that he would have to try hard to lose. The Minotaur was already ready, and our hero was thinking about how to finish off the creature. A giant fist flew at Eugene. The guy dodged and began to climb the monster's hand. Suddenly, another hand moved towards the guy to grab him, but this also turned out to be a failure for the Minotaur. Our hero climbed onto the monster's head and he hit himself in the face with all his might, trying to knock the guy down. The monster was in pain, and the young man, taking the opportunity, began to cut his neck. The other participants were surprised by what they saw. Dejira realized that the guy was focusing on only one point and hitting only the carotid artery. With all his strength, Eugene decisively pierced the monster's neck, and a lot of blood poured out of it. From such a serious wound, the Minotaur began to fall and fell to the ground with a roar. Spilling off the monster's blood, our hero turned to the children, saying that he did what he promised, defeated the monster. Xian said not to brag, and wanted to add that he could cope with magic, but stopped because he realized that he could not show the same result. Looking at our hero, some kind of feeling awoke in the guy. He himself did not understand what it meant. Suddenly, Eugene's equipment began to disappear, and with it, the monster. The ritual was completed. Glade was surprised by our hero. A guy from a side branch, who was not taught magic, was able to defeat the Minotaur only thanks to his skill. Roberian was concerned. He said it was quite difficult to defeat the main monster on his own, so the ritual emphasized the need for teamwork. The Minotaur was created precisely so that during the fight, children could try out various methods of teamwork. Our hero easily managed to get through all the monsters and traps. The sorcerer was interested in who he was. The head answered with a smile that since Eugene arrived at their house, he had been undergoing grueling training on the site for several days, and the guy was also widely known in his hometown. According to the man, not only does the guy have excellent training, but in addition to his physical characteristics, he has a fighting spirit. The ritual has already become special, if only because they found such a nugget. Roberian asked the head, almost annoyed, because this child is superior to his own children, and if he has already surpassed them so much, then by studying magic he will become even stronger. Glide replied that he would only be glad of this, because then the Lionheart surname would shine even brighter. To this, the sorcerer replied that our hero clearly has big plans for the main family, what the man will do if he suddenly wants to become the next head. The present head replied that only the most outstanding Lionheart should take his place. If his own children could not maintain this position for themselves, then so be it. If they are so weak that they would allow themselves to take away the right given to them from birth, then they are not worth leading the Lionheart family. Roberian apologized for meddling in his own business, but decided to give advice as an old acquaintance. He advised them to adopt Eugene. Glade was surprised at this advice. The sorcerer added that the child from the side branch easily managed to bypass the children from the main family, and only because of this, the descendants of Vermouth from the sidelines could rebel. The head thanked him for the advice. The offer was indeed attractive. But first, we must congratulate the guy. The participants were lined up. The head looked at his children. Yo didn't even reach the middle of the labyrinth, the man thought. Of course it was because he was too passionate about magic and monsters, but still. The son disappointed Glide because during a ceremony where it was necessary to demonstrate his abilities, he succumbed to curiosity and forgot about the main goal. On the other hand, Cian and Ciel reached the center, and the monsters with traps almost did not delay them. Although they did not manage to defeat the Minotaur, we can attribute this to their age. In the future, they will have time to learn everything. Finally, the head broke the silence. He said that everyone had done well. He and the sorcerer watched them progress in the labyrinth and thought that this test would be quite difficult for them, but the children showed themselves well. Next, the man turned to Eugene, saying that he showed himself best. The guy thanked him. Also, the head continued, the young man coped well with all the monsters and traps, especially with the troll, whom he opposed in open battle and defeated him without a single scratch. Gargus was surprised by this. He could not understand how our hero managed this. The big guy also regretted that the guy didn't have a means to increase his muscles like in his family. With it, he could be even stronger. Rebarian said he expected the children to emerge from the maze only on the second day, but he underestimated them. The young man thought that even though there were children in front of him, they had the blood of the great vermouth flowing. He took great pleasure in watching them. Glade said that the participants could come back and rest. There could have been a big celebration now, but the children got it done so quickly that nothing was ready yet. The husband wished the participants a good rest and asked Rebarian to take them away. Eugene was asked to stay. Ciel asked if his father was going to give the guy a gift now, and he replied that there was no point in postponing the matter until later. The girl was upset. Since childhood, she had asked the head to take her to the treasury, but he never showed it to her. Walking to the treasured place, Glide told our hero that he masterfully wielded several types of weapons at once, to which the guy replied that he was too kind to him. "Not at all," the head continued. In order to defeat the monsters in the labyrinth, the guy used a sword and shield, and fought with Cian and Dejira with a spear. Our hero drew attention to the fact that the man knows about these fights with children, although for the head of the family, this is not so surprising. At the moment, Glade continued, the symbolic weapon of House Lionheart is the sword, but their ancestor, Great Vermouth, skillfully wielded many types of weapons, for which he was called the Almighty Master. But he was not the only one capable of this. His comrade Gamel was also a great master, and was second in strength only to Vermouth. Eugene noted that he had read about him. The hero was nicknamed Tight Hamel, to which the man laughingly replied that he had also read this story, and if it weren't for Hamel, the book would have been boring. Glide admitted to the guy that this particular hero was his favorite. Our hero was surprised and asked why. The man replied that against the backdrop of the ideal Vermouth, Gamel seemed more humane. Moreover, in the book, the hero constantly felt inferior because of his comrade, but still did not despair. On the contrary, he made every effort to correct his shortcomings and ultimately sacrificed his life for the sake of his comrades. Eugene thinks that in the book, this seems like a teaching that is overly exposed. But he liked such words. He answered with a smile that he also liked Hamel. Hearing this, Glide grinned, and subsequently they reached the entrance to the treasury. The doors opened in front of them. There was a staircase in the room that led underground. Descending along them, the man said that, besides the heads of the family, our hero was the first to enter the treasury. The guy was wondering if he was really allowed here. Glide replied that it was usually possible, as he had promised. Everything had been agreed upon with the elders of the Senate. Eugene has heard of them. Members of the family sit in the Senate, including previous heads whose fame is widely known even among the collateral branches. He asked what was kept, and was told that the heritage that had been collected for several hundred years, there were still many things left from the time of the Great Vermouth. The young man suggested that perhaps there was a sacred sword there. Yes, it was there, but it could not be taken away. The sacred sword is a weapon that has become the symbol of the Lionheart House. It cannot belong to just one person. Hearing this, Eugene became a little depressed, and the man added that after Vermouth, no one had ever managed to get his confession. Our heroes reached the treasury. The head bit his finger to draw blood and dripped it onto the head of a lion standing nearby. After this, the pattern on the doors formed into the famous lion heart emblem. The passage opened, and Gleed told the young man that he could come in. Our hero asked if the head would go with him. The husband replied that he would wait for the guy at the entrance. He explained that if they went together, the guy would look around at him and would not be able to choose what he really wanted. Eugene thanked him for his guardianship and entered the treasury. The door closed behind him. A malicious smile appeared on our hero's face. He was excited. In front of him stood a sacred sword stuck into the ground, and it was with this that the guy planned to start. A sacred sword, a gift from the gods which has existed in the sacred Eurus Empire since time immemorial. For many years it was kept in the sealed main temple of Eurus, and only Vermouth recognized the sword as its owner. 300 years ago in Helmud, Vermouth pierced the heart of the demonic Slaughter King, 5th in rank among the kings, but after him it was mainly used as a torch. Eugene walked up to the sword, grabbed it, and tried to pull it out, but he failed. Even if he succeeded, he still couldn't take the sword with him. The young man had to look for something else. The young man walked through a hall full of various weapons, where he recognized the insatiable sword, Aspel. This weapon is powered by the stolen mana of its opponents, which increases its own power, dispelling high-class magic with one blow. But, the guy thought, Vermouth was able to master it only because he was an outstanding magician. Now such a sword will not suit him. Besides Aspel, Eugene was also attracted to other weapons. The attacking dragon spear, although it needs time to heat up, is not inferior in strength to the dragon's fire breath. Vinid's storm sword, a weapon blessed by the king of the wind spirits. Fernoa, the bow of blazing lightning, fires lightning-fast arrows that strike targets at any distance. The sword of Metamorphosis Jabel, under the influence of magic, turns into a whip with 100 sharp blades. Gidon's shield transfers energy from received attacks to another dimension. Eugene thought that if he took any of this, he would definitely not regret it. But he was surprised that the Moonlight Sword or Demonic Spear was not in the treasury. 300 years have already passed, so it is not surprising that the best weapons could be dismantled. The guy thought he could start with Vinid's sword, he just needs to pick it up to use the power of the Spirit of the Wind, and with enough mana he can summon the Spirit King himself. Not everyone can learn summoning magic. Without certain qualities you won't be able to summon even the most worthless spirit, even if you are the most outstanding sorcerer. But with the Vinid sword, you won't have to worry about that. The young man decided to take another look around the treasury, since he had such an opportunity. In addition to weapons, there were also a lot of gems and jewelry. Suddenly Eugene noticed something. Among the jewelry, he found a pendant with a red stone. It turned out to be a thing from his past life. It was left to him from his parents who were killed by the monster, and although he had avenged them long ago, he still continued to wear it until his death. Our hero wondered how she ended up here. Had Vermouth really taken her from his corpse? Thanks to an agreement between his former comrade and the Demon King of Imprisonment, peace has finally arrived. But King Helmud and the other 2 Demon Kings are still alive. Vermouth, Senya, Moron, Anise, and Gamel himself all vowed to destroy the 5 Demon Kings. Then what kind of deal did his comrades make? They also took our hero's pendant, which is what Vermouth was only thinking about. Eugene thought that perhaps everything was because of him. Perhaps they did not have enough strength to win without his help. The young man does not want to blame his former brothers and sisters in arms. They probably had reasons not to kill the kings. The guy wanted to choose something from the weapon, but he didn't want to leave his pendant anymore, so he took it. Glade was surprised by the guy's choice. He replied that he liked her. The husband asked if our hero was confident in his choice. After all, there were many other incredible treasures. Eugene replied that he was still not able to master most of them. The head wanted to take a closer look at the pendant. It was old, roughly made. The stone was inexpensive, and the cut left much to be desired. An unremarkable, cheap item, Lionheart did not understand how it ended up in the treasury. Glide brought the pendant to the lion's head at the entrance, and its eyes glowed red. It's strange because this means that this thing is not registered in the treasury. That is, it has no place there, and yet somehow it ended up there. The husband said that this pendant has no value. The money from its sale cannot even buy a sword. He asked if the young man was sure of his choice. He answered yes, but then the head decided that, just in case, Reberian should check this thing. Since it is unknown where she comes from, no one knows how safe she is. Suddenly, she is enchanted. The guy asked if he could pick up the pendant after it was checked, and the head promised him that yes. Glede did not think that everything would turn out this way, and told Eugene that since the decoration did not belong to the Lionheart treasury, the young man could take something else. The guy couldn't believe his ears, but he didn't hear it. The head still made a promise. Thanks, the guy ran back to the treasury. He couldn't believe that this man was really a descendant of Vermouth. Eugene knew what he wanted. Vinid's storm sword. He ran straight to it now. This weapon belongs to him. Night fell. Dejira asked why our hero did not choose a spear, because he handles it well. The young man replied that he himself decides what to choose. He is also good with a sword. The girl is disgusted. Gargis thinks that such a weapon is too light for a guy. Something heavier like a hammer or an axe would suit him. He also added that since the blood ritual was over, would the guy want to go to him, his family would give enough money to increase his muscles. An irritated Eugene refused. The young lady says that there is no point in talking to the big guy, and asked our hero to show the sword. The young man took the sword out of its sheath, and Dejira asked what kind of weapon it was. The guy replied that its name was the Storm Sword Vinid. This weapon is blessed by the King of the Wind Spirits, and it looks like the guy will be able to summon the spirits if he trains enough. The girl replied that the sword is usually cool, but in its place she would still take the spear. Eugene told her that there were enough such weapons there, and the young lady was interested in this. She asked if there was an attacking dragon spear, Carbor, but the young man replied that he did not know what it looked like. Then Dejira asked if he had seen the demonic spear of Ruintos in the treasury. It was one of the strongest weapons in Vermouth. Gargis said that he also heard about him. He was used by the demonic hero of cruelty. Hitting him with his elbow, the girl said that no one asked him. Our hero remembers the demonic kings of cruelty. 300 years ago, there were 5 kings in the Helmed Demon Shelter. The top, demonic king of destruction. The second-ranking king of imprisonment. The third-ranking king of madness. The fourth-ranking king of cruelty. And the last, king of slaughter. Gargis Dejiri that she does not understand anything. Vermouth's strongest weapon was not a spear, but the hammer of Gigolas, used by the demonic king of slaughter. To this the girl objected that the king of cruelty was stronger than him. The guy did not retreat in his opinion. The fact that that king was higher in rank did not mean that his weapon was stronger. While the young people were arguing, Eugene thought that the hammer was also missing. Among Vermouth's weapons, only the spear and hammer belonged to the demonic kings. Such weapons were unlikely to be kept in the treasury. They were probably sealed somewhere. Gargis and Dejira continued to argue, and our hero thought that he was too old for children's games. The spear and hammer are powerful weapons, so it is impossible to say which one is stronger. But if we talk about the most powerful weapon in Vermouth, then everything is immediately clear. The Moonlight Sword, the embodiment of destruction, took the form of a sword. Even in the demon shelter it was sealed. Both the King of Cruelty and the King of Carnage died in the light of this powerful weapon. Having finished his rotoms, Eugene took a stance, looking like he was going to practice with his new weapon. In his new life, the young man finally holds a real sword for the first time. Gargis and Dejira stopped watching our hero. The guy began to swing the sword, but not with aggression as usual, but easily and smoothly. The young people looked at it and were fascinated. Gargis said it looked like a dance. Meanwhile, Glade and Reberian were in the office. The sorcerer was checking the pendant. Having finished, he said that there were no traces of magic on the decoration, and asked if it was really from the treasury. The head replied that yes, to which he received a counter-question. Perhaps Eugene was joking, but there was no point in that. If the man had not given him the opportunity to take something else, the young man would have been left with nothing. Robarian agreed with this. He decided to check the pendant again, although there was no magical influence on it, but it still bothered him, so he would like to study it in more detail. Glade asked how he was going to do this, and the sorcerer replied that there are spells that allow you to read the memory of magical energy. They were developed by the wise Senya. Magic exists all over the world, so most of the objects around people are saturated with it. Robarian will read the memory of the magical energy contained in the pendant. The head replied that let the young man do it, and the sorcerer got to work. He didn't see anything unusual. It seems it was 100 years ago. The guy was trying to understand what kind of city he was seeing. The pendant was bought there. After the memory could not be read on the item, Robarian assumed that the magic of the treasury blocked access to more distant memories. Glide realized that there was no one who could tell about the origin of this jewelry. The sorcerer asked what he was going to do, and the man replied that since the pendant was safe, he would give it to Eugene because he wanted it so much that he was ready to give up any treasures. Robarian realized that the head seemed to like our hero, to which he smiled and answered how he could not like him. That is why the man is going to take the advice of the sorcerer. He decided to make Eugene his adopted son. The next day, the younger brother of the head, named Jian, approached our hero and Nina and greeted them. All that was known about him was that he would not marry anyone and traveled with Glide. Eugene greeted him back and identified himself, but the man noted that he knew very well who the guy was, the winner of the blood rite. With these words, Jian hugged the guy because this was clearly uncomfortable. The young man asked if they were going to take him to the chapter, and he was told that knights should have been sent for him first. But the younger brother volunteered to do it on his own because he wanted to get to know our hero. The husband added that he had heard a lot about Eugene, but unfortunately he could not attend the blood rite in person because, according to tradition, only the head of the family can see him. Although this time Robarian also had this right because he helped in conducting the rite. In any case, Jian continued, he does not hold insults against his brother because traditions are traditions. The man realized that his words sounded like a complaint about family customs, but our hero replied that he did not care about it. Hearing this, Jian, with a calm expression on his face, replied that his brother was also indifferent. Eugene concluded that the man was quite energetic and freedom-loving. Perhaps because of this he would not marry. Going to Glade, our hero asked why he was called and was told that perhaps they wanted to give him compliments. But the guy had already heard them. It turns out the younger brother of the head also did not know the details. Reflecting with a smile, Jian said that he is usually good at guessing. He just didn't try very hard this time, but he hopes that now he will see the guy more often. The young man replied that he would also like this, and knocking on the door, said that he had arrived and was told to come in. His temporary companion opened the door for him and winked at him with a smile. Although the man has a pleasant character, such things bothered Eugene a little. The young man entered the room. Everything in it was brightly lit by the sun. The head was waiting for the guy at his desk. He apologized for calling the guy so unexpectedly and asking him to sit at the table on which there were sweets. Glade put on the table the pendant that Eugene had chosen from the treasury and said that Robarian had checked it. It turned out that the decoration was nothing of itself. The sorcerer also read the memory of the pendant. The head continued, but could not notice anything interesting. The young man learned the spell about the moving tongue. It was once used by his former partner, Senya. The guy asked what the sorcerer managed to find out, and Glide replied that the jewelry was bought about 100 years ago on one of the capital's streets. Our hero does not understand what is happening. He is sure that this is exactly the pendant that he wore 300 years ago. The guy had doubts about Robarian. The man had no reason to lie, but perhaps he couldn't read the subject's memory properly. Eugene immediately discarded this version and thought about another. Probably someone deliberately hid the real memory of the pendant, successfully deceiving even the head of the magic tower, but it was unclear who could have done this. Throwing aside his thoughts, the young man asked if he could take the jewelry, and Glede allowed him. The guy thanked him. Suddenly the head noted that he had called the guy not only for this, he wanted to tell him something important. The man warned that his words could come as a complete surprise to our hero. Before Glade could begin, Eugene interrupted him. He decided that he would be offered to marry CL and therefore immediately refused, because now he was not going to think about the engagement. The young man began to think that the leader had planned this from the very beginning, because after defeating Xian, his sister continued to smile and be polite. The guy continued that he had not yet reached the required age for engagement and that he needed his father's permission. The head stopped him and said a little excitedly that there was a misunderstanding between them. He did not intend to arrange an engagement between his daughter and Eugene. Realizing that he had made a mistake, the young man blushed with shame. He did not understand how he could even think about getting engaged to an underage girl. Holding his head, the guy began to think that perhaps after his rebirth, he began to have problems with his head. Glade said that he actually wanted to adopt the guy and he was surprised by this. Although, after thinking, he realized that this way he would have the opportunity to become a member of the main family. Our hero replied that this proposal was really unexpected, to which they joked about him that it seemed that it was not as unexpected as the engagement proposal. Eugene shyly apologized. The head also noted that he could accept Jihad into the family if the young man so desired. The guy was uncomfortable. He replied that then he would have 2 fathers, but Glide said that there was no need to worry. The guy's family would simply join the main one. The head added that he would not want to take his son away from his father because he himself has 3 children, and he also promised to respect Jihad as his own brother, although he had never met him. Our hero excitedly asked if the man would stop respecting his father if the guy refused. Glade got up from the table and replied that he was not the person who would do that. If Eugene refuses, he will simply be very sorry, but he respects any choice of the young man and wishes him only the best. The guy replied that he couldn't make such a decision on his own. He wanted to listen to his father's opinion. The head did not object and said that he would send a man to Gidol to bring Jihad in the family's house. The guy thanked him. After that, our hero drank some tea and asked what the man meant when he said that adoption would have a good effect on his future. Glade replied that if Eugene grows up in the main family, then he will have many advantages. For starters, there are many knights in the estate who could teach the young man. The guy said that if he were to learn, it would only be from the best, and asked if the head would become his mentor in the event of adoption. The guy was interested in how strong the person was. The head smiled and agreed, but if the guy really wants to learn from the best, then there is a much more worthy person. Our hero asked who it was, and Glade replied that such a person was his younger brother. Although before the man was stronger than him, Jion managed to surpass him. After this, the head asked if his father told Eugene how to learn magic. The young man awkwardly replied that he asked Jihad not to talk about it, because he had no desire to practice magic. The guy was worried that if he found out everything earlier, perhaps the lies in his body would begin to develop by themselves, and Glade agreed with this. The man mentioned the mana stone. This is a crystal that can be found in the bodies of especially dangerous monsters. For those who are going to practice magic, it is necessary. Crystals are highly valued, they are not easy to find, and they are not cheap. Moreover, for training you need not only a stone, but also a mentor with outstanding abilities. The head thinks that it will be difficult to fulfill all the requirements in Jihad's house because the conditions there are too unfavorable for Eugene's talent to be fully revealed. The man does not want to tell this to the young man, so as not to accidentally turn him against his own family, and decided to discuss this with Jihad directly. Glade decided that since things had been discussed with the guy, they could still talk if he didn't mind. Our hero agreed with pleasure. After talking for a while, Eugene got up from the table and was ready to leave. The head asked him to wait until he asked someone to escort the young man. The guy replied that this was not necessary since his chambers were nearby. After leaving the room, the guy decided to take a short walk, and suddenly he heard the smell of perfume. This alerted him. He realized that there was someone around the corner, and he was not moving. Our hero suspects that they are waiting for him. Coming closer, Eugene sees Anisilla coming out from under the corner towards him. The woman pretended that this was an unexpected meeting for her. The young man understands that she is pretending, but he decided to play along with her and said hello. With a sly smile, Anisilla tells him that she heard about the conversation between the guy and her husband. She didn't expect that the guy was still here. Our hero asks if the woman wants to tell him something, and she angrily thought that Eugene was too bursting with pride. Although she believed that this was understandable, the young man suffered failure during the days of his stay on the estate. Anicilla believes that in the near future the guy will become much stronger, so it is more profitable to maintain friendly relations with him than to compete with him. Also, in her opinion, it would also be nice to get the guy engaged to Ciel, so she told her daughter to stay close to him. Finally breaking the silence, the woman asked what our hero was talking about with the head, but Eugene refused to reveal details. She sheepishly agreed, but was in no hurry to end the conversation, deciding to apologize for the fact that her son had disrespected the young man. The guy replied that Anicilla did not need to apologize because he and Sion had sorted everything out. The woman began to praise the guy and noted that she had given her son a harsh sentence, hoping that in the future they would have a good relationship. Our hero agreed with her with a smile, because he and Sion are both Lionhearts and also part of the same family. Anicilla was disturbed by the words about the family, although Eugene actually says everything correctly. The young man asked if he could go already, and the woman, apologizing, replied that he could go and rest. Leaving his interlocutor, the guy thought about her. He knew that the mother of the twins was the same person who, from the first day, was ready to indomitably mock the descendants of Vermouth over the side branches. The guy would not want to get involved with her unnecessarily. 2 days after this, Jihad arrived at Lionheart's estate, accompanied by his younger brother Glade. The man was nervous. He couldn't believe that his son had won the blood ritual, and the thought brought tears to the man's eyes. The elder recalls that from early childhood Eugene was an unusual child, but Jihad's strength was not enough to help his son take off. The father thought that the ritual would make the young man realize his position, that only innate talent and zeal could not be defeated. Suddenly the man heard his name called. It was our hero who, waving to Jihad, was waiting for him at the head. The father ran to hug Eugene, saying that he was very proud of him to have such a son. The young man reminded the elder that he had told him to expect good news before leaving, asking again if he believed in him. Wiping his tears, the man remembered these words and apologized for not being able to believe them then. Suddenly, Jihad realized that the head was standing next to the guy and apologized for not saying hello right away. Glide greeted him back and apologized for the unexpected invitation. But his father, on the contrary, was happy about it. The head says that he would not like to interrupt the meeting between the husband and his son, but he would like to talk about everything over food, if the elder does not mind. Jihad readily agreed and left with Glade. A little later, the man learned the topic of the conversation. The head told an elder akin to Eugene that if he agreed, he would also be accepted as a member of the family. The father stood up and, bowing lightly, apologized if he seemed rude and said that he was grateful for the high assessment of his son's abilities, but, as a father, he could not help but think about the guy's future. Glade asked what Jihad was talking about, and he replied that he was worried about other family members and Eugene. Since the head has his own children, the man continued, conflicts definitely cannot be avoided. Lionheart responded by understanding his father's feelings, because although he has no intention of limiting the development of our hero, the Senate does not recognize the child from the side branch as the next head of the family. He also added that although he is not going to make the guy the head, he promises to reveal the guy's talent and his children will be able to make friends with him. These connections can open up great opportunities for him. Jihad agreed with this and decided that he needed to talk to his son. Eugene was training on the street when he suddenly noticed his father. He was clearly upset. The young man asked what was wrong with him. Approaching closer to the guy, the man noticed in his bosom the Vinid storm sword, a weapon that the guy himself had chosen from Lionheart's treasury. The old man understood that even if he sold all his property, he could not acquire such a sword. Addressing our hero, he says that the head wants to adopt him, and the man agrees that this will be better for his future, although the young man will face many trials. The guy agrees that this will happen, but assures his father that he cannot be defeated so easily. The elder persistently told the young man not to forget who gave him his name and raised him. Eugene replied that he knew about this and that even though he was adopted, Jihad Lionheart would always be his real father. Hearing this, the man, with tears in his eyes, hugged his son, and the young man thought what had happened was not very pleasant, but great benefit could be derived from this, so he would have to be patient. He does not want to become the head of the family, but he understands that other relatives will not believe it. The first wife, Theonis, and the second wife, Anisilla, will try to control him. Our hero knows that there are two ways to react to resentment or control. Simply ignore it or engage in open confrontation. The head of the estate invited all the families of the children who participated in the blood rite to the celebration, to show that the main family was happy about the victory of the child from the side branch, and was not busy mourning its defeat. At the celebration, Jihad was approached by two men. These were the parents of both Djir and Gargis. The second was easy to recognize because of the way he talked about a secret remedy for increasing muscle mass. Djira's father said that their meeting could be considered destiny, and believed that in the future it would be good to develop friendly relations between the families of the side branches. Eugene stood to the side. He did not want to approach them so as not to be the center of their annoying attention. Anisilla stood against the wall, along with her son. Cian seemed to be frightened by something, and his mother, noticing this, told him to be more confident. The woman told her son that in the future he would be constantly compared to our hero, because the twin was overcome in the blood rite. The guy had nothing to answer. He bowed his head in defeat, and Anisilla continued saying that the young man was probably ashamed. But there was no need to despair. No matter who laughed at him, he would still remain her son and a direct descendant of the great Vermouth. Cian nervously agreed, and his mother, placing her hands on his shoulders, noted that he should not relax too much, because many factors are not in his favor. So in order to take Glide's place, he will have to try. Also, unexpectedly twin, she said to improve the relationship with Eugene so that he can help Cian in the future. The boy agreed, but was not sure how to do it and blushed with embarrassment. Meanwhile, eating the cake with gusto, Ciel approached our hero. She asked if he would call her elder sister because they are now relatives. Eugene replied that it would sound strange because they are the same age. The girl did not like it. She says that she was born only 5 seconds later than her brother, but is considered the youngest. The young man replied that these were completely different things, but the young lady insisted that he at least once call her elder sister. While Ciel was bothering the guy, he thought that he would never call a 13-year-old girl eldest. Death would be better. Meanwhile, Roberian, Yod, and his mother gathered in the head's office. The sorcerer says that he doesn't take anyone as a student just like that. The specialization of the Red Tower to which he belongs is considered to be summoning magic. If Glide's son goes with him to Aros, he must first pass a systematic test to assess his abilities. Yod asks what will happen if he approaches, and Roberian replied that in that case, everything will be fine, and the guy's status as Lionheart's main offspring will not affect his position in Aros. However, if it suddenly turns out that the young man does not have sufficient abilities, then the sorcerer will not be able to take him on as a student. An excited Lionheart agreed, and Roberian explained that he and the Glades had been friends since before the sorcerer was the head of the Red Tower, so he would give the guy opportunities to prove himself. It will protect him from those who would criticize Yoda for his origins, and provide comfortable conditions for practicing the type of magic that he likes. This proposal interested the young man because he wanted to break away from his family's estate and study magic, whether he became a student or not. With these thoughts, Yod glanced at his father, and he said that there was no need to look back at him. This choice belongs only to his son. After that, they turned to the guy. His mother said that he needed to gratefully accept the opportunity given by his father, because since childhood he had been more interested in magic, and not in swords and spears. Placing her hands on Yoda's shoulders and leaning towards him, the woman emphasized that he would become the head of the family, and the guy would never forget about this even in Aros. Seeing this, the dissatisfied head loudly turned to Theonis, and she, retreating from the young man, said that this was only a maternal attitude to her son. The woman was sure that the second wife of the head would go crazy with joy when Yod left. With anger, Theonis realized that her son did not at all live up to his surname. He turned out to be very weak and narrow-minded, so it would be better for him to gain experience from the magicians of Aros and mature. He needed to have useful connections. The day after the holiday, Ruberian and Yod went to Aros. Children from side families also returned home along with their relatives, and the devastated outbuilding was left at the complete disposal of Eugene and Jihad. Also today, for the first time after his rebirth, our hero will use magic. You can train your magical abilities in two ways, with the help of breathing and physical exercise. Breathing practices allow you to accumulate mana dissolved in the air, while physical exercise accumulates it through body movement. Both methods require more effort, but breathing practices are easier than training. In a past life, Eugene used physical exercises, but later, on the advice of Senya and Vermouth, he switched to breathing practices. The Lionhearts also train using breathing techniques. Our hero headed into the forest, where they were already waiting for him. It was the younger brother of the head, Gion. The spiritual vein is a piece of land in which lies are concentrated. Deep in the forest belonging to the main family, there is a site that only the direct descendants of Vermouth have access to. The site is not a natural formation. Since 300 years ago, it was created by Vermouth himself. Eugene thinks that his comrade was definitely some kind of monster, because it was incredible to create something like that with his own hands. Noticing the young man's face, Gion asked if he was worried, to which the guy replied that he had a presentiment. The husband said, of course he will help the guy, but the first time it's not easy. The younger you are, the easier it is to feel mana. He remembers that San and Ciel started training at the age of 6, and they spent 4 days on it, but Yod is like Sunday. Children from side families start training around the age of our hero, and it usually takes them a whole month just to feel the mana. However, Gion added that the young man should succeed in this rather because he lived here, and there will be a mentor nearby who will help. The guy asked approximately how many days it would take to train, and the man replied that about 10 days. The guy was embarrassed, but mentally he was sure that it would only take him 10 minutes. Meanwhile, they reached a small house. The heroes entered it, and Gion led Eugene into a room where there was a staircase to the dungeon. There a special training ground was waiting for the young man. The man told the guy to sit in the center. The guy did so, and his companion began to tell him that this is a method of training mana, which is passed down in the family from generation to generation and inherited from the great Vermouth. The rule is that the side branches cannot imitate the main technique, so they transfer a less effective method of training called the red flame. But the technique that will teach our hero is known only to the main family. With these words, Gion demonstrated the technique and said that its name is White Flame. Eugene did not know about this name, but he was familiar with its characteristic appearance. The young man remembers the concentrated mana that surrounded Vermouth. It took the form of a bright white flame and resembled a lion's mane. Unfortunately, the guy was never able to master this technique in his past life. Gion noted that you cannot immediately feel mana, so you should start with breathing. And the guy, closing his eyes and starting to meditate, said that he felt it. The husband replied that it was unlikely, and thought that if you immerse yourself too much, it might not seem like that. Gion formed a bullet of lies at the end of his index finger, deciding that it was necessary to contain the fantasies of our hero, and fired it around him. Before the man had time to say what Eugene thought, he immediately felt the mana coming from the ball and pointed straight at it. The young man continued to accurately point to the location of the ball. Despite his eyes being closed, Gion was seriously surprised by this. The man did not believe his eyes. He thought that 10 days would not be enough to feel mana, and did not understand how the guy managed it so quickly. Laughing a little in surprise, Gion sat down with the guy and told him that they could start right away. From that moment, our hero had to silently concentrate on what was happening inside his body. Eugene closed his eyes and the mentor told him to breathe slowly, so he did. It was clear how a lie entered his body. Continuing, the man said to imagine how, with each breath, the young man draws mana from the spiritual vein and let him try to direct it along the flow of white flame into his heart. Retreating, Gion said that the guy was doing well. Blue energy was visible around the guy. The mentor was very surprised because the guy could already regulate the flow of mana in his body, slowly so that the body, which felt magic for the first time, could accept it. Our hero thinks that thanks to the memories from his past life, It is not difficult to feel mana and perform breathing exercises, but his body absorbs magical energy too well. Eugene feels the mana pooling within him with every breath, but a child's body has its limitations. The young man was thinking about stopping when suddenly he felt something in his heart and opened his eyes. The guy looked exhausted. Jian never ceased to be surprised. The guy's core volume was also incredible, because most often it is much smaller and gradually increases with the help of training. Stretching out his hand to our hero, the man called him a monster. Eugene asked again, and this compliment, and the mentor did not answer that, yes, it was already time for them to return to the estate. On the way there, Jian said that the main difference between the white and red flames is the number of cores. You can train the red flame as much as you like, but only one core will remain. However, when a certain level of white flame is reached, the core expands, after which mana accumulates more efficiently, and the synchronization of the cores allows their power to be increased many times over. Such split cores are called stars. The great Vermouth had 10 of them, and among all the Lionhearts, only he managed to achieve such a number. The mentor says that he and his brother have 6 stars each. Xian, Ciel, and Yad have only 1, and the man is not sure about the latter, but the twins will probably gain their 2nd star next year. Since they began their training at the age of 6, Jian thinks that the journey from 1 star to 2 takes 8 years. Eugene asks what the mentor thinks about him, and he answered that the young man will succeed much faster, but only if he is not lazy. The guy replied that he would study hard, but mentally thought that it couldn't be any other way because the body in which he was reborn is stronger than his previous one. It cannot be spoiled by laziness. And yet, the guy was unsure whether he would reach 10 stars back. First, he needed to learn the white flame and learn the basics. If he didn't like it, he would customize the training to suit himself. Our hero is grateful to Vermouth because, thanks to the technology of his previous comrade, his abilities will expand significantly. Arriving at the castle, Jian tells Eugene that he will tell his brother about everything and decided that the young man is probably tired and let him return to the house and rest. The guy agreed, but he didn't really intend to do it. He decided that if he could use mana, then he had more important things to do. Nina ran up to the young man, and our hero immediately asked her to bring Vinod from his room. The maid brought the weapon and was a little worried while Eugene took out his sword. The young man was unsure whether he would be able to conclude a contract, but he decided to try anyway. As soon as he directed the mana into the sword, a strong wind rose and formed something similar to a tornado. Nina was blown away. Someone's voice came from the hurricane. He turned to the guy and recognized Hamel in him. Our hero recognized this voice in response, belonging to the king of the wind spirits named Tempfest. Eugene asked the king of spirits how he recognized him, and he was told that the soul of the young man cannot be forgotten, because no matter how much time passes and if his face does not change, the soul remains unchanged. Tempest says that he hasn't heard Vinadu's voice for a long time. He was keeping an eye on this sword in case a descendant of Vermouth used it. The enraged guy asked why his previous brother did not kill all the demon kings. The king of the wind spirits replied that Vermouth's intentions were unknown to him. In the battle with the king of imprisonment, the warrior lowered his sword. The guy did not believe his ears. Continuing to answer, Tempest said that the fight was difficult. In the end, Vermouth and the Demon King were left alone, and the first one lowered his sword. He did not kill the King of Imprisonment, and did not go to the fortress of the King of Destruction either. Our hero was angry at what he heard, but tried to control himself and asked what agreement his former brothers and the king had concluded. The Wind Spirit King knew nothing about this, to which Eugene shouted loudly or knows anything at all. Tempest replied that the details of this agreement are known only to those who entered into it. After Vermouth lowered his sword, he could no longer interfere with what was happening. The young man was dissatisfied with the answer he heard, but time was running out. The king of the wind spirits says that the guy's mana from the very beginning was not enough to summon him, so the door to the guy had to be opened forcibly. But now it's time to go. Our hero continued to shout to Tempest, but he replied that Eugene could call him later when he had enough strength. Suddenly, the young man began to bleed from his nose and, having lost consciousness, fell to the ground. A worried Nina began to scream. The guy woke up in his bed, got up, his head hurt, and he realized that he had exhausted all his lies. The guy remembered Temfest's words, that spirits remember living beings thanks to their souls. By this point, our hero was bothered by the feeling that perhaps he was not Hamel, that perhaps the hero's memories were simply intertwined with his consciousness. But after the Wind Spirit King recognized him, Eugene had no doubts. Suddenly, Nina entered his room. She asked worriedly how the young man was feeling. The guy replied that he had come to his senses and asked how long he had been unconscious, to which the maid replied that about 6 hours. The guy realized that he had made her worry. The girl said that Glide and Guyon had arrived, and she would bring them now. The men entered the room. The head said that Nina told him everything. According to her, as soon as Eugene took up the sword, a strong wind immediately rose. The husband asked or called the young man to the spirit, and he thought about how to answer this question. The guy replied that the king of the wind spirits had come to him. The men were surprised. The guy continued, saying that the spirit told him that he had not been called for a long time and he was interested in looking at our hero. Jion asks whether Eugene is serious about this because, so far, not a single descendant of Vermouth has been able to summon the king of the wind spirits himself. The young man replied that yes, the king told him that the guy's strength was not enough, and that he would wait for a new meeting, and then return to his spirits. Hearing this, Glade was delighted, calling the guy an amazing child. The husband says that Jion told him about what happened in the spiritual vein. Only it was surprising, but now our hero was noticed by the king of the wind spirits. From such words, Eugene smiled brightly. The head told him to rest for a few days and then his younger brother would take care of him. At first, after the blood rite, the men were going to travel again, but now Glade considers it more important to develop the abilities of our hero. The young man thanked him for this, but he also did not want to take away the brother's precious time. The mentor replied that the guy was not taking anything away from them and he himself wanted to take care of the guy, and Cian and Ciel would also join them. The head thought that training with Eugene would be a good incentive for his children. Meanwhile, the twins were training outside. The girl says that she heard that Eugene already has 1 star. The guy replied that he knew about it, and in response, Ciel said that it took her and her brother a long time to get their own star. To this, Cian replied that they also did it quickly, but he understood that our hero did it much faster, after which the twins began sparring with each other. The story takes us back to Eugene's room. Getting out of bed, he looked to see if everyone had left. After making sure that there was no one in the room, the young man took his sword and inspired it to the spirit. It was Sylph, who was a spirit of the lowest rank, and with the level of mana remaining in the guy, one couldn't count on more. The guy asked if she had heard anything from the king, but Sylph remained silent because lower-ranking spirits do not have enough intelligence to support dialogue. With an irritated face, our hero said to tell Tempest that if he lied to him, then the spirit is finished. Hearing this, Sylph frowned and, ruffling Eugene's hair, disappeared. The young man reflected that in the king's castle of imprisonment, only he died, and the rest returned from the demon's shelter alive. Only Vermouth and the Demon King knew about the deal. The guy decided that someday he would have to go to Helmut, as well as the cities where his former comrades lived out their lives, in order to find out more about what they did after his death. The guy understood that he wouldn't be able to leave right now, because the child's body can't easily endure long journeys, but someday he'll do it. 4 years have passed since that day. Eugene turned 17 years old. The young man looked at himself in the mirror, assessing his body, during which time he managed to obtain 3 stars of white flame. But this, in the guy's opinion, was not enough, because if he wants to make the most of his body's capabilities, then the knowledge from his past life will not be enough for him. After that, the guy went to train with Cian, and the expected second was already lying overcome on the ground. Our hero said that he should go to Aros to study magic. The twin thought that Eugene was talking nonsense, but he replied that this morning he dealt with the white flame as usual and something happened. Suddenly, the 3 stars in the young man's body began to spin, forming a circle. The mana he released was white and resembled a lion's mane. The surprised Cian asked the guy to calm down. He doesn't understand how it's even possible that, even though his adopted brother began to develop his lies 7 years later, he already has 3 stars when the twin has only 2. Our hero jokes that this is how it should be, because he has a gift from above. Sian would like to beat Eugene, but he replied that brothers don't do that, to which the twin asks why then the young man beats him every morning. The guy asks as a counter question, why then does his adopted brother ask to spar with him every morning? If he doesn't like it, he doesn't have to ask, the guy doesn't care. Xian was embarrassed, and then asked why our hero decided to take up magic right now and reminded him of Yoda. Glide's eldest son went to Aros after the blood rite to study magic. But due to the fact that he lacked abilities, he was never able to become Roberian's student. Thanks to his father, the young man still managed to get into the Red Tower, but he had been there for 4 years without much success. Eugene says there should be no prejudice between brothers, and, a little scared, Sian asks what he said wrong. The guy told our hero to reject this idea and better stay in the estate because if he goes to Aros, Ciel will be very upset. Eugene doesn't believe this, since the girl hasn't been talking to him lately and has been training alone. After these words, the young man went to a meeting with Glide, to tell him that he already had 3 stars and also to ask permission to go to Aros. Sian was upset when he heard this and, kicking the sword, asked himself why our hero showed that magic. Next, Eugene went into the head's office and told him what he had planned. The man was very surprised. He even asked again. The young man was not joking. Glade asked the guy why he should go to Aros if he was the only one who at that age was able to reach the level of 3 stars. If the guy continues in the same spirit, he might be able to get the 4th before he comes of age. Our hero replies that after he got his 3rd star, he realized that if he just continued to train on the estate, he was unlikely to be able to grow further. Continuing, Eugene says that he needs more knowledge. While he does not know whether he has the ability to create spells, but if he begins training, he will be able to look at lies from a new angle. In conclusion, the young man added that learning new things in itself would give him good experience, so he was sure that in any case, studying in Aros would benefit him. After which the guy leaned over and once again asked permission from the head. Glide told the guy to raise his head and added that even though he is the head of the family, he does not want to stop our hero from craving for knowledge. The husband also added that Eugene will have to promise him that he will not get involved with black magic. In Eris, there is a black tower in which the corresponding sorcerers gather. There used to be a lot of unpleasant rumors about them, although now this is no longer the case, and people's attitude towards them is not so bad, but the descendants of the Great Vermouth have an unspoken rule to avoid black magic. The young man was well aware of how many terrible things the black magicians had done 300 years ago. So he assured Glide that there was nothing to worry about, because the guy was also disgusted by black magic. After that, the guy left the office and went to his room. On the way, Ciel addressed him from the room. Our hero invited her to come out if she had to say something, but the girl refused as she smelled of sweat after training. She asked if Eugene was really going to Aros. It turned out that Cian told her everything. The young lady asks the young man why he is going, and he replied that he wants to study magic, to which Ciel said that he does not have to go, because he could simply invite the magicians from the capital to the estate. In addition, the girl added that in the absence of the guy, she and her brother could catch up with him, and the guy replied that it was even better for him, because their sparring would become more interesting. Our hero noticed that he and Ciel had not trained together for a long time, and she asked if he would stay if they started training again. Eugene replied that he would go anyway. Then the girl asked when he would return, and the young man replied that it depended on the circumstances, but he thought that in a few years. The young lady asks why it's taking so long. If the young man goes, it will be hard. And what about his father? The guy thinks that his father is coping well without him. He has already completely settled into the main family, and with constant desire, he even managed to lose a lot of weight. Ciel thinks that Uncle Jian will be upset, and she said that Cian secretly said that he does not want our hero to go, to which the guy was surprised, but replied that he would go anyway. Finally, Eugene told the girl not to forget to train hard and left. The young lady looked out of the room and asked if the young man was really going, to which he simply waved his hand. Seal was upset because she also wanted the guy to stay. The guy came to visit Jihad. The husband told his son not to get involved with a stupid company in Aros and not to be lazy in studying. To this, Eugene said that his father should not forget to play sports while he was away. Laughing at the young man's words, the man stood up and said that he had grown a lot, after which he wished him a good journey. Then the guy was already standing at the portal. He was seen off by the head, father, mentor, Nina, the twins, and their mother. Glade asked if the guy needed any escort, to which he replied that there was nothing to worry about because he would not allow himself to be offended. Hearing this, the chief agreed with our hero and thought that he was very different from Yod. Jihad began to cry, and Eugene, noticing this, tried to calm him down. The young man said that because of the man's tears, he still wouldn't cancel his trip, so was it better to see his son off with a smile on his face. Hearing this, the elder wiped his tears and smiled. The guy smiled back and, saying goodbye, headed towards the portal. He arrived at the Pentagon. It was the capital of the magical kingdom of Aros, together with the palace located inside. 5 magical towers formed a 5-pointed star. Although in a past life our hero was in Aros, over the past time this place has changed a lot. While Eugene was flying on the magic ship, the Pentagon guide told him about the flying stations. Only, in this kingdom, portals are located in the air. Flying stations are supported by several types of magic intended to demonstrate how the magical science of Aros flourishes, and it is also just convenient. The Pentagon has more than 15 flying stations, and all of them were made by Mudra Senya. The young man asked whether the air carriage on which he was flying was also the creation of a witch, and the guide replied that yes, although this carriage is already several hundred years old, the percentage of accidents is very small due to constant improvements and careful handling. After this, the guide wanted to continue, but the guy stopped him and asked him to take him to the residence of the wise Sina. The husband said that this is an excellent choice, and every tourist should definitely admire the night view of the city, visit the residence of a great witch, and also the magic towers. Due to the achievement of the Seine 300 years ago, in her honor there is a bronze statue in her honor in the square in front of the Green Tower, which exactly reflects her appearance. This house is the last known place where the witch lived 200 years ago. She left a short letter in which she announced that she was leaving her home. After that, no one still knows where she went. Many magicians of Aros and students of Sena tried to find her, but they failed. The guide continued. The saddest thing was that the sorceress disappeared right on her birthday, and he personally believes that she went to the Helmet Demon Shelter. Eugene asked why he had such aversion, and the guide replied that it was exactly 100 years since Gamel died, and therefore she went to take revenge for him. The husband asked if the young man knew the love story of Sina and her brothers, and then the guy could not resist telling the guide not to talk nonsense. Realizing how he looked from the outside, the guy apologized, he felt uneasy, and then the guide said that there were other versions of the witch's disappearance. She was known to hate demons and black magic, and shortly before her disappearance, spoke out against the creation of the Black Tower. There are rumors that Senya could have been killed by radical black magicians who advocated the creation of the tower. But Eugene immediately rejected this version, because he knew that they could not defeat his former comrade. The guide agreed with the young man, because the Black Tower then also denied all accusations of murder. Our hero wondered if the demonic king could kill the sorceress, because Helmut still supports Aros with the help of the Black Tower, and Senya could be an eyesore for them, so much so that they wanted to get rid of her. Finally, Eugene arrived at the place he wanted. He wondered if his former sister-in-arms had really died. A large crowd of people stood in front of the building and prayed for their success in entering the magic tower. The guide said that all these people are going to participate in the open exams that are held by the magic towers, but they do not have the money to go inside. To see the garden on the territory, you will have to pay 10,000 rubles, and to get inside twice as much. Our hero asked why the prices were so high, and the man replied that even with such prices, people form queues wanting to get inside. There is a belief that if you make a mistake in front of the portrait of a lady in the main hall of the residence, you will pass the exams to the magic tower no matter what happens. Having finished the story, the guide handed Eugene's pass to the guards, and they became nervous when they realized who was in front of them. The young man was allowed into the building. Having entered it, the young man was ready to get down to business. He was going to see how his former partner lived. The house in the Seine was large. They say that she lived here for more than 100 years. Eugene remembers the past when the witch asked if he had plans for the future. Then he was surprised by such a question. The girl asked this because they spend the prime of their lives in some hole. But when everything is over, they will have to enjoy it to the fullest. Then Hamel replied that he didn't know. He had never thought about it. The sorceress informed him that Moron was going to become king. The young man thought that that crazy comrade really thought that it would be enough to just want, and you would immediately be crowned. But Senya replied that everyone can dream. The warrior thought that the sorceress was drunk. His hands were shaking from her cloying, to which the girl was offended and replied that she was just trying to talk to him seriously. Then Gamel asked what the girl herself wanted, and she, ashamed, replied that she would like to live an ordinary life, get married, have children, and then become a grandmother. Eugene didn't understand why, having such plans, Senya chose to live alone for so many years and reached for her portrait. But the bodyguard stopped him, saying that he couldn't touch things. The irritated young man went to look for a gigantic office occupying the entire underground floor. The cabinets in it were filled with magical treatises. The guy thought that perhaps his ex-comrade had left a clue among them. The guard approached the guy again and said that he couldn't touch things. Getting angry, our hero decided to look with his eyes for some names that caught his eye. It was hard for Eugene to believe that the pendant, which was not registered in the treasury, had actually been lying there all this time, and then quite accidentally came across his eyes. He thought that it was possible, and reacted to the presence of Hamel's soul. The young man is sure that someone is clearly involved in his rebirth. If it were Senya, she would probably have left some clues, but he could not find them. At one time, the guy stood in front of a portrait of a girl. He looked in the office and in the bedroom, and in a large number of other rooms, but could not find anything. He had no more ideas left, and therefore the guy decided to act in his own way. Eugene showed Senya's portrait his middle finger and said that if she doesn't like it, then let her come and find it if she's still alive. While the young man was in the building in time for the evening, the guide was waiting for him all this time, and the guy gave him money for waiting. The husband asked where the guy wanted to go next, and our hero replied that to the Red Tower, but the guide did not have to accompany him. On the way to the tower, Eugene asked the guide what he knew about his older brother, and the husband, tensed, replied that among the young magicians of the Pentagon, the name Yoda was known to everyone. The young man continued that he would like to stay in the Red Tower, where his brother spent 4 years, and asked if there were any rumors about him. Even more worried, the guide nodded. He knows something. And the guy says that since he was adopted, he has never spoken to Yod, so he needs to know at least something about him so as not to do something stupid when he meets. Our hero swore on his name that no matter what the man said, he would not get angry, and would not tell either his father or Yod himself about it. Further, with a more stern face, Eugene repeated that the guide should simply tell him what they were saying about his brother, and he began to answer, hiding his gaze. The husband said that there are rumors that Yod leaves the tower at night and has fun. The young man, remembering that his relative was already 19 years old, realized that entertainment meant something adult, and at first thought that there was no problem. But the guide corrected him, remembering the succubi, and hearing this, the guy got seriously angry. The guy asked how succubi ended up in the city, and the man, asking him to calm down, explained that these creatures live in a black tower. Putting his hand to his face, our hero fully realized what his brother was doing. The guide added that in Varus, like in all cities, there is a street that is perceived as a necessary evil, and to which people turn a blind eye. Not only is it known for its black market, but there are also several unclean establishments where succubi work as companions. As the man heard Yod goes there periodically. Eugene asked where this street was, and the guide replied that this place is also called the Street of Short Jackets, but it does not open every day, but only when the moon is full. The young man thought that he had not intended to get closer to Yod during his arrival in Aros, but only to focus on his own affairs, maintaining a distance between them. But these rumors about his brother touched him to the quick. The frightened man reminded the guy not to tell anyone anything, and he replied that he would do so, because he promised. Our hero decided not to trust the rumors yet, but to observe his brother with his own eyes, and if what he was told turns out to be true, he will give Yoda a lot of bream. Eugene arrived at the Red Tower and was greeted by a young witch named Heir. She said that the head on the mountain of the building, although at first he was going to personally go down to meet the young man, but a small problem arose. Suddenly an explosion occurred on one of the upper floors of the estate. Nervously, the girl said that, as the guy knows, the Red Tower specializes in summoning magic and, even by magical standards, such spells sometimes do not work as desired. 2 purple creatures that vaguely resembled demons flew out of the broken window, but suddenly they were caught by giant red hands. Crying out in pain, the creatures disappeared, and the head of the tower, Riberia, flew out of the window. He was unhappy. He turned to the students saying that he was surprised how they managed to summon shadow beasts instead of lava sharks. In anger, the sorcerer asked if they understood what could have happened if he had not caught them, because shadow beasts are mindless creatures with only one instinct for destruction. The alarmed students asked for forgiveness, to which Roberian exclaimed that they should collect their things and get out of the tower, after which he finally turned his attention to our hero, who was watching this in the courtyard. The husband landed and said hello, saying that he had not seen him for a long time and that he had grown up. Roberian admitted that at first he did not even recognize Eugene, and he replied that the sorcerer himself had not changed at all. To this, the man replied that he preserves youth with the help of magic, and the young man thought that 4 years ago he looked different, realizing that the magician had probably mastered mana sufficiently during this time. The guy saw that the sorcerer was strong, of course not as strong as Senya, but this was enough to become the head of one of the 5 magic towers. Roberian said that Glide told him about the guy's arrival and that he was interested in magic. He says that magic is an amazing science. It's difficult to master, but the man thinks that our hero can handle it. Suddenly, the sorcerer noticed that at the entrance to the building someone was watching them. With the help of magic, the sorcerer opened the door, and it turned out that Yod was standing behind it. He was not scared at all. Seeing him, Eugene got angry. It was clear from his brother that a large amount of his energy had been sucked out by the succubi. Roberian says that since the young man came, would he like to say hello to his brother, and he, confused, did not know what to say. Our hero, with a serious expression on his face, said that he was glad to meet. Nervous Yod barely removed any sound from himself, and after that the sorcerer said that if he had nothing better to do, let him go to the mountain and at least read the book. Averting his eyes, the guy agreed and left. And Roberian was embarrassed in front of the guest because the tower showed itself from the bad side. The sorcerer says that, according to the head, Eugene does not want to become his personal student, and he replied that he would not want to cause trouble for his husband. In addition, the young man continued, if he studies with Roberian, the other students of the tower will be unhappy, so for some time he would like to independently study the science of magic. The sorcerer agreed with this and said that if the guy needed any help, he could turn to Hari at any time. The husband added that while staying in Aros, the guy can live in a tower, of course. The conditions are not as luxurious as in the Glede estate, but he can live, and our hero immediately asked to go to the library. A month has passed since that day. Eugene went to the library every day, sat in the reading room from the very morning, and studied magical treatises, and returned to his room only at night. Of course, this did not mean that he was focused only on studying magic. The young man got up several hours before leaving for the library and trained his mana, and before going to bed, he did grueling physical training. His sleep time had been significantly reduced, but his body's capacity was sufficient to fully recover even with just a few hours of rest. The guy read all the treatises he needed in the library and was ready to put them into practice. 300 years ago, Senya clearly defined the degrees of mastery of magic, although these were only her personal rules, but after she became the head of the Green Tower, a large number of Arosu sorcerers followed her example. The practice consisted of forming a circle from the accumulated mana and then increasing it, which made it possible to use magic. When the amount of mana exceeds the limit required to control one circle, the number of circles increases. Over the past 300 years, mastering the circle has become the most common practice for initial sorcerers. Only schools of magic that are radically different from others, such as spirit magic and black magic, do not begin training with it. The guy entered the room where Heir was waiting for him. He asked her if she was also starting training with the circle, and answered that yes, although there are other practices. Our hero says that he would like to change this practice. The girl, asking again, said that this did not sound like a very good idea and wanted Eugene to tell in more detail what he was going to do. The young man says that he would like to try to use the Lionheart family's way of managing the lies. Heir explained that the techniques for managing mana in martial arts and magic are different. If you do not form mana in the desired shape and do not lead to its creation, the spell will not work. If the lie goes wrong, the sorcerer may be injured, and in the worst case, even die. The guy replies that this is why he wants to try. He wonders if he will succeed. That's why he read all the treatises in the library. The girl decided that while the guy was only 17 years old and would not be able to overcome his age, it was better to let him try. Otherwise, he would not be convinced. The sorceress said that if she decides that our hero is in danger, she will intervene. Because if something happens to him, not only Heir, but also the head of the tower will find themselves in a difficult situation. Eugene said that he understood the risks and began, and the girl was on her guard. The white flame technique and the magic circle differ in form, but not in content. In the first case, a person controls mana with the help of stars, and in the second with the help of a circle. Replacing a circle with a star could result in an explosion of mana, so the young man regulated its flows in the process and decided to give up trying to think everything through in advance so as not to suddenly fail. Heir was surprised how a guy of his age is able to control such a flow of lies so well. It may seem that he is moving chaotically, but this is not so. The guy created a fireball and then turned it into a magic missile. The sorceress thought that our hero had just begun to learn magic, but was already able to create something similar without casting a spell, and at the same time change the magic right in the procession without recalling the first created object. Eugene decided that this was pretty good for the first time and asked the girl to summon some monster so that he could test the power of his magic. After thinking a little about who she should call, Heir read the spell and appeared naked. The sorceress explained that the creature is made of cabrium, and although the golem does not know defense techniques, its body is strong enough to hold back attacks well. The young man said that this suited him, and pointing a magic missile at the monster, he fired it, his attack severely wounding the summoned creature. After this, the girl called Rebarian and told what happened. She said that the guy's mana was incredibly pure and dense, and the power of his attack corresponded to the level of a sorcerer with 3 magic circles. The sorcerer realized that our hero was very strong. What he did was so incredible that it was frightening. Eugene has 3 white flame stars, so the man guessed that this number roughly corresponds to 3 magic circles. Heir says that in the morning, the young man left the tower because he had business to do, and Rebarian asked her if it would be stupid to write a letter of recommendation to admit the guy to Acreon. The sorceress was surprised because only high-level magicians or nobles or members of the royal family would have access to that place. To this, the man replied that the guy was also worth it, because with such abilities as his, he should be treated accordingly. The girl says that such actions may cause dissatisfaction among other sorcerers, to which Rebarian replied that only blind people who are unable to admit the obvious will be dissatisfied. Then the husband asked what business Eugene had, because he probably didn't know anyone in the city. And Heir said that the young man was meeting with a friend. The sorcerer was a little puzzled, not understanding who he could be talking about. Meanwhile, our hero was in Murdain Square, where there was a large monument to Senya. He remembers that every time the witch did something cool with magic, she always had this smile on her face. Suddenly, someone approached the guy. It was Gargus. His face was heavily overgrown with a beard. Our hero was greatly surprised at the sight of his so-called friend and was unsure that such a beard would even grow at the age of 18. Gargis says that Eugene has also grown up, although he still has a long way to go, to which the young man replied that his comrade is simply terribly healthy. The guys shook hands, and the big guy said that he immediately felt that the guy had been training a lot for the last 4 years, but it wasn't enough. Taking out a flask with a strange drink from his pocket, Gargis invites our hero to drink the family elixir for muscle growth. Eugene immediately refused, and his friend does not understand why, because Jihad lost weight and gained muscle only thanks to this. The young man said that since this was discussed, then let the strong man's family stop giving his father dubious things and asked why he called him to meet. Gargis asks if the guy has heard about the Street of Short Jackets, and he replies that he has heard about it, thinking that Yod still wanders there. Zdorovia says that he has heard rumors that the giant's testicles will be sold at auction. Our hero does not understand what we are talking about and why his friend needs this thing. He explained that the giant's testicles have enormous magical power. He is going to give them to the alchemist, and he will use them to create an elixir suitable for Gargis's body, which will increase his muscles. Having explained this, the strong man invites Eugene to go with him, because he may not have enough money, and the young man refuses. After that, Gargis immediately knelt down and said that this was very important for him. Our hero had no choice but to agree with the inconvenience of the situation. The friend thanked him and swore on his own name that he would return everything with interest, and added that he had also heard that there would be other valuable items at the auction, but our hero was not interested. He said that he was more interested in the street itself, and recalled that a few days before he met Yoda in the corridor of the tower, he had all the signs of withdrawal due to seduction by the succubi. Eugene knew that this night his brother would be on the Street of Short Jackets again. Before the young man had time to return to the tower, Riberian called him to his place, and this was convenient, because the guy wanted to ask the sorcerer about Yoda. The guy met with his husband, and he offered to sit down. Our hero asks why he was called. The sorcerer brought the letter to Eugene and asked him to read it first. The young man realized that in front of him was a letter of recommendation for admission to Acreon, and was greatly surprised. The Royal Library of Acreon, 300 years ago, became famous for storing the most valuable magical treatises. No matter how many books there are in the tower, in terms of their content, they will never be able to compare with the treatises from Acreon. The guy decided to show modesty at first and said that perhaps he was not ready yet, but Riberian replied that, on the contrary, now was the time. So far, the young man has not had time to delve into the study of magical science, but in the future, many opportunities will open up for him. And even if Acreon's treatises do not immediately lend themselves to full understanding, it will be enough for our hero to simply read them and put them in his head in order to increase his knowledge in the field of magic. Someday this knowledge will help him create unsurpassed magic. Acreon contains information about ancient magic that has come down from mythical times, as well as the works of the most respected sages of the past. Eugene asked if there were books of the wise Senya there, and Riberian replied that there were, and although the sorceress's treatises are also kept in the Red and Green Towers, the original 3-volume work called Witchcraft, which she compiled in the last years of her life, and which contains all the main information about her magic, located in Acreon. Witchcraft is considered the greatest work of magic in the history of Aros, and exists in a single copy. Only the first volume was published, but it already contained so much information that the need for other magical treatises simply disappeared. The husband says that when he read the first volume of Witchcraft, he got the impression that everything he had studied before was no more than child's play. Riberian explains that his letter of recommendation does not mean that our hero will definitely be allowed into Acreon. But first he would like to hear the young man's opinions on this matter, and asked almost against the written recommendation. Eugene rudely thought that the answer was obvious, but restraining himself, he politely replied that he did not mind, but he was worried that he had not yet reached the required level and was only causing the sorcerer unnecessary trouble. With a laugh, the man replied that the young man should not worry about this. He did not give him any trouble. Hesitantly, the guy thought that Riberian had already said that he would write him a recommendation, which means that he would not take back his words if his mood was spoiled. Having made up his mind, the guy said that he wanted to talk to the sorcerer about his older brother because he heard that instead of studying magic, he was engaged in going to the unclean street full of succubi. From the reaction of the excited man, our hero realized that he knew everything. Rabarian replied that this was true, and he warned Yod several times, but he could not stop the origin of the guy. In the past, many people died from giving all their life energy to succubi. But with the discovery of Helmud, the position of demon kings and other creatures has completely changed. Succubi were no exceptions. They still feed on other people's energy, but they do not kill anyone because murder is strictly prohibited by the queen of the night witches, Helmud. Our hero says that, even if so, what his brother is doing is not faithful, and the sorcerer agrees with him, but also asks to enter into the position of Yoda. 4 years ago, he left his family and came to Aros, having high hopes for this city, but in the end, he could not live up to his own expectations. He was haunted by failures. Together with other sorcerers of the tower, Rabarian tried to guide him, but they failed to achieve great results. Because of his origins, Yod could not help but feel pressure, and this pressure increased every day. So the man thought that the young man could benefit from a little rest. Of course, the sorcerer warned the guy not to go too far, because otherwise he would no longer be able to stand it. Listening to this, Eugene began to understand his brother since he himself spent 4 years on the estate of the main family and knows well how it is. Theonis, with her explosive character, and the cunning Anicilla, CNNCL, who were the owners of innate talent and corresponding ambitions, Yod always suffered from their pressure. He did not come back even when they laughed at him in the tower, because life in Aros still seemed much better than returning home, where it was impossible to breathe freely. Although our hero understands his brother's situation, dealing with succubi was too much. Even if they no longer kill people putting on smiles, demons still remain demons and they will never have a place among people. Our hero decided to personally find out what Yod was doing with the succubi, and at night, together with Gargus, he went to the street of short jackets. The guys changed their appearance, and the big guys asked what it was for, to which Eugene replied that if someone saw a child from the main Lionheart family staggering along the lawless street, there might be too much noise. Suddenly something rang in the young man's head, and he took out something that looked like a phone. Then the guide called. He asked if the guy had arrived at the place. The guy asked how the man knew about their arrival, to which he replied that this transmitter only works on the street of short jackets, and added that he would immediately send a signal to our hero if he noticed Yoda. Eugene asks if the guide can find his brother, because he could use magic to change his appearance. My husband said not to worry about it, as Yod always comes in the same robe, so he will be easy enough to find. Hearing this, the young man wonders if his brother does not enjoy being recognized in such a place. If Yod were his son, he would therefore give so much bream that the guy would forget the location of this street. Gargus asks about the affairs that our hero has, and he replied that he will sort it out himself. But first, they will go to the auction house and sit there. There are many auction houses on Short Jacket Street, but they all have the same rule about anonymous bidding, and everyone is put in different rooms, so it becomes impossible to recognize the bidders. Our heroes are explained that there are 3 buttons in front of them: the middle one to place a bet, the right one to raise it, and the left one to press if you need help. Gargus notes that he thought Eugene was not interested in the auction, but he replied that he needed a place to kill time and also be a little interesting since some interesting thing might turn up. The auction has begun. The host explains that the basis of the lots is matching rare magical components and says that their house is especially unrivaled for magical ingredients from Helmud. The first lot was the left horn of Balarex. Its starting price was 10 million villages. Then there were the fruit of Prosia, the root of Mandrago, the bud of Uzrak, as well as a living Turak spider. Eugene was already tired of this. He asked if his companion had come for anything, and he replied that there should be, because he had definitely heard about it. The next lot was an item made of metal of unknown origin, which, according to the presenter, became their headache because they could not sell it. Our hero thought that this item had been described much longer than others, but perhaps this was only because they could not sell it for a long time. Continuing to describe the lot, the presenter says that it was found in the Casadian hills of Helmud. In the moonlight, a beautiful glow emanates from it, but this was the only useful property of the metal, because it is too hard for further processing and does not allow mana to pass through. The presenter says that this item will look good if you put it by the window in your bedroom as a decoration. Because it shines beautifully in the moonlight, the initial price of the item was 1,000,000 cells. As soon as Eugene saw this thing, he immediately pressed the middle button and bet money. The young man could not believe his eyes, not thinking that he would be able to find something like that in such a place. The fated blade and the destruction itself are made in the form of a blade, an artifact that did not remain in history. It was a piece from the Sword of Moonlight. They brought the item he had bought to the guy. Gargus asked why he needed it, and the guy, ignoring his companion, became convinced that it was indeed a piece of that same legendary sword. In a past life, he and his brothers found this weapon in exactly the same place where the piece ended up. The sword was then in the very heart of the local dungeons. Our hero thought that Vermouth, leaving Helmud, decided to seal the weapon back. The Sword of Moonlight is very dangerous. It recognized only Vermouth himself as its owner, and each swing left horrific destruction in its wake. Perhaps it was not enough for the former comrade to simply seal the weapon, and he decided to break it into small pieces. Eugene expected that the item he bought would retain at least some of the sword's power, but he didn't feel it at all. The young man also noticed that the negative energy that was there 300 years ago does not leave the piece. Suddenly, the guide called the guy and said that Yod had arrived on the street. The guy left, leaving Gargus with his card. Going out into the street, our hero asked his husband where to go, and he replied that Eugene was interested in a sign with the inscription, Rafflesia. The young man found her. At the entrance, he was met by 2 demons. He sees these creatures for the first time after being reborn and remembers that in a past life, he would have killed them, even before meeting their eyes. The guy tells the demons that he would like to go inside, and one of them replies that the basic entrance fee is 2,000,000 silo, and depending on the fantasies and length of the session, the price may change. The guy paid and entered. This place was filled with succubi working as waitresses. Yoda was not visible among the customers. Our hero asked the one who served him where the bedrooms were in this room, and the girl decided that the young man was eager to have fun. Sukub replied that the bedrooms were on the underground floor, but it was better for him to drink a little first, so that after a few drinks he could honestly talk about all his fantasies. Eugene said that he had enough alcohol and asked to be taken downstairs. The waitress decided that the young man was uncomfortable talking about this in a public place and directed him to the bedroom. They walked along an underground corridor where the guy saw everything he needed. He gave the girl money and said that he was already going home. With a misunderstanding on her face, the succubus took the money and led the guy to the exit. To get out, you first had to get to a restaurant, and as soon as our hero got there, he asked that they prepare something good for him and add more meat there. Eugene ate his food with appetite, and finally saw the one he came for. Yoda was being taken out of the bedrooms. The guy was barely conscious. 2 demons were leading him by the arms. Our hero, seeing this, began to get angry and followed them. The demons took his brother out into the yard and brought him to some building. Eugene did not lag behind them. Suddenly 3 men stood in the way of the young man and told him to go, to which the guy asked what kind of place it was. In response, one of the men grabbed the guy by the neck and once again repeated that he should get lost, to which our hero hit the attacker hard, and he fell to the ground. 2 other men obtained weapons and attacked Eugene, but he easily dealt with them. After that, he repeated his question, but it turned out that the attackers were passed out. The young man decided that this was not a problem because it would be faster and more convenient to see for himself. He knocked down the door, and the smell of some substances rushed at him. The guy decided that Yod had already reached the point of using them. In the building, a young man was noticed by a hybrid man, a demon, and a man they did not understand how he got inside because there was security outside. Our hero began to mock them, saying that they use substances together and this can be called a real friendship of peoples, after which the 3 attacked him. Eugene dealt with the attackers with light shots of magic and asked them Diyad. Then, having received Vinid, he said that they might not answer and he would find him himself. The young man directed Mana into the sword, and a strong wind arose, running through the entire building. The guy felt that there was no brother in any of the rooms on the first and second floors, which means that only the third floor remained. The young man shot through the ceiling and, with the help of the wind, climbed the mountain. There was only one room on the third floor, and our hero was sure that Yod was there. Suddenly, through the door, someone released a stream of black magic, and Eugene, grabbing a piece of the moonlight sword, covered himself with it because it was still blocking Mana well. The young man realized that he was attacked by black magic, and that a sorcerer dressed in black stood in front of him. He had a stick with a skull on the end. The guy realized that Yod had contacted black magic, and this made him very angry. The guy turned to the sorcerer and told him that if he ran away right now, he would allow the man to leave. So let him leave immediately. Our hero activated 3 stars and was surrounded by white flames. The sorcerer recognized his appearance. 2 demons came out of the room and led Yoda into the building, and Eugene realized that it was them. The demons released their claws and prepared to attack, and the young man stood in the fighting post. The guy told them to attack, and they did so, to which they received a powerful attack with the sword in response. One of the demons was thrown back and severely wounded. The second demon approached the guy and swung his claws, but the next moment our hero cut off his hand. Eugene then grabbed the attacker by the face and slammed him hard into the wall. The young man's disguise fell off and the sorcerer recognized him, to which the guy again repeated that he should get lost. The guy began to approach the room, and the man tried to stop him. Realizing that words would not help him, the sorcerer launched black magic at our hero, but Eugene easily fought it off and headed towards the attacker. The next moment, there was a sword at the man's throat. The young man told the sorcerer that if he decided to do anything stupid, he would kill him. The guy hid the sword and entered the room where he saw Iodine lying on the bed, and in front of him was a bowl with an incomprehensible thing. The guy asked what it was, and the sorcerer replied that it was the heart of a unicorn. These creatures have such strong lies and divine energy that they are called sacred animals, and in sacrifices their hearts are valued more than human ones. Our hero asked if the attackers were going to conclude a contract with the demonic king, and replied that he did not dare to do so. Instead, they were going to call Baron Ulfer from Helmud. Eugene did not know who it was, but the sorcerer explained that it was an incubus submitting to the Duchess of Dark Jabelli. This succubus is still alive after 300 years. Helmud is now jointly ruled by the kings of destruction and imprisonment, and Jabella is usually no match for them, but she is powerful enough to be called the Queen of the Night Witches. The young man asked the man if he understood correctly. Yod was trying to conclude a contract with Baron Incubus, one of Jabella's servants, and he did all this by laying out the heart of a unicorn and pumping himself up with alcohol and substances. Out of fear, the sorcerer bent down, putting his head to the floor, and said that Lionheart himself wanted this. Our hero understood that this was not the case, and the husband himself wanted to take part in this, because if they had succeeded, Ulfer would have endowed the sorcerer with power, and perhaps Jabella herself would have wanted to conclude an agreement with him. It was greed that pushed the man to help Yod. So, according to Eugene, let him not try to throw the blame on others, and don't make a sound from him again if he doesn't want to die. Having said this, the young man went to the bed where his brother was lying and gave him a strong slap in the face. Yod came to his senses and became alarmed when he realized who was standing in front of him. Our hero asked if the guy had come to his senses. The young man wanted to ask how our hero ended up in the building, but he, ahead of him, immediately replied that he was following him. Eugene said that he tried to understand his brother's position since his life is hard and sweet dreams help him forget for a while. Next, the guy grabbed Yoda by the head and said that he couldn't accept the fact that he was involved in black magic, because the guy is a descendant of the main branch of the Lionhearts and a contender for the place of the next head of the family. The frightened brother tried to justify himself by saying that he had to, but immediately received a blow to the head. Our enraged hero asked if Yod understood what it meant to have a contract with a demon. The guy's soul would go into the possession of an incubus. He would be a slave who should be ready to die for the owner or kill at his first order. Eugene asks his brother if he understands that this is not only his personal matter. If the guy became a black magician, the reputation of the entire family estate would go down the drain. And that's not all. If the owner Yoda ordered him to kill his parents, brothers and sisters, and then bring him treasure, then what would have happened then? The brother said that he was assured that he did not have to obey, that he could not carry out unfair orders. He was promised this. Our hero asks, or the young man understands, that the incubus is not a dragon or an elf. For a demon, breaking a promise costs nothing. If the guy obeyed, he would simply be killed. Eugene asks if Yod would be ready for this. Someone who can't deal with his own problems and has decided to flee into a world of booze and succubus dreams. The older brother was shaking violently and starting to cry, asked our hero what he understood and how he could blame him, to which Eugene, mocking him a little, asked what other excuses Iodine had. The guy began to claim that our hero does not understand anything, since for the last 4 years all attention has been focused on him, and since his adoption, Glade has supported only him. Eugene replied that it sounds like the young man was discriminated against, but in fact, that's why they helped as much as our hero. The guy inherited the white flame and got the opportunity to become a student of the head of the magic tower of Aros. Further, Eugene added that he is like this not because the head helped him, but because he was born this way, and Yod replied that it was not his fault that he was not born as talented. To this, he was told that this was not the case, because our hero's own efforts played no less a role, and Sion and Ciel were trying no less than him, and only the older brother did nothing but drink and hang around with succubi. After this, Eugene asked Yoda if he really believed that if he received the power of black magic, he could become the next head of the family. The elder brother shouted that he did not want to be the head and that he was going to become a black magician and go to Helmud, because there he could live freely and would be recognized. Hearing this, our hero hit Yoda hard in the face, and he flew into the wall, after which he screamed in pain. Eugene asked what the guy was talking about. Did Lionheart, a descendant of the Great Vermouth, want to be recognized by the demons of Helmud? Our hero asks his brother if he wants to be recognized by demons more than by his own family, and says that he is mistaken because only his origin can be recognized in a young man. Eugene explained that for a person who was born with many things that others could never have, no matter how much they wanted, the guy whines too much and makes up excuses for himself. Finally, the guy noted that he was not going to listen to his brother anymore, and that it was time to talk to Ruberian. After some time, the sorcerer reached the house, and there were soldiers with him. Eugene ordered them to bring in the black magician, and he remained with Ruberian and Yod in the room. The man looked at the guy with sadness. Trembling with fear, Glide's eldest son said that he did not do this, that he had not mastered black magic. To this, the sorcerer replied that the guy had tarnished the honor of the Lionhearts, that he had offended his father, who trusted his husband and instructed him to worry about his son. He also insulted all the magicians of the Red Tower who taught him and Roberin himself personally, because he gave him many concessions. Yod again tried to justify himself, but the sorcerer interrupted him, saying that it was better for the guy to remain silent, and if he already wanted to say something, let him do it in front of his father and mother. The young man was frightened and sat on the floor, shaking, while our hero and the sorcerer returned to the tower. That same day at midnight, Glade and Theonis arrived in Eris at Ruberian's request. They and Eugene sat at a large table. The woman was upset, while the head was full of seriousness. Another person joined them. It was a man in a black robe. He said, "Hello." His name was Balzac Rodbys. The sorcerer has been the head of the Black Tower for decades. Not only has he personally made a contract with the demonic imprisonment king, but he is also one of the 3 legendary black magicians. Theonis asked how he dared to sit with them at the same table, to which Ruberian asked the woman to calm down, since the Black Tower had nothing to do with the situation. In anger, the wife of the head noted to the sorcerer that, according to him, her son tried to master black magic, and now he claims that the Black Tower has nothing to do with it, and he wants her to believe it. Suddenly, Balzac spoke. He said that his tower cannot monitor every black magician in Aros, and the culprit of this unpleasant incident is a man named Gebet, who is not a member of it, but he belongs to the Guild of Sorcerers. Theonis wanted to continue complaining, but Glide stopped her and said that if the black tower was of no use, then why did its head come? The sorcerer replied that he would like to take responsibility, and Lionheart asked what he meant. The black magician says that several centuries ago, the very possession of black magic was considered a crime. Such sorcerers were executed by death. But since the Great Vermouth entered into an agreement with the demonic king of imprisonment, this issue has become a personal matter for everyone. Mastering black magic, like concluding a pact with a demon, is no longer considered a crime, but the man respects the position of the Lionheart family. To this, Glede replied that these were not the most pleasant words that could be heard, because for the sake of preserving the dignity of his family, Balzac could not yield to them, but he does it. The sorcerer replied that it was true, but he was indeed willing to take responsibility because he did not want to become an enemy to the Lionheart family. The husband said that the drug case would be processed in accordance with the laws of Aros, everyone in the den would be sent to the city prison, and sanctions would be imposed on the succubi. Theonis asked what the Black Tower would do, and Balzac replied that they would cut off Ulfer's head, saying that the demon king of imprisonment personally sent a message to the family. The black magician began to cast magic. He waved his hand and black symbols appeared in front of him, from which he read that His Majesty was conveying boundless disappointment that he had caused such inconvenience to the family of dear Vermouth, so he would personally cut Ulfer's throat. Eugene and Glade were beside themselves with anger, because the demon dared to talk about the hero as if he were his comrade. After this, Balzac asked permission to once again bow his head to his family and apologize. This measure did not allow them to free themselves from their anger, but they should know that the Black Tower and His Majesty did not want to cause trouble in any way. To this, the head of Lionheart did not answer anything, and the black magician said that he hoped next time they would meet in more pleasant circumstances. Leaving the room, the sorcerer glanced at our hero and smiled. In response, the young man looked at him with a ghost. Balzac left, and Glede continued to be angry, raising his hand to his face. The husband asked if Eugene could leave the room for a moment, and he did so. The head told Roberian that he was guilty before him, because all this happened through his fault, but the sorcerer objected that he was too soft with Yod. Glide decided to take his son back to the estate, and Theonis, hearing this, began with all her might to persuade her husband not to do this, saying that Yod still did not turn into a black magician. He only wanted to become one. Of course, the guy made a mistake, but this won't happen again, and he will be able to learn more persistently. Before the woman had time to finish her opinion, the head interrupted her, saying that the Lionheart family was 300 years old, and during all this time, not one of them became a black magician. The husband added that his decision would remain unchanged, even if Yod was his son, but he had tarnished the honor of the family, and therefore Glade could not leave him in the city. Theonis began to shout that there was no place for the guy at home, because Cian and Ciel were waiting for him there, who during his absence had managed to gain universal recognition. The young man would not be able to find a place for himself among them. He must stay in Arus. The woman claims that the leader has done nothing for his son, and only cares about Enisila and her children, as well as Eugene, who does not have a drop of his blood. Glade asked if she really thought so, because he gave his children everything they asked for without singling out one over the other. Yod wanted to study magic, and the man sent him to Aras. Hitting the table hard, Theonis stated that if the head really did everything for the sake of his eldest son, then he would do everything to ensure that he became Roberian's student and would send reliable people to keep an eye on him. The husband asked her to stop because she was disgracing the Lionhearts and him, but the woman continued. She said that if they returned home, then she would die of shame, and if the head really wanted to take Iodine back, it would be better for him to go with her to her parents. Theonis noted that she would never let her son return to the Lionheart estate. It would be better if he was with her parents, where there would be no pressure and he could practice magic. Glide replied that if she wants it, if IOD wants it, then let her do as she knows. Meanwhile, Eugene was walking around the building. Balzac was waiting for him in the corridor and turned to the young man, asking if he could talk to him. The sorcerer said that he and the young man were unable to have a normal conversation because of this whole situation. But the guy replied that he did not want to talk with the head of the Black Tower. To this, the man noted that he didn't seem to like the guy at all, and he replied that not only he, but all black magicians. Balzac said that he understands, even though more than 300 years have passed, black magic is still perceived as something bad, which makes him offended. Although, in Rudbez's opinion, this is not polite, he said that he had never done anything bad to anyone, and he would not want our hero's hatred of black magic to extend to him. There was a slight silence, and then the sorcerer decided to break it, noting that he had heard about Eugene. The young man became famous several years ago at the Blood Rite, and has also recently shown himself well in the magical arena and even received a recommendation for admission to Acreon from the Red Tower. Balzac further noted that he did not have the opportunity to say this internally, but he took responsibility, including for the sake of the guy who asked to explain. The sorcerer replied that one recommendation from the head of the Red Tower may not be enough to gain access to Acreon, since the second towers and sorcerers may consider that the young man's abilities are not enough and refuse him. That is why the man also wants to write a letter of recommendation to our hero, to which Eugene asked why Rudbez is doing this and what he is achieving in this way. The black magician replied that the young man's talent arouses his interest, and he is also not on very good terms with the head of the Red Tower, although he himself has no complaints against Riberian, but he does because of his affiliation with black magic. Balzac explains that if he writes a recommendation for the guy, he will thus strengthen the position of the head of the Red Tower, and then perhaps he will treat him better, and he will also be able to show his good intentions to all the other Lionhearts. Eugene replied that if the sorcerer wrote him a recommendation, he would accept it. But even so, he would not get close to him, to which the black magician replied that it would be enough for him if the young man stopped hating him. Finally, the head of the Black Tower added that this was all he wanted to talk about and was about to leave, but the guy asked if Balzac was really not involved in the incident with his brother. The sorcerer stopped and replied that he was very proud to be a black magician. A mediocre sorcerer by his mere existence would be a great disgrace to his school of magic. And even if Yod is a descendant of Lionheart, he would not give a man like him the opportunity to become one of them. With these words, Balzac finally left, and our hero thought that his brother was pathetic. Later, Eugenie sat in the room. In front of him on the table in a bowl lay the heart of a unicorn, which Gleed allowed himself as a reward for the fact that the young man stopped Yoda. The guy knew that the unicorn's heart could be used for different purposes, and decided to take the mana from it, because this would be the easiest thing to do. The heart was in good condition. His lies seeped into the guy's body. He thought that if he continued like this, he could get the 4th star before he was 20. Our hero thought that when the main family found out about this, everyone would lose consciousness because in the entire history of the Lionhearts, not a single person had received 4 stars before coming of age. Glade and Guyon each have 6 stars, and this is enough for them to be among the most powerful people on the continent. Therefore, Eugene decided that when he received the 5th star, he would begin to seriously combine the white flame created by vermouth and everything that he learned as Hamel. The next day, the young man met with Gargus, and he said that the giant's testicles were worth 300 million villages. The guy was surprised at the price, and his friend said that he had to hurry, because if he didn't pay before noon, he would pass on the goods to the next buyer. The guys came to the Pentagon Bank, seeing the black card. The employee asked if our hero would like to open a separate personal account, and he refused. After this, Gargus invited Eugene to go to him, because he was told that the testicles should be delivered immediately after payment was made, and this would be an opportunity for the young man to see them with his own eyes. The guy said that the big guy was crazy, but after thinking a little, he decided to leave. The friend thought that the guy was still interested, and he then offered to share the elixir, but our hero refused. Eugene was not interested in the giant's eggs, which cannot be said about the red flame method that Gargus studied. The young man would like to check for himself how it differs from white. Suddenly, the guy noticed someone and, jumping off the stairs, quickly ran in that direction, pushing away the crowd. He couldn't believe what he saw. The guy's head was filled with thoughts about what he couldn't recognize, because he didn't recognize natural lavender-colored hair that had absorbed a large amount of mana. Having made his way through the crowd, our hero reached the one he noticed. It was a girl in a purple suit standing with her back to him. Eugene was sure that Senya and shouted out to her. The young man doubted it because he wasn't sure what to say. In 300 years, the girl hadn't changed a bit, but he looked completely different, so the guy thought that she wouldn't recognize him. The guy thinks that if he simply tells her that he is Hamel, reborn as a descendant of Vermouth, then she will simply yell at him so that he does not talk nonsense. Although 300 years had passed, our hero was sure that the sorceress probably had the same great character and sharp tongue. Eugene reached out to touch Senya, but his hand passed through her body. It turned out to be an illusion created using magic. Then the girl turned to face him. The young man blushed a little. The guy thought that he needed to somehow make it clear that he was Hamel, and decided that the best way was to show her the middle finger. The witch smiled and said something to the guy, and after that she disappeared. It turned out that Senya said that she had found our hero, and he grinned with joy, saying that he had found her too. After that, standing on the bridge, Eugene thought, it turns out that his ex-comrade is alive and has come to find him. He wasn't sure how she knew, whether she remembered his soul like Tempest or followed the pendant. It turns out that the girl knew about the rebirth of the young man, but the circumstances for her were such that she could not come personally. Then the guy thought that he was dealing with a seal. It was not clear whether the sorceress did this to herself, or whether someone helped her. Perhaps the King of Imprisonment did it. The guy decided that, in any case, this meant that she could not act, which means that next time he would come to her. Suddenly, Gargus approached our hero and asked where he had rushed off like that, to which he replied that the big guy didn't need to know about it, after which they headed to a friend's house. Arriving at Gargus's home, Eugene asked him to show him the red flame because he was interested, and he agreed. First, the strong man tore his outer clothing. The young man asked if he could do without it, and his friend replied that he could do without it, but he needed the right mood. After that, Gargus began. His body was covered with a bright red lye similar to flame. Observing this, our hero asked if it was possible, thanks to this method, to split nuclei, and greeted him by saying that the red flame taught in the main family was not capable of this. But his family was able to develop this technique in such a way as to achieve 5 nuclei. As far as Gargus knows, among the lateral lines one can list on the fingers of one hand families capable of increasing the number of red flame cores to such a quantity. A friend boasted that he himself was able to increase the number of cores to 2. Eugene realized that even after centuries of cultivation, the limit of the red flame is only 5 cores, and the white flame strictly remains only within the main family, so it is not surprising that the gap between them cannot be closed. The young man cannot understand why it was formed this way because Vermouth has never been greedy, but now he sees that he does not need to try to own the red flame. The guy thanked Gargus for the demonstration and left. Although he offered to wait a little longer because the giant's eggs were soon to be brought, the guy refused, saying that he should let the big guy look at them without him. Our hero came to the Red Tower, namely to his personal underground laboratory as far as he knew in Acreon. The last magical treatise written by Senya called Witchcraft was kept. Eugene thought that it might contain clues as to its whereabouts. Since both Roberian and the head of the Black Tower would write a letter of recommendation to the young man, he was sure that he didn't have to worry about getting access to the library. The guy thought that if the girl had been waiting for him for 300 years, then she could wait a little longer. The guy stood in front of a piece of the Moonlight Sword. He thought that this would not be enough to counteract high-level magic, but it would do for less advanced opponents. Our hero decided that if the piece did not destroy his own lie, then it would mean that the unity of his mana had exceeded the level of the white flame. A few days later, one of the sorcerers of the tower turned to Hari and said that sounds of explosions were coming from Eugene's underground laboratory and vibration was felt. The girl decided to take a look, and besides, the head just asked her to do something. Approaching the laboratory, the sorceress knocked on the door and suddenly heard a strong explosion from there. Fearing for the young man, she ran inside. The guy was standing all sweaty. There was great destruction on the walls of the room. The girl nervously asked what the guy was doing, and he replied that he was training mana and at the same time magical abilities. Hearing this, Heir could not understand where the magic circle was and located inside the room. The walls and floor of the laboratory were severely damaged, and only the area around the piece remained unharmed. Our hero invited her to look and fired powerful magic towards the piece. A powerful explosion occurred. The girl realized with amazement that Eugene had become even faster, and was also using the cores as an analogy for a magic circle. The sorceress also noticed a strong unity of mana in the young man and asked if he was practicing techniques to fight against sorcerers, and he replied that they were too, although the main goal was to train mana, which was bearing fruit. The guy thought that at first the spells dissipated without having time to explode, but now he was able to collect the scattered magic into a single one and produce an explosion near the piece. Heir praised the guy and said that she came because she was informed about the explosions in the laboratory, and also because the head called our hero. Eugene asked if he should go to the top floor, and the girl replied that he needed to go to the Royal Library of Acreon. Roberian asked him to come there. The young man headed to the Pentagon, that is the capital of Aros, which is located inside a five-pointed star that forms magical towers. In the center is Abram, the royal palace of Aros. The only way to get into the palace surrounded by a giant lake is by boat. No amount of magic will allow you to overturn the bridge for carriages across the lake. It's all about a spell that blocks magic and protects both the palace and the lake. It was created by Sena as a friendly gesture to the royal family of Aros. It has been doing the job well for several centuries. The guy thought that from the moment of his arrival, he had gained some knowledge of magic. But it still seems incredible that the sorceress was able to protect the entire palace, along with the lake, with a spell. Heir asked if the guy wanted to visit the palace, and he replied that he was just looking. Even though the place was really amazing, he still couldn't get there, no matter how much he wanted. The sorceress replied that this was indeed so. Only the main aristocrats of the country and the heads of magic towers were allowed in. However, even they were not allowed to use magic inside the palace. This allowed only members of the royal family and the magicians who swore absolute loyalty to them. The guy concluded that the heads of the magical towers did not swear allegiance to the royal family, and the girl replied that the towers and Aros had entered into an agreement to cooperate. They remain loyal to the king, but are not obliged to obey groundless orders. There is a closer connection between the towers and the council. The palace has its own magicians. So the sorcerers from the towers are the fighting force of the council, but there can be no talk of conflicts between magicians. Our heroes arrived at their destination, and Heir explained that only 3 people opposed Eugene being invited to Acreon. These were the heads of the blue and green towers, as well as the head of the Guild of Magicians. In order to get into the library, the young man must obtain their consent. After these words, the girl said that she was leaving the guy and wished him good luck. Walking in and bending down, Eugene said hello. In front of him sat Tremfel Visador, who is the head of the court magicians, Roberian Sophis, who is the head of the Red Tower, Generic Osman, who is the head of the Green Tower. There were also Herodus Uzler, who was the head of the Blue Tower, Melchus Elhire, who was the head of the White Tower, Balzac Raudbez, who was the head of the Black Tower, and Edgar Giron, who was the head of the Magicians' Guild. The young man was told that he could raise his head. Honan Abram, who was the crown prince of Aros, spoke to him. He said that he had long wanted to meet the guy, ever since he first heard about him several years ago. The guy remembers what he heard about Honin. He is the first in the line of imitating the throne, and his magical abilities confirm that he mastered the circle of the 5th level before he came of age. The head of the Blue Tower noted that they had heard a lot about our hero, and the heads of the Black and Red Towers present here were ready to defend him to the last. The man added that he usually understands that Eugene has talent, but he believes that wielding a sword and being able to swing other weapons is not the same as being a capable magician. The sorcerer thought to himself that the young man was only 17 years old, and he began practicing magic only a few months ago. The head of the Blue Tower did not understand how he managed to get recommendations for admission to Acreon. Herodus believed that this was simply impossible, and that Glade had probably reached an agreement with the heads of the towers. Our hero replied that he understood and asked what he could do to gain access to the library. And Roberian replied that it was necessary to demonstrate magical abilities, because then the assembled magicians would be able to verify them. The head of the Blue Tower explained that usually they look at the experiments that the candidate conducted, what treatises he managed to write, but in the case of Eugene, he thought that there was no talk of any treatises or research. The young man understood what they wanted from him and decided to start. 3 stars lit up in his chest. The guy demonstrated a white flame to the sorcerers. Each of them had their own thoughts. The head of the court magicians noticed that the guy did not separate the cores and the circle, but rather created a resonance with the cores that formed a single circle. The head of the Magicians Guild noted that our hero trained mana for only 4 years, but apparently he had innate abilities for magic. The head of the Green Tower believes that this is not enough because it is one thing to be able to use mana and quite another to understand magic on a deep level. Eugene began to use various kinds of spells and in the end formed a magic sword from them. The head of the court magicians was surprised that the young man's magic changed very gently, and he never said a single spell out loud, indicating a complete understanding of the acquired magical techniques. The head of the Green Tower, turning to the guy, asked if he could use a sword and magic at the same time. Then the guy took out a sword and placed mana in it. The head of the Blue Tower noticed that the circle was not broken. Our hero replaces the circle with his cores, but can still use them for their intended purpose. Roberian asked what the magicians thought, and the head of the Green Tower said that they needed to consult. Eugene was asked to leave the room for a while. The young man did so, after which the magicians began to confer. The head of the Blue Tower asked Roberian if he supported the guy, and the head of the Red Tower replied that he did not do so. Moreover, the young man did not receive help from anyone, but studied magic on his own, analyzing educational-level treatises collected in the library. Hunning said that after all, our hero is Lionheart and a descendant of the Great Vermouth, so doesn't everyone on the continent know how strong this surname is? The Crown Prince asked those present what they thought and personally shared that he felt in Eugene a great gift that could not be hidden. The head of the White Tower said that the young man only used 1 circle, but his strength far exceeds this level. The degree of purity of his mana, the grace with which he directs its flows were satisfactory, but what is most surprising is the level of unity of mana. It seems to the woman that even protective spells of the 4th level could not dispel his magic. The head of the Magicians Guild believes that the guy is too young, and although they cannot help but admit that he is gifted, there is still no need to rush. In addition, the man added that one should not forget about the prestige of Acreon. The sorcerer thinks that the guy should spend a few more years studying, and after he reaches a level acceptable to everyone, they will allow him into Acreon. The head of the court magicians believes that this should be taken as an investment. Our hero is 17. He is very talented. He was adopted by the main Lionheart family, although he is indeed still young, and his abilities are limited. The man thinks that many opportunities are opening up for Eugene. The sorcerer adds that they already have good relations with the Lionheart family, but showing a friendly disposition towards the young man personally will be their investment in the future. The head of the Green Tower said that no matter how strong the guy is, he is still an adopted son, which means that in any case he will not become the head of the family. Balzac replied that this was true and that Sion, one of the twins, would become the head of the family. Yod is higher in the line of imitation, but after what he has done, he may be forgotten, and besides, his abilities are not enough to win the fight for the place of the head of the family. The head of the Black Tower adds that even though Eugene will not become the head, this does not reduce his position within the clan. And these words were picked up by the head of the court magicians, adding that someday the young man will have to leave his home because he will marry and have children. He will have to establish a new separate one. Branch. The husband continued that then they will be able to invite the guy to Aros. In a few years he will become even stronger, and if he does not forget what they did for him, the guy will become a loyal warrior of the kingdom. The black magician added that he heard how 4 years ago, at the blood rite, our hero also demonstrated an unsurpassed level of abilities. He was recognized in the main Lionheart family, and if he receives the support of the magicians of Eros, then perhaps we can talk about the return of the Great Vermouth. The head of the Green Tower noticed that Balzac was clearly not stingy with compliments, but asked to what extent this was his husband's own opinion. The black magician asked what he meant, and the elder replied that since the head of the Black Tower had made an agreement with the demonic king of imprisonment, his influence might be present in the words of the head of the Black Tower. Rudbis replied that his majesty had enough to do in Helmud. Besides, if he really followed the will of the king, he would not behave like that. He would behave much tougher and use force to assert his position. The atmosphere in the room became tense, but Balzac apologized if he seemed too threatening. But His Majesty's will is law to him. The head of the White Tower asked not to deviate from the topic. In any case, they would not be able to see eye to eye, so she proposed making a decision through voting. The woman was worried that the longer the discussion dragged on, the more bored Eugene was likely to become. Hanine agreed and decided to speak out first. He advocated that our hero be allowed to visit Acreon. Meanwhile, Eugene surveys the estate. The Royal Library of Acreon not only preserves a large number of treatises of high value, but also has separate floors, each dedicated to the deeds of legendary magicians of the past. The young man saw that all the walls were painted with legends about the history of Aros. The place reminded him more of a museum than a library. There are 15 floors in Acreon, of which the 12th, 13th, and 14th were dedicated to the Seine. Suddenly, someone turned to the guy. It was Melchus El Heir, the head of the White Tower and a small summoning magician today. She was the first in history who managed to conclude a contract with 2 spirit kings at once. The guy asks her if the discussion was over, and the woman answered that yes, although it would not have taken them a whole day to make a unanimous decision. So, in the end, the issue was settled by voting. The sorceress said that 5 people were in favor of our hero using the library, and 2 were against it, and 1 more person abstained from voting. Realizing that the majority of votes were in his favor, Eugene asked if he could go to the top floor, and Melchus replied that he usually could, but asked if he was interested in who voted. The young man replied that it was enough for him that the majority supported him, and the woman decided that he was boring, but she wanted to tell anyway. It turned out that she herself was the person who resisted. The sorceress explained that she was not against the guy being allowed into Acreon, but if she took sides, she would find herself in a grueling verbal argument. Pointing to her colleagues, she tells the guy to look at them. Everyone had dissatisfied faces. Although they had already voted, the magicians were still arguing. The head of the Blue Tower noticed our hero and immediately turned away with an irritated face. The head of the White Tower said that her husband cast his vote for Eugene, and he was surprised. The sorceress said that this was also a surprise for her, since the head of the Blue Tower initially opposed it, but later seemed to change his mind. The woman playfully asked if the young man was interested in who the 2 who voted against him were, and he repeated that he didn't care. But Melchus still told them that they were the head of the Green Tower and the Guild of Magicians. The guy began to get irritated, asking why she wanted to talk about it so much, and the woman, with a look of incomprehension on her face, asked if she was exactly 17 and why he had such a reaction. She expected it to be leaked, but the guy clearly didn't live up to her expectations. Our hero was about to go when the sorceress asked him for the weapon on his belt. She recognized it as the storm sword Vinid, blessed by the king of the wind spirits. Melchus explained that she had wanted to conclude a contract with him for a very long time, but it seemed that he was too strong if during all this time he had not appeared when she called. She even asked the king of the lightning spirits and the king of the earth spirits for help, but they replied that Tempest did not enter into contracts with anyone. The sorceress even wrote to the Lionhearts, but they replied that they could not lend the family treasure to a stranger. It was leaked. Eugene replied that no matter what she said, he would not give Vinid to her, especially since the sword did not belong to him. He only borrowed it with the permission of the head of the family. To this, the head of the White Tower, with a little fanaticism in her eyes, replied that she would not tell anyone, just let the young man lend it to her for a short time. She explained that it wouldn't take much time, more than a day, and if the guy wants, he can stay and watch. He thought about it, because for 4 years he himself tried to call the king of the spirits, but he never came down to him. The guy understood that his current level of mana would clearly not be enough to resummon Tempest, but if he let the head of the White Tower do it, then perhaps she would succeed. Our hero decided that although her offer was attractive, he did not need to accept it right away. It was better to make the woman wait, and then he would get something out of it. Next, Eugene asked where permission to enter the library was issued, and the sorceress decided to conduct it. The young man was given a pass. It turned out that they simply attached the permission to his identity card. Malchus said that the familiars of the library remained from the great magicians whose names are inscribed in the history of Acreon. There are familiars not only of the king magician who founded the country, but also of the battle magician, who is called the father of the local school of witchcraft, and even the wise Seni. The guy was not surprised, and the woman asked if he was interested in Senya, because she knew that he was looking for floors associated with the sorceress, and on the first day of his arrival in Aros, the guy immediately went to inspect her estate. Our hero replied that the head of the White Tower knew a lot about him and said that everyone knew his name. This did not surprise Eugene. After that, saying that the young man's character was not very good, the sorceress again asked if he would borrow Vinid, and he refused. They reached the elevator, and Malchus explained that to go up it, you need to insert your ID into a hole near the door. She asked if he was going to the 12th floor. The guy replied that the sorceress was sure that he was a real admirer of the wise canopy. The guy replied that he was not a fan, and, entering the elevator, asked if the woman was going to wait for him. The head of the White Tower replied that she did not have so much free time, and in general she would go with our hero, but she thinks that he does not want her to be around. Malchus added that she would like to see Eugene's reaction when he reads something on the upper floors. With an excited expression on her face, she said that the first time the reaction is always the strongest, and you can wet your pants from what you see. The irritated young man closed the elevator. The guy went up to the desired floor. The door opened in front of him, and he was greeted by a girl in a green witch's uniform. She looked exactly like Senya, so the guy was surprised and asked if she had asked. The girl replied that she was a familiar in charge of managing the witch's hall. The guy asked how she knew his name, and she reminded him that he had recently used his pass to enter the elevator. The familiar explained that not only she, but also others are connected to Acreon's magical system, so they receive real-time information about what is entering and leaving the library. Our hero asked how to address her, and answered that Senya called her Mayor. It was an abbreviation of the witch's surname. That is Merdine. The girl considered it a great honor to have such a wonderful name. Eugene doesn't understand what his ex-girlfriend was thinking. Not only did she create a familiar that was exactly like her, but she also called her by her last name. The young man says that he doesn't really understand such things and asked if familiars always look so much like people. And the mayor replied that on other floors of Acreon they look different. The girl says that she is special, because she was created by the wise Senya herself. The sorceress herself became the basis of her personality. The guy asks about the creation of living beings. Isn't this kind of thing banned among magicians because Riberian talked about it 4 years ago, and the familiar replied that she has no soul. Therefore, she cannot be considered a living being. Her body was created by Sani's magic, and her consciousness was outside in the library. The girl pointed her finger at her. It was an amazing, magical mechanism surrounding the magic sphere. The guy asked what it was, and the girl, taking a proud pose, cried out that it was a good question. Because of this, her hat fell off. Quickly putting it back on, the mayor began to explain that her consciousness was the quintessence of what Senya had been doing throughout her life: witchcraft. Our hero was surprised because witchcraft was supposed to be a 3-volume magical treatise that his former comrade had compiled just before she disappeared. But what stood before him did not look like a book at all. The familiar explained that the usual idea of books is just an outdated prejudice. Eugene thought that this was nonsense, and the girl understood why it was difficult for him to accept this, because even the heads of magic towers cannot encroach on Senya's magic. The young man recognized in the behavior of Mayer a former comrade, but she was also too self-confident, smiled disgustingly, and hid her disdainful attitude towards her interlocutor. He asked whether Senya and his familiar had always had the same character, and answered that the character of the mistress from her childhood was taken as the basis for her personality. In fact, the sorceress was more sophisticated and always behaved with dignity. She smiled little and spent all her time exclusively on experiments in the field of developing magic. Hearing this, our hero was not sure that they were talking about the same person because he remembers a completely different girl. Eugene asked what the mayor meant when she said that her consciousness was in the sorcery, and she replied that she was supported by the magic found in the treatise, and the purpose of her existence was to protect and control the sorcery. The girl had been doing this for 200 years. The young man, after listening to her, went to the treatise. Remembering Roberian's words, the guy was convinced that the material provided in witchcraft really prevails at the level of ordinary magic, and asked the mayor if she knew where Senya was and why she disappeared. The girl replied that neither the students, nor the servants, nor she herself knew where the mistress was. But this did not stop King Aros, the former heads of the magic towers, the head of the Guild of Magicians, and many other sorcerers from endlessly asking questions to the familiar. She told them that she knew nothing, but they did not believe her, and some of them tried to rummage through the girl's memory using witchcraft. They repeat this every few decades. Our hero realized that they were rummaging through her memories not only to find out Senya's whereabouts, but also to investigate the mayor, because as soon as the magicians have good material in front of them, they immediately want to unravel it and explore it. Eugene says that he was told that only the first volume of sorcery can be found in Acreon and asked if there were other volumes here. The girl replied that this was the original edition of the treatise, but the hostess took the second and third volumes with her, and then gave away the original, in which only the first volume remained. The familiar realized that the young man was very interested in Senya, to which he asked if everyone was interested in her. The mayor said that this is true, but the guy is an unusual magician because he is from the house of Lionheart, the descendants of the great Vermouth, and this is the first time she has seen one of them live. As far as she knew, after the mistress moved to Aros, she never met Vermouth. Our hero recalls that, according to the records of the family estate, upon returning from Helmud, Vermouth completely stopped communicating with his former comrades. Senya, Anissa, and Morneau met again only at the funeral of the hero himself. Eugene knew that Vermouth was usually never inclined to communicate, but the fact that he stopped keeping contact with others after returning from Helmud was strange. The young man asked his familiar if the mistress had told her about her comrades, and answered that the sorceress called Morona an idol, and considered Anise not a girl, but a snake. Then the guy asked what Senya said about Gamel, and the girl began to list a bunch of curse words. The mayor added that although the hostess remembered her comrades in such words, every time she almost cried, and she felt especially bad when talking about Gamel. The guy asked if Senya said anything about Vermouth, and the familiar replied that nothing, no compliments, no curses, no assessments at all. Next, they came to the portrait of the witch, which was the same as in her estate. The mayor said that the smile in the portrait was not real, because the hostess had never smiled like that. Even when the familiar's personality was forming and often talked with Senya, the girl asked her why and was constantly sad, but decided to make a portrait in which she was smiling. Then the sorceress answered her that this portrait would remain in history, so it would be better if she smiled in it rather than be sad. The mayor said that the artist himself decided to add a smile to the picture, and that's probably why the owner didn't like the portrait. But she was right that her face, illuminated by a smile, was more pleasant to look at. Eugene wanted to put his hand on the girl's head to support her, but she repelled it, saying that the young man should not cross the limit. Although the familiar is smaller than him, she is already more than 200 years old, so she will not tolerate being treated like a child. Then they walked around the hall, and the mayor said that there was not only witchcraft here, but also magical artifacts that Senya used. For example, her favorite stick which she kept for her entire life. Our hero recognized the weapon. Its name was Akasha. The familiar said that the stick was made from fairy wood, which grows exclusively in the large forest of Samar, which is the homeland of the elves. And Akasha is made not from ordinary wood, but from an ancient tree whose age is estimated at thousands of years. It is the most powerful stick in the world. The elves believe that in that world tree there are the souls of their ancestors who protect this world. So it turned out that the proud elves, for the sake of their mistress, decided to cut off a part of the roots of their tree in order to make a stick for her. Eugene recalls that although Senya herself was not an elf or half-elf, she did maintain a close connection with them. The sorceress did not know who her parents were, because as a newborn child she was left in the giant jungle in the large forest of Samar. An elf passed by, heard the cry of the child, and took him with her. Thus the girl ended up in the sacred lands of the elves, which were lost in the heart of the jungle. At first, the elves living there were not very happy with Senya's appearance, but then, when they realized how gifted she was, the girl was recognized and taught elven magic. The mayor continued the story, saying that the mistress became the first owner of a stick made from the roots of the world tree. But that was not all. The red stone at the end of Akasha was the dragon's heart. Among the existing sticks, only two had it, those belonging to Sina and Bloody Mere. Our hero was well aware of the second stick. Now it is owned by Count Helmud Edmund Kodras, who is one of the 3 dark magicians who entered into a contract with the King of Imprisonment. 300 years ago, the owner of Bloody Mary was an account named Burial. He also obeyed the King of Imprisonment, and it was he who killed Hamel. The fortress of the King of Imprisonment turned out to be much more dangerous than the others that Eugene had to deal with. Every demon and every monster in that fortress posed a mortal danger. But the strongest of them were 3. They were called the sword, shield, and stick of the King of Imprisonment. When the heroes fought with the shield, Gamel was seriously wounded, from which he almost died, and after fighting with the stick, his chest was pierced. Our hero asked if he could hold Akasha, and the girl replied that he could. But this stick cannot be used to create magic, since it recognizes only Senya as its owner. Eugene grabbed the stick and tried to pour his lies into her, but she refused it. The young man thought that if he saw the phantom of his former comrade, then perhaps Akasha would be able to recognize him. The mayor said that the guy seemed to be a big fan of the hostess, but he replied that this was not so. The girl insisted that the guy was lying, because his eyes light up every time when talking about Sena, and besides, the sight of her stick fascinated him. To this, the guy replied that he just liked ancient stories, and then the familiar said that she knew a book that would suit him. The girl went to the shelf with books and brought one of them to Eugene. It was the Heroic Adventures of Vermouth. The mayor said that this is a very famous book. Senya herself and her comrades did not like to talk about their adventures in Helmud. So Heroic Adventures, for the first time, told the world about the exploits of heroes. The young man replied that this book was bad, and when the girl asked why he thought so, he replied that most of all he loves and respects Hamel. And in this book, the hero was presented as a complete idiot. The familiar explained that she was holding the first edition in her hands, and it differed from the reprints that are now common. This book was first printed in Aros 300 years ago, and the author remained unknown. The guy decided to give the book a chance and saw in it that Hamel was being portrayed in a negative light. Our hero was very angry about this and wondered if by chance his former comrade Annis had written this book. The mayor said that if he liked tight Hamel, then she had something, and asked him to follow her. They came to the place where the hologram-like monuments of Senya's comrades were located. The girl explained that the sorceress had removed them from her memories. In front of them stood the real brothers of the mistress as she remembered them. In the center was Big Vermouth. A girl smiling so much that her eyes even closed was Reliable Anise. A strong guy from whom you couldn't tell whether he was a man or a troll was Brave Moron. And the defective-looking guy was Tight Hamel. During the life of the hero, not a single portrait of him was painted, so his true appearance could only be seen in the Senya Hall. Eugene called Hamel good and Mayor, shocked, asked if he was okay. Blushing, the young man replied that Vermouth was also handsome. But so was Hamel, since he had a peculiar charm, like an indomitable beast. After these words, the guy turned away in shame, and the girl still could not get over the shock. Then they sat at the table where the guy was reading books. He said that he knew about the existence of 3 floors dedicated to the Sen. Everything was clear with the 12th, but what was on the others? The familiar replied that on the 13th floor there are records about the process of working on the creation of Acreon and the research work of the mistress. But now, in the girl's opinion, our hero would not be able to understand them, no matter how much he read. On the 14th floor, magical treatises were stored, which collected the results of Senya's research. They will also be difficult to master, but the treatises are accompanied by explanations, so it will be easier to read them than the records on the 13th floor. Eugene understood that all of them could not compare with witchcraft, and the mayor suggested trying to read it herself, instead of her trying to explain everything herself. They approached the treatise, and the familiar said that witchcraft is a way of controlling lies optimized for the magic circle. It allows you to dramatically increase the power of your own witchcraft. It also makes it possible to simplify and make the techniques used more effective, as well as to abandon the recitation of spells. This is a complex embodiment of magic using the splitting of consciousness. It allows you to accumulate magic in the subconscious and then instantly release it at the right moment. The most incredible thing, in the girl's opinion, is the possibility of using the circle perfectly, because witchcraft describes an improved way of using it, allowing you to create the most powerful magic with minimal mana expenditure. After listening to all this, the young man apologized and said that he did not understand anything. The mayor replied that this was normal, because if it was enough for a guy to hear all this once to understand, witchcraft would not be called the greatest treatise in history. The guy asked how he could read this creation, and the girl told him to close his eyes and stretch out his hand, after which witchcraft would attract his lies. Our hero did as he was told, and, being unsure, thought that perhaps it would be better for him to make a circle as if using magic. Suddenly he found himself in the dark. Eugene felt that he was sleeping, but he understood that it was not a dream. The young man could not control his movements, as happens during conscious dreams, and he did not see all sorts of horrors, as with sleep paralysis. He felt that there was only a feeling of complete powerlessness. When suddenly a gigantic wave came at him, the guy felt that it was a sea of mana. It covered him. At a depth, the guy saw a huge circle, in which more and more circles of different sizes were later formed. After that, our hero woke up and the mayor was in front of him again. He asked her if he was doing something strange just now. The girl replied that he lost consciousness for 2 hours and said not to worry because many other sorcerers in his place peed in their pants. The familiar said that the heads of the white and blue towers suffered just such a fate, and then Eugene realized that what the woman was saying was not figurative before. The mayor asked what impressions the young man had from the treatise, and he replied that he still did not understand anything, although in general one could take something out of it, but the guy had no idea how to use it. Our hero said that the movements of the circles constantly arising and disintegrating within one large circle were truly fascinating, and he thought that there could not be more than 9 circles. The familiar explained that at the time of the creation of this magic control system, the mistress actually had only 9 circles, but she continued to study the theory and practice of magical science. After this, Sina managed to overcome the boundaries laid down by herself and create an eternal whole, which was the end point of the circle system. Only the sorceress herself could reach it. After the creation of witchcraft, many sorcerers tried to achieve the same result, but none of them managed to overcome the barrier of 9 circles. Using all your lies without a trace, controlling everything inside the giant circle, splitting it and making it rotate, this is exactly what can be called perfect mastery of the circle. It is difficult to create an eternal whole, but it is easy to create magic with its help. In addition, the layers of fire are more powerful than the hellfire of the 9th circle, and mana is depleted more efficiently. According to the mayor, Senya was capable of killing the demon king on her own. Eugene thought that after returning from Helmud, The sorceress did not waste time and became much stronger. Probably Anise, Moron, and Vermouth also kept up with her. But then the young man did not understand why they did not challenge the demonic kings again. After that, the guy went back down to the first floor, where Rebarian and the head of the White Tower were waiting for him. The head of the Red Tower asked the guy his impressions of the treatises from Acreon, and he replied that with his level of magical theory, it would take at least several years to understand even one of them. To this, the head of the White Tower replied that it was not surprising, because the books stored here represent the essence of the magical science of Aros for the last few centuries. No matter how outstanding our hero's abilities may be, without a good mentor, it will not be easy for him. So the woman was not averse to helping if he borrowed Vinid, and in return, she would explain the contents of 10 treatises. Eugene, accordingly, did not necessarily exchange only treatises, and asked whether he would offer anything else, such as an item. The head of the White Tower offered the young man a stick. It helped him regulate the flow of mana and facilitate the creation of the spell. The head of the Red Tower added that he had plenty of good sticks. If the guy wanted, he could borrow them. To this, the angry woman asked why Rebarian was interfering in their conversation, and he replied that she was too stingy for a person who had entered into contracts with 2 spirit kings. The sorceress asked if he was afraid that she would arrange something if she entered into a contract with the king of the wind spirits, and he replied that she was very shrewd. The head of the White Tower was indignant at this, because she and the head of the Red Tower had been communicating for several decades, and she did not understand how she still didn't know her. She noted that she was not at all interested in the politics of Aros because it only made her head split. Rebarian replied that the sorceress was saying so now, and when she received excess power she might no longer be able to control herself. Malchus replied that she understands why the man is warning her, but she swears to a lie that she will not do anything like that. Unexpectedly for the woman, the sorcerer replied that he believed her. He himself was going to ask her to swear, but it was too inconvenient. Meanwhile, Eugene, having thought carefully, replied that he did not want to own the stick, to which the head of the White Tower replied that she was not going to give anything away, but only to borrow it. The young man explained that he would not be able to lend her Vinid for more than a few days, and if he received one of the sorceress's artifacts only for a short period of time, he would not be interested. Giving in, Malchus offered the guy to own her artifact for the same number of years as she could have Vinid, for example. If the guy decides to give her a sword for a week, then he will give his thing for several years. Our hero asked if the woman really wanted to conclude a contract so badly and answered that, for summoning magicians like her, the king of the wind spirits is a real dream, because Vermouth himself once concluded an agreement with him. Suddenly, Rebarian said that if Eugene is not interested in the stick, then among the artifacts that the White Witch has, there is something really valuable. In a panic, Malchus tried to force the man to remain silent. With a malicious smile, the young man asked the red magician to continue, and he said that such an item was a shadow robe. Rebarian asked why Malchus was so angry, because for the last 10 years she had not used that thing, and she angrily asked if the man understood what she had to go through to take possession of it. The head of the Red Tower replied that instead of using the cape as a decorative element, it would be better for the woman to give it to a person who would really need it. Our hero asked what exactly the artifact was, and the white sorceress reluctantly replied that it was a warm winter cape, and Rebarian added that it also allows the use of high-level spatial magic. The mantle works in much the same way as the Gaiden shield from Lionheart's treasury. Energy from a direct attack is absorbed by the inside of the mantle, and then redirected at the owner's discretion. The outer side of the robe is enchanted using high-level protection magic, so on its own it can easily block magical attacks up to the 5th circle level. And finally, the mantle has a magical space, which makes it possible to put weapons in and out of there as needed. Eugene said that he liked this artifact and was ready to take it instead of a stick, but it would not be possible to make an exchange right away, because he had to ask permission from the head of the family. Malchus said that she had not yet agreed, and the young man replied that if such conditions were not suitable, then nothing could be done. Next, the guy invited Rebarian to dinner, and he, agreeing, said that he knew a wonderful restaurant from which an unsurpassed view of the city at night opened. The guy agreed because he had never seen the night view of the city at night, and the sorcerer said that he would call a carriage. Meanwhile, Malchus, after thinking, replied that she agreed to borrow the shadow robe. Our hero told her not to rush, because all he needed to do was ask permission from the head of the family. The woman, hearing this, screamed like crazy. Clyde was not against the transfer to Vinid, but demanded that an observer from the Lionheart family be introduced as the sorceress. The heroes stood on the street, waiting for someone. The woman was wearing the same shadow robe. Eugene noticed that it was her and said that she would look better on him. This angered the White Witch, but the young man asked her not to be angry because they had already made a deal, so they should treat each other with friendliness. Malchus asked who would watch her. The guy replied that the younger brother of the head Gion would come, and with him several defenders of their home. The sorceress asked if we were talking about the chained dogs of the family, and our hero thought that even though they were officially called the defenders of family traditions, the black lions of the Lionhearts, in reality they could hardly be distinguished from the chain dogs. A year ago, Gion became one of them, which is actually not that unusual since anyone capable enough and devoted to the family can apply to join the black lions. White lions remain loyal exclusively to the main family, while black lions serve the entire house of Lionheart. Behind the black lions is the Council of Elders, consisting only of the descendants of Vermouth, who left their mark on history. They could belong to both direct and lateral lines. Even the current head of the family is forced to obey them. During his 4 years in the main family, our hero had never seen black lions. He was interested in how strong they were. The next moment, a black carriage with the emblem of the defenders arrived at the heroes. Malchus disdainfully commented on the skillful black lions boasting of luxury, and Eugene asked if she really respected Vermouth. The woman replied that she respects the hero, but this does not mean that she likes the Lionheart house. She is not satisfied with the family's attitude towards the sidelines and the black lions, along with the Council of Elders trying to hide in the shadows. Rebarian noted that now she would have to forget about her complaints for a while. If she really wanted to get Vinid, then it was better not to do anything that could anger the defenders. To this, the White Witch replied that everything should be fine, because they had an honest agreement. Suddenly, the woman began to miss her artifact again, and Eugene said that they already understood everything, just don't let her clog her robe with snot, otherwise he'll still have to wear it. The carriage landed, and a girl with white hair and golden eyes came out of it. It was Ciel. The young man was very surprised and asked what the girl was doing here. The young lady replied that her mother's birthday was coming soon, so she decided to choose a gift from Aros. And besides, she was interested to know how the guy was doing. The young man was surprised, and the girl, blushing, looked away from him. Next, Gion came out of the carriage and said hello, and behind him came a man who said that they had not seen each other for so long, and they also had little time, so it was better to get straight to the point. Our hero was interested in who that person was. He seemed strong, and judging by his muscles and movements, he was the owner of a spear. Then another person came out whose appearance it was clear that he was a magician. If they were sent here to control the deal, then it is not surprising that a magician was taken into the squad. Another woman got out of the carriage, assessing her hands. Eugene came to the conclusion that her weapon was not a sword or a spear. He assumed that it was possible and specialized in fist fights. Judging by the costume, she occupies the highest position in the group. Turning to Rebarian, the woman asked if it had been 20 years since they last saw each other. She heard that he was now the head of the Red Tower. The sorcerer replied that when they last saw each other, he had almost become the head and told her about it. To which the woman replied that over time she had completely forgotten. Then she glanced at our hero, he said hello, and she said hello back. Her name was Carmen Lionheart. She was Aunt Glada, but she asked the guy not to call her grandmother. He fell into a slight stupor. The guy realized that the woman was the sister of Cian and Ciel's grandparents. He was less surprised about the young appearance because Rebarian and Malchus also looked like that despite their age. Our hero tried to understand what could make a person like him personally come to Eros, and the head of the Red Tower suggested going inside because it was windy outside. The company sat down at the table. On the right side sat the heads of the towers, and on the left were lion hearts. In the middle was a magician of black lions. Carmen Lionheart is the younger sister of the former head of the family. She did not marry, and, living for some time in the main family, decided to join the Black Lions. Now the woman commands the 3rd detachment of these knights. Naish Lionheart was the vice-chairman of the 3rd squad and a member of the sideline. Falago Lionheart was a magician and also belonged to the 3rd squad. He came from a rare family of magicians for the sidelines, and that is why he was chosen to act as a mediator in the agreement with Melkus. The husband said that according to the terms of the agreement, for each day of use of Vinid, the right to use the shadow mantle advances for a year, and asked the White Witch if she had any objections, and answered that she did not. Then the magician prepared a contract, and the woman, having read it, asked what was meant by the clause that said that if Vinid was destroyed, a price equivalent to its value would be paid. Carmen replied that if the sword breaks, you will have to pay with your life. Because the weapon is a priceless treasure, its value cannot be expressed in money. So if Melkus really wants to borrow it, then she must be ready to put her life on the line. Falago decided to stop talking about taking other people's lives and continued that as a colleague in the magical profession, he respects the head of the White Tower, so I don't think she is capable of making such a mistake as destroying Vinid. Of course, they hope that nothing like this will happen, but if the sword is truly destroyed, then they will have to return to discussing this issue. The White Sorceress asked again. The right to decide how to pay her still remains with the Lionhearts. Carmen replied that if something doesn't suit her, then she can forget about Vinida, because they don't need it at all. The woman came to Aro solely at the request of the head of the family. Melkus was sure that the Black Lions did not come only through her, they had other goals. The head of the 3rd detachment confirmed the words of the sorceress. The main purpose of their visit is more important matters, and an hour later the woman has an appointment with Balzac Rudbez. She needs to discuss the situation with him regarding Yod, and then go to prison to interrogate the black magicians. An alarmed Roberian noted that during the previous conversation, the head of the Black Tower said that the intruders would be dealt with in accordance with the laws of Eros, but Carmen seemed to be going to do something completely different. Holding a large pocket watch in her hands, the woman noted that even if Glade promised to follow the laws of Eros, the Council of Elders would act in their own way, because the incident left a dirty stain on the family's reputation. Eugene, noticing the watch, almost laughed, because it was the first time he had seen someone who would carry such a heavy and uncomfortable thing on his person. Continuing, Carmen said that she had already received permission from the royal family and the Aros Council. The young man realized that she most likely received permission to interrogate and punish the magicians. They were probably glad to offer such an amount that they could not refuse. The head of the 3rd squad asks what Melkus decided with the agreement, since they don't have much time left. The White Witch thought that it would take her 3 hours to conclude a contract with the King of the Wind Spirits, and if so, then she would get the robe back in a few months, at worst. The woman agreed, and after that an exchange took place. The guy put on the robe. Carmen liked the way she looked on it, especially the thick fur at the collar. It reminded her of the family symbol, the lion's mane. The woman said that she was sorry that the fur was so black. It would be better if it was white like a white flame or ash gray. Black would be more suitable for one of the black lions. Our hero did not understand what she was hinting at, and Ciel explained to him that the woman wanted to try on the mantle. Seeing how Naish took off Carmen's coat, Eugene became nervous and gave her the cape to try on, and the woman liked it. She said that adding a lion ornament to the chest and writing Lionheart on the back would make it look even better. Melkus was angry at this because she had only borrowed the robe for a while in accordance with the agreement. Ignoring the sorceress, Carmen told her brothers that it was time for them to leave, and Ciel decided to stay with our hero. Further, already walking down the street, Eugene and the girl were looking for a gift for her mother. The young man told his adoptive sister to tell Xian to put away the erotic magazines that he was hiding under the bed. Disdainful, Ciel said that she told her mother everything, but the young man asked her not to do this, but simply explained to her brother that this was impossible. The guy asked why the young lady needed him because he didn't understand at all what Enisilla liked, and she replied that she did, and he should just follow her. The guy says that if he just has to follow her, then he might not come at all. CL replied that he is the same idiot. It was her first time in another country, and he wants her to walk around alone. To this, our hero replied that she was not defective. She could handle it herself, but the girl said that no matter what Eugene said, he would still go with her. The young man agreed, because otherwise the young lady would sulk. Seal remembered that the guy had a birthday a few months ago and asked how he celebrated it. The guy replied that he was just spending time in the library of the Red Tower, and although Roberian and Hera were going to give him something, he refused. The girl eagerly asked Hera the girl, and our hero replied that he would not call a man mistress. Eugene realized that CL was not just for the gift and asked what he wanted from Carmen. Realizing that she had been discovered, the sister replied that she wanted the woman to become her mentor, because Cian would still lead the clan, and besides, she herself did not want to be the head. Glancing at the young man, the girl said that her mother would like to marry her off. But CL doesn't need him, and she doesn't intend to sit in the main family all her life either. The sister understood that she would not be accepted into the Black Lions right away, but it would be nice if Carmen became her mentor. Our hero replied that it was cool that CL did not want to sit out the pants in the main family and set a goal for himself. After that, he asked how Xian was doing, and the girl replied that he often thinks about Eugene, and right before she left, he asked to know how many white flame stars the young man now has. The guy replied that there were still 3 stars, and the sister said that the twin also had the same number as before. The guy asked for Yoda, and the girl answered that Theonis was looking for a magician to teach his son at home. Seal thought it was funny that even after what happened, her older brother was still trying to master magic. After that, grabbing our hero's hand, the girl offered to eat and asked if she knew this place. Eugene was embarrassed and replied that there were many places, but they could not compare with home cooking. Smiling, CL replied that it's okay, because in restaurants, the main thing is not only the taste of the dishes, but also the atmosphere. Meanwhile, in the city prison, the Black Lions interrogated the Black Magicians. One of them died as a result without saying anything. Carmen decided that he knew nothing. The woman cannot understand how such pitiful magicians could establish contact with a descendant of the Lionhearts and act as intermediaries in concluding a black contract. Balzac Raudbes was present in the room with Carmen and Naish. He said that Gebed had been a black magician for several decades and could not boast of any significant research. If a man died of old age, his soul would simply become the property of demons and lose the right to rebirth. So he was ready to do anything. Even if he failed, the money he could get from selling Lionheart to the demons would be enough to get rid of any trouble. The head of the 3rd Detachment heard that Dark Jabella had nothing to do with this matter and asked Balzac how to deal with him. The man replied that he did not understand why the woman was turning the arrows on him, because he not only agreed to cooperate with the Lionhearts in this case, but also, it seemed to him, had sufficiently shown his respect. Carmen replied that she had a hard time believing that all this was done by some ordinary black magician, but she admits that the head of the Black Tower could have done it. The sorcerer said that he understood her train of thought, but asked what he could learn from it. Balzac explained that if he really was behind this whole plan, then the man would cut off all the ends that would lead to him. Rodbez also added that he has many enemies, because the King of Imprisonment believes in him and loves him, which cannot but infuriate a large number of people in Helmud. The man expressed the opinion that perhaps one of his enemies secretly pulled all this off to put him in a difficult position. He has no proof, just as there is no evidence of his involvement. But now the situation puts not only him, but also the Lionheart family in an awkward position. Carmen replied that the sorcerer can usually say whatever comes into his head, but he should be ready to take responsibility for his words, and asked if he was ready for it. Balzac replied that as a loyal servant of His Majesty, he, like the king, loves the Lionheart family endlessly, and that is why he apologized to them, actively cooperated with them, and behaved quite respectfully. However, Rudbys, taking a strange pose, explained that he was also a human being and would never tolerate such unfair treatment towards himself. After these words, Jion stepped forward and took up his sword, preparing to defend himself. Carmen explained that she did not come here to create unnecessary problems, and the black magician replied that he would sort out this matter so that no more problems would arise. To this, the woman replied threateningly that he could only do this if his head remained on his shoulders. Carmen understood that the situation was really difficult, and it was possible that someone from the sidelines wanted to attack the reputation of the main family. However, this guess could not be confirmed either by torture or by spells acting on the psyche, and therefore Balzac came under suspicion. The sorcerer realized that his previous words were careless, but repeated that it was not him, because he simply had no reason to do this. Then the woman asked about the incubus, who was going to enter into a contract with Yod, and the black magician, using magic, showed the severed head of the attacker. The king of imprisonment took the soul of the incubus for himself, but if Carmen wants, then Balzac can ask to give it to the woman, and refused. Rudbys threw the head he was holding in his hands to the floor, and the head of the third squad kicked it hard, so hard that it shattered against the wall. The black lions decided to leave, and finally Carmen was going to threaten the sorcerer so that he would not continue to try to establish contact with Eugene. But Balzac interrupted her, saying that only the king of imprisonment can control his actions and desires, and a woman does not have such a right. When leaving, Carmen asked Gian what he thought really happened. The woman suspects Amelia Mouven, who just wants to gain control over the Black Tower. The king of imprisonment does not interfere with the magicians who have entered into a contract with him, and even more so, does not interfere in their personal quarrels. Gian asked if this was really the work of Amelia. Then shouldn't Nahama be behind her? And Carmen replied that the Nahamas were acting suspiciously, and it was very possible that in the next few years they would declare war. The husband asked if they would fight with Kiel, and the woman replied that, in her opinion, the first blow would be struck at Tiuras, since their conflicts with the Nahams had a long history. If Nahama attacks Thuris, then Kiel will also need to start preparing for war, and in this case the Black Lions will be called upon. Then Gian asked if Amelia decided to strike them with a warning blow, and Carmen replied that this was possible, and perhaps it was not connected with any spells, an isolated incident. The woman asked the man what would have happened if she had not ignored Balzac's attack, and he replied that if she had entered into battle with the sorcerer, most likely only she would have survived. Carmen replied that she was also unsure of her abilities, which is why she did not react. She added that Yod will be supervised. The Black Lions have already gone to Theonis's house. They will not kill him. After all, he is the son of the head of the family. But the guy has no future. His whole life will be spent under surveillance. Carmen heard that Theonis is looking for a magic teacher for his son, and the head of the third detachment thinks that he can help with this. If this incident had a double bottom, then Yod can be contacted again. Gian thought that the young man liked witchcraft as a child, and did not understand how he could get in touch with black magic. Then the Black Lions were already heading to their carriage. They were escorted by Roberian and Eugene. Carmen invited the young man to become one of them, explaining that the commander of the second detachment just had a free place for a student. If the guy wanted, she would be happy to recommend him. The guy is grateful for the offer, but refused and wished him a good journey. The woman replied that she was sorry and together with her people and Ciel left the city. Our hero asked Roberian if there was any news from Melkus, and he replied that there was no, thinking that if she had succeeded in something, she would be the first to run to them to tell them. But it seems that everything turned out to be more complicated than she thought. Meanwhile, the White Witch stood at the top of the tower completely naked and holding Vinid to the sky. She was sure that the message she sent had definitely reached the spirit world, and she couldn't believe that Tempfest had simply ignored her call. To accurately catch his signal, the woman does not even use magic to maintain body temperature, and therefore naked. Melkus tried to turn to the King of the Wind Spirits again, but the King of Lightning appeared to her. He told her that Tempfest did not want to enter into a contract with her and therefore should stop calling him. Realizing that the one to whom she was speaking had heard her all this time, the sorceress tried to persuade him again, describing herself as the only person with whom the spirit could enter into a contract. The King of Lightning Spirits again asked her to stop and observe moderation, but Melkus did not stop, but rather began to scream louder. Then the spirit struck her with lightning, and explained that the woman would not be able to satisfy the desire of Tempest. The curtain wants to go north. Those remaining in the earth are not under the control of demons, and this has not given the king of the wind spirits peace for several centuries. After 9 days of failure, the White Witch came to Eugene. The young man asked if she had succeeded, and replied that everything was already obvious. The mayor approached Melkus and, calling this lady Wet Pants, asked not to make noise in the library, and the woman screamed even louder. The guy asked if the sorceress really failed to conclude a contract, or if Tempest simply forced her to lie, and she angrily replied that there was no point in lying. The guy said that if Melkus returned the sword at the end of the day, it would be exactly 10 years, but if she gave it back now, then he would agree to 9. Reluctantly and shakingly, the head of the White Tower gave it to Vinida and wished our hero good luck with the mantle. After that, Eugene sat in the library and read a book. It told about the leader of the giants named Kamashwi. He was gigantic to the point of indecentness. His age was about 100 years, and the giant himself was the strongest leader of his people in history. Several hundred giants confronted several thousand people. The book began to ask if the reader ran away in such a situation. However, the number of human troops did not really matter, because they had vermouth. Knights approached him who believed that they knew how to fight and began to list, according to the book, the stupid names of their orders. The warriors said that they would fight together with the hero, and the book asked how they were going to fight. Even if they attacked all together, they would barely be able to cut off even Kamashwi's toe. Besides, vermouth usually fights alone. The hero could fight in human monsters and in battle relied on only one person besides himself, Hamel. Vermouth suggested that his friend take care of the giant's left hand, but he replied that he liked the right hand better, because Kamashwi was right-handed. Only a holy sword could put an end to the giant who received his power from the king of demons. That holy sword recognized only Vermouth as its master, therefore only he could kill the giant. Streams of blood flowed from the place where Kamashwi's head had just been, but the other giants did not retreat, although the death of their gang dissipated the blessing that blocked the magic. This meant that now the magic of the beautiful Senya could be used in earnest. Eugene asked if this book was accidentally written by the sorceress herself, and when she heard it, the mayor, in shock, opened her mouth wide. The girl asked the young man not to talk nonsense, and he explained that the book simply contained a lot of compliments to Senya. The familiar replied that this was just an insult to the hostess. She must be out of her mind to write such epithets in front of her name in her book. The mayor said that no matter how she felt about the guy, she would not tolerate such insults against Senya. Closing the book, the guy went back to witchcraft, saying that a feeling of pleasure can only be obtained by challenging someone who is worth it for some reason. The girl says that she doesn't know what kind of pleasure we are talking about because so far our hero is suffering only failures. 10 days have passed since the Black Lions left Eros, and all this time Eugene spent most of the day in Acreon. He thought that with his current level of abilities, there would be no way he could use the Eternal Whole. So first he needs to at least overcome level 9 circles. An Eternal Whole is simply a giant circle, inside which smaller circles are endlessly multiplied, and thanks to the rotation, destruction, and revival of such circles, mana increases many times over. But the guy doesn't use magic circles. Instead, he rotates the stars of white flame to form a circle, and was wondering what to do with it next. In a past life, our hero used a primitive method of training mana, which was popular among mercenaries. His experience and skill were added to this, and then Senya contributed her help. Thus, a method of training mana was formed, which only Gamel possessed. Activation of the core launched a chain detonation of the mana associated with it, which, accelerated by an internal explosion, spread to the entire body. This alone was enough to allow Eugene to chop off Kamashwi's arms and legs. Vermouth said that the young man had an innate talent, but Senya did not understand how he could seriously pay money to be told about this method of training mana. Then the sorceress said that she did not understand how a guy could reach his level by training using such a method. Meanwhile, the guy plunged into witchcraft. Now at least he did not lose consciousness at the sight of the hole, and saw how lies were moving in circles. Our hero was confident that he could create an eternal whole with the help of a white flame, and 2 years have passed since that moment. Eugene turned 19. The young man was sitting in his office and writing something intently. The mayor turned to him asking if he was hungry, because lunchtime was already approaching. The guy replied that he was a little hungry, but if he went to eat now he would lose concentration, and the girl asked if he was in too much of a hurry. If he decided to write a scientific paper, wouldn't it be better to do it measuredly and thoughtfully? The guy replied that he is already thoughtful and is in no hurry, and besides, he always makes changes when necessary, but so far everything seemed to be correct. The familiar explained that ordinary sorcerers could spend several decades presenting their knowledge of magic in one work, to which our hero said that he had not studied sorcery that much. The mayor replied that this is why she believes that the fact that Eugene has already taken up scientific work is simply the height of arrogance, and instead of wasting time, it would be better for him to focus on magic for another 10 years. Suddenly, interrupting her, the young man said that the girl was funny and it embarrassed her. She began shouting that he should not cross the border and already asked him not to call her that, because she was 200 years older than him. In response, the guy called her funny old lady mayor, and the familiar got angry. The guy asked if the girl's behavior was due to the fact that she didn't want him to drive and looked away. During the 2 years that our hero has been visiting the library, he has not seen anyone who came here more often, and the familiar replied that other mages had simply read witchcraft a long time ago. When they first encounter the treatise, they are surprised by it and decide that they want to understand and explore it. Over time, they realize their limitations and use witchcraft only as reference material, and decide to improve their magic through their own experiments. Eugene came to Senya's hall every day for 2 years, trying to understand witchcraft. The mayor asked if he really wanted to leave when he finished working on his text. The young man replied that he had nothing more to do here, to which the girl replied that if the head of the Red Tower decided to retire, then he could appoint the guy as his successor. The guy replied that he did not want to become the head of one of the towers, and the familiar asked that maybe the position of a court magician would suit him, because their head, Tremfel Visador, would also happily take our hero. But Eugene replied that he was tired of that man. Further, the mayor reminded Prince Honine, because he also has a positive attitude towards the young man, and if he works for him, the guy will be able to live happily in Aros for at least several decades. The guy replied that he was usually grateful to the prince for his attitude, but he didn't like that either. The familiar asked why our hero should return if he still could not become the head of the family, and he replied that there was no special reason for returning home. The mayor said that, even by her standards, Eugene has amazing research. Although he only started his work 6 months ago, he already describes vague magical theories so clearly, and in the process he also significantly improves his magic. The young man replied that he was writing the work solely for his own pleasure, because anyway, no one but him would be able to use it. Before this, Roberian explained to the guy that no one else but him would be able to repeat the technique he invented, because no matter what level of capabilities and understanding of magic the sorcerer has, this is simply physically impossible. The Red Magician explained that even other members of the Lionheart family could not repeat the technique invented by the guy, and he tried it himself. But it didn't work because he didn't have a core, and he never learned the white flame technique. Our hero reached 4 stars and later added an eternal whole to the white flame. With 4 stars, he creates a circle, inside of which he launches a chain explosion of lies as he did in a past life. At the same time, the flame circle reliably encloses the mana so that it does not dissipate outward. The name of this technique was Rotating Flame. At first, Eugene was going to try to use it when reaching 5 stars, but his introduction to sorcery made him change his plans. He also spent a lot of time in the Space Hall on the 6th floor of the library and the Heat Hall on the 8th. The second contained evidence of the most powerful magic in history, fire magic, and the first contained treatises that helped him behave correctly with the Shadow Mantle. Roberian took Eugene as a student, and since he invented the rotating flame and began to describe it, he began to help the young man work on the text. In addition, the sorcerer helped the guy adjust existing circle spells to use his new technique. The guy spent half his day in Acreon, and the other time he studied magic with his teacher. The 2 years spent in Aros were difficult but productive. Our hero asked the mayor if she was sulking, because she told him not to go, but he was going anyway, and she answered that she wasn't sulking, because she was no one to stop him, and if he says that he needs to go, then let him go. She never wanted to leave in her life, but even if she did, she still cannot leave Acreon. Therefore, let Eugene go wherever he wants, and leave her here to die of boredom, because she is not at all sad that they are breaking up after several years of communication. The young man asked if she would definitely not be bored and answered that yes, because she is 200 years older, so she is used to divorces, but before the guy leaves, she would like him to tell her something. The guy agreed and was about to leave, and the mayor replied that she had told him so many things and was still just as imperturbable. The girl said that he behaves viciously and that he has no respect for elders. On the other hand, the familiar understood that if our hero really listened to her and decided to stay in Aros, she would experience mixed feelings since Senya was taken as the basis of her personality. Her feelings and words can sometimes be too childish. The mayor felt ashamed of her behavior. She believed that an adult housewife would never behave like that. Eugene replied that in his opinion, the real Senya would have behaved the same way. But the girl did not believe it, saying that the mistress would never have allowed such a thing, especially since the young man could not know for sure because he had never seen her. Without going into details, the guy replied that perhaps he knew her, and the familiar decided that the guy was saying that only because of what he had read in the book. But, in her opinion, the image of the witch in it was simply the result of someone's imagination. The guy said that he had almost finished working on the text, and if he didn't rush too much, then most likely he would be able to complete it before the end of the summer. The mayor irritably asked what she should do with this information, and our hero replied that he would come to her before leaving, because he would need to tell her something. The dissatisfied girl asked what he would tell her. Now what kind of disgusting thing? Eugene smiled and, leaving the library, answered the familiar that she would hear everything later. On the way, the young man was met by the head of the court magicians and addressed him. The guy didn't like Tremfel Visador because he regularly pesters him and chats endlessly. The husband said that there was still an attractive position frolicking in his order, so if the guy changes his mind, then let him say, instead our hero thanked him for the offer, but his decision remained unchanged. Then the sorcerer asked how Eugene's work was going and offered to help check it. He began to praise himself, saying that he also practices summoning magic like the young man's teacher, and he is also a very capable battle mage. The guy replied that maybe it was so, but Tremfel didn't even know the topic of his work. He was mentally angry because he really didn't know what the guy was working on because he didn't tell anyone except Roberian. Trying to get out, Visador replied that if he starts helping, he will also learn the topic. He tried to assure our hero that he understands scientific leadership as well as the heads of the towers. Eugene thanked him for the offer and replied that everything suited him anyway, especially if he accepted the offer of the head of the court magicians. It would be disdainful of his current teacher. Tremfel did not give up and said that he understood the young man's thinking, but explained that if they work together, they will keep it as a secret. Turning around, the guy left the man and began to get angry. He understood that if the head of the court magicians found out that he was able to form an eternal whole, he would still crawl into his bedroom. As long as the spinning flame does not involve magic, it is no different from the white flame. Even strong magicians like Tremfel will not be able to notice the difference with the naked eye. Our hero believed that there were advantages to the fact that he was able to hide his achievements from high-level magicians. Further, in his laboratory, Eugene and Roberian practiced magic. The man said that judging by the power of the spell, the young man's level exceeded 5 circles. But the guy answered that his limit is 4 circles, because higher-level magic simply does not fit in with the eternal whole. He thinks that perhaps he does not understand enough how it works. The red magician replied that this is not the point, but rather the limits of volume, because the guy replaces the circle with nuclei, 4 nuclei of white flame for 4 circles, proportion to each other. Simply put, every time the level of the white flame increases, the spinning flame becomes stronger, but Roberian warns Eugene to be careful. Now his rotating flames have no disadvantages. This is the first magic technique of this type. So with each increase in level, the danger of using it may also increase. The sorcerer also emphasized that the young man should not use the magic of high-level circles, because unlike conventional techniques, the rotating flame allows the use of a spell of a higher level, so the guy can use magic by the 5th circle. However, the red magician asked that the guy not even try to use the spell of the 6th circle, because they do not know what danger the use of magic that is not intended for this can hide. Our hero agreed, and Roberian decided to change the subject, asking if the guy would go home as soon as he finished working on the text and where he was going to go. Eugene replied that since childhood he had wanted to try ice crab, a famous dish of the northern kingdom of Ruhar. This was the country founded by the young man's former comrade, Moron. The sorcerer asked if the guy really wanted to go to Rukari himself, because now in Aros there are many restaurants serving ice crab, and the guy replied that it would be much more unusual to go to the country where the dish originates. The guy continued that, after that, he would go to Nahama, because he heard that the cactus scorpion they cook there is very tasty. 200 years ago, Anis, revered as a saint in the sacred empire of Eurus, went on a pilgrimage about the purpose of which she did not even tell the church patriarch. The last time she was seen was in the center of the Naham Desert. Roberian was surprised that our hero was interested in the food of other countries, and replied that if he liked shellfish, then today they could dine on lobster. After this, the heroes went to a restaurant where, unexpectedly for Eugene, they met Crown Prince Honen Abram. Honen apologized for interrupting the meal and decided to get straight to the point. "I swear on my name." The man said that if the young man remained in Aros, he promised to give him the post of head of the court magicians. The guy asked if it was too fast, and the crown prince replied that he was not going to do it now, but 10 years later, when he becomes king of Aros. From what he heard, Roberian became worried, saying that this was a rather dangerous statement because His Majesty was still in good health. Hanin corrected himself that his father had already promised him the throne, so his right to emulate is adamant. And besides, the common people have no doubt that he will become the next king. Court mages report directly to the royal family. Of course, they must adhere to the rules and respect the council. But in 10 years, Eugene will be powerful enough that the council will not object to his appointment. Our hero thanked him for the high praise, but also added that the crown prince actually does not know what level of magical abilities he has. To this, Honen replied that the only reason for this was that the guy and Roberian were hiding it so hard, and asked why they were doing this. After that, he explained that he understood that they probably had their own reasons, and since the heroes did not speak, he would have to figure it out himself. Looking at Eugene, the crown prince saw that the young man's body was full of mana. Even judging by its volume alone, one could say that it had significantly exceeded the level of the 5th circle. Smiling, Honen asked if the young man had figured out witchcraft in the eternal hole, but he did not want to answer. The guy explained that he couldn't deceive the prince, but he also didn't want to be honest with him and refused, not because he didn't like Aros or wasn't happy with the position of the head of the court magicians, but because he was simply not interested. To this, the man said that with the level of the young man's abilities, they would want to take him anywhere. So it is not surprising that one offer of a position at court would not be enough to keep our hero in the city. Then Honen decided to offer training, saying that the other 2 volumes of witchcraft were in the treasury of the royal palace. Our hero and his teacher were surprised. Eugene recalled that, according to the mayor, Senya took the other 2 volumes of the treatise with her, and Roberian asked the prince when exactly the royal family took possession of them. Honen explained that the only copies they kept were given from the author himself as a friendly gesture, but even the royal family did not know the location of the originals or the witch herself. The young man asked if the crown prince is really ready to show him the other 2 volumes, and the man replied that at the moment this is impossible, because witchcraft is the most powerful magical treatise in history, so even he cannot do whatever he wants with it. However, if a man becomes the king of Aros, he is ready to make every effort to show the guy's volumes, although it will be difficult to include Roberian here. The guy thought about it because witchcraft is really a big treatise, Over the past 2 years, he has had enough opportunities to feel it, despite the fact that in Acrian he was only able to familiarize himself with the first volume. In addition, perhaps there are some clues stored in other volumes that will help our hero find Senya. Even if the members of the royal family could not find them, he was confident that he would cope with this. Eugene replied that if now the prince is not able to introduce him to the second and third volumes, then he promises to look into Aris after Honin descends to the throne. The man understood this position, and he agreed to send the young man a letter when the issue with the coronation was completely resolved. The guy thanked us, and after that we were taken to the library where the mayor read the work he had written. In her opinion, from a structural point of view, it is simply impossible to come up with anything better than what our hero did. Senya did not reach the eternal hole, but the rotating flame significantly outweighed the magic circle technique in power. The girl thought it was incredible. She added that although the manual was not without flaws, it is more than suitable for our hero. It may seem that it is selfish to hide his treatise, but still only he will be able to apply this technique. The familiar asked when exactly Eugene decided to leave, and he replied that the day after tomorrow. Knowing his character, she thought that the young man would want to leave tomorrow, but he replied that he was also a man, and he needed at least 1 day to rest fairly. And besides, they were going to hold a farewell dinner for him in the Red Tower. Frowning a little, the mayor said that the guy would probably feel good, because he would be able to eat delicious food, and everyone would welcome him. Smiling, the guy reminded her that he wanted to say something before leaving. Our hero said that first he needed to check something and asked if the mayor was sharing with others what she had heard. The girl clearly did not like this question. She asked if Eugene was really afraid that she would tell other sorcerers about the content of his work or about their conversations. The young man asked if she told anyone, and the familiar replied that she didn't, and in general the head of the Green Tower and everyone else gets her when the guy is not around. They won't be able to get anything out of it even if they try to disassemble witchcraft and force him to speak, because all the information about the sorcerers who come to work in the Senya's hall is in the unattainable depth of the treatise. The mayor said that the guy should not think that this has something to do with the fact that he is somehow special. Such a function is needed out of respect for those who come to Acrian and also act in the interests of safety. Personal information cannot be revealed unless someone breaks the witchcraft into small pieces. Our hero said that if this is really so, then what he says will remain between them. Eugene told the mayor that he had been reborn, and the girl, unsure that she had heard everything correctly, asked again what he said. The young man repeated again, adding that he remembered everything that happened to him in a past life, and the familiar didn't believe it. She asked if this was some kind of joke, and if so, then let the guy not expect a reaction from her because he is not funny. The guy replied that in a past life, his name was Dinos, and he was Senya's former brother. The mayor stood in shock for a while, and then asked if our hero was serious, and he understood that he might not believe in such a thing. The girl thought it was hard to believe, but if Eugene was telling the truth, it would explain some of the features of his behavior. It only took him 2 years of first learning magic to understand the principle of operation of the eternal whole, and also to ground it using only his innate instinct, and then also to adjust it to suit himself. The familiar said that Gamel was an amazing person in many ways. Senya grew up in an elven forest where she was taught magic. Moron was the son of the leader of the Bayer tribe and became famous for his warriors throughout the northern lands. Reliable Anise was a candidate for the Holy Maiden of the sacred Eurus Empire, and the cardinals of the empire invested all their efforts in her upbringing. Before the mayor could move on to Vermouth, Eugene interrupted her, saying that he was a slave who was supposed to be used for a demonic sacrifice, but somehow he managed to steal the sword of one of the bodyguards. Then the man, who for the first time in his life held a weapon in his hands, was able to kill several dozen demon guards and black magicians, after which he led other slaves and led them out of Helmud, killing 100 different creatures in the process. The girl said that this story always seemed to her an exaggeration, but the young man replied that he personally considered it the pure truth, because Vermouth was still a monster. Continuing the story, the familiar said that Gamel was unusual even by the standards of his company. Unlike the great, He did not immediately prove himself and, unlike his other brothers, he was not raised in special conditions. The hero took up the sword simply in order to survive. This happened after the monsters destroyed his settlement. His hatred of them and the demonic kings sent the husband on the path of a warrior. Despite the fact that among the 5 heroes his life path seems to be the most inconspicuous, in just a few years he was able to grow to a level that allowed him to fight with his friends on equal terms. The mayor says that if our hero really was Hamel in a past life, then the monstrous speed with which he absorbs knowledge becomes understandable. Although the hero from the book was a man of unpleasant character in terms of the speed of his development, the man had no equal even among the 5 heroes. Eugene replied that he was not sure about this, because during his adventures with his comrades he always tried to surpass Vermouth. There was no question of beating him in magic, so Hamel quickly abandoned this opinion. Later, although he continued to train with a sword, a spear, and even his fists, in the end, he never managed to defeat his comrade. The familiar replied that after all, by the standards of ordinary people, Gamel was no less a strong warrior, and the young man did not understand the meaning of such praise. Vermouth was strong, and the guy wanted to defeat him at least once, but he couldn't do it before he died. The mayor also understood why Eugene, looking at his past self, said that he was handsome and asked whether he was in his right mind to say such things about himself. The young man replied that Hamel really had a peculiar charm. The girl asked why the guy was telling her all this and if he was expecting something from her. Then it was in vain, because she really didn't know the whereabouts of the owner. Smiling in a friendly manner, the guy replied that he didn't tell him for this reason, but because he and the mayor had known each other for more than 2 years, and she reminded him of Senya, both internally and externally. The familiar was embarrassed by such words, and our hero put his hand on her hat, asking if he was going beyond the limit. Blushing, the mayor replied that this time she forgives, but only because Gamel is the mistress's brother. Eugene asked if the girl thought that Senya was still alive and answered yes. Agreeing with her, the young man said that the witch would not have died without leaving behind any message, so he was going to find her. The guy thought that his 3 former brothers were still living somewhere in this world and was ready to find each of them. The mayor was surprised and asked if she understood correctly what the guy was going to do. He asked in response if the girl missed her mistress. The familiar replied that she usually gets discouraged, and our hero said that then he even more needs to return the girl by calling her names. The mayor asked not to call Senya names, but Eugene noted that he was allowed to do so, because in a past life he had heard enough insults from the sorceress. The girl asked the young man to swear on witchcraft that he was indeed Hamel reborn, and he agreed. Standing in front of the treatise and raising his hand, the guy swore with his blood in the name of his family, whose name is Eugene Lionheart, and in a past life he was Gamel Dinos. After this, the familiar's eyes glowed brightly. She explained that, as she had said before, after the disappearance of the mistress, the magicians tried several times to disassemble her and the witchcraft, and so there were things that they could not find out. Some of the information was hidden at the very source of the treatise, which is what she and our hero will also go there, and no one will be able to find out about anything. Next, the mayor decided to tell Eugene something that no one in Oros had ever heard. She had a clue regarding the whereabouts of the mistress. The girl says that the Sunday before Senya disappeared, she was with her on her floor, and suddenly the witch groaned and fell to her knees. Then this greatly frightened the mayor, and she asked the girl what had happened. But being angry, she replied that her familiar had died, and someone had made their way to Hamel's grave. The young man was surprised that he had a grave, and the girl was the same, because this was the first time she heard about it. After that, the mistress suddenly disappeared, and the girl hid the memories of this in the very depths of witchcraft. Then Senya didn't say a word to anyone, and the mayor didn't want to put her in an awkward position by revealing something that she probably didn't want to share with others. Since Gamel was standing in front of the girl, she decided that he was worth knowing. The young man replied that he had never heard of his grave because he thought that the account had completely destroyed his corpse, because the custom of their spells is to destroy both body and soul. The familiar explained that this is what happens most often, but the guy's soul remained intact, and therefore he was able to be reborn, she suggested, and the guy thought the same thing, that Senya had something to do with his rebirth. Next, our hero left the library and walked through the city at night, thinking about the fact that if the witch made a grave for him and hid it somewhere, then where could it be? Usually graves are placed in places associated with a person, Eugene thought, but he died in the king's castle of imprisonment. There could be no grave there. The young man received a revelation that perhaps she was in his homeland, when suddenly Balzac approached him and addressed him. The guy said that he noticed the surveillance but decided to pretend that he did not see the sorcerer, and therefore he still had to say hello to him. Rugby said that every time he and the guy see each other, for some reason he is out of sorts, and asked if it was because of him. Our hero answered yes. The black magician says that he heard talk that Eugene is leaving Aros the day after tomorrow and going to Ruhar and Nahama. This worries him, because the middle Ruka is very close to Helmud. The young man asked what was wrong, and Balzac explained that this meant that the influence of the Lionhearts did not extend to those lands. At first, there was a strict ban on the entry of demons and black magicians in Ruhar, but 5 years ago, the royal family stopped persisting. There are many demons in Helmud, and there are those who go against the will of the king of imprisonment, because at first he was not the only one in charge of that place. The guy asked the sorcerer if he was hinting that the king of destruction was preparing for war again, but Balzac immediately replied that that was why he did not like violence, and besides, he respected the king of imprisonment, so he would not act first. The guy remembered the main demonic king. In his past life, he was only able to observe his movement once, but our hero is still not sure what exactly he saw then. It was just a glimpse of someone moving to the opposite end of the endless plain. No one thought of fighting the demon, and if not for Anissa's prayer, the heroes would have fallen into complete madness. Continuing, Rugby's emphasized that even if the king of destruction did not act while the king of imprisonment was inactive, this did not mean that all demons behaved in the same way. These demons are very aggressive. Among them, there are quite a few who are tired to death of several centuries of peace. The sorcerer thought that, from his lips, it would sound funny. But demons are not the creatures who rejoice in the world. Our hero asked if Balzac wanted to say that he could threaten him with the tacit consent of the demon kings, and he replied that he wanted to say that a large number of demons could think so. This applies not only to those who obey his majesty, but also the demons who obey the king of destruction are also ready to do anything to push the sorcerer's master to action. In addition, among the high-level demons, there are those who themselves are not averse to becoming the new king, because at first there were 5 of them, and now there are only 2 left. That is, 3 places are empty. One of the contenders for the throne is Jabella. Eugene asked if they could just vote for a new king, and, laughing, the black magician replied that if the result did not suit the demons, they would simply destroy the ballot boxes. The young man wondered if he could now defeat someone as strong as Jabella, and realized that for now he had no confidence in his victory, but someday he would go to Rukari. Finally, the guy thanked Balzac for the warning and told him that he would go to Nahama and leave Ruhar for later. Rudbez told the guy to be careful in the desert through Amelia Mova, because she was a great black magician even before concluding a contract with His Majesty. The king of confinement respects the freedom of his subordinates, but this applies to a woman even more than to anyone else. The sorcerer warned that if our hero accidentally crosses paths with her, then let him give him the letter, and then she will not be able to harm Eugene no matter what he does to her. The young man asked what Balzac gave him, and he replied that, as he saw, it was an envelope. The guy asked if he could open it, and the sorcerer allowed it. When the guy looked inside, he was surprised. It turned out that the envelope was empty, but the sorcerer replied that it did not matter. The main thing was that when meeting Amelia, our hero had a letter received personally from him. Balzac will not be able to do anything with the dangers that Eugene may stumble into in Nakami, but he is able to protect the young man from the dark witch. The guy asked why the head of the Black Tower was doing this, and he replied that he understood the ghost in his direction, but hoped that he would be able to slightly change the guy's attitude towards him personally. Suddenly our hero asked if Rudby's was by any chance gay, and he fell into a stupor. Eugene explained that, as a black magician, his attitude towards him was a little strange, and although he had nothing against gays, such attention and care was burdensome. So he began to worry. Meanwhile, Balzac tried to recover from the surprise and, a little nervously, replied that he had misunderstood him. He only wanted a strong relationship to form between him and the guy as between person and person. The head of the Black Tower says that he is not the only one who wants to win the guy's favor. Because he is young and capable, our hero took the letter with him and thanked him. He added that, as a thank you, he would have gladly invited Rudbys to his farewell dinner, but asked him not to come. After that, Eugene said with an angry look that people are amazing creatures. He would like to invite the sorcerer, but if he really came, it would not cause favor, but completely opposite feelings. To this, Balzac replied that he would not come. So the young man had nothing to worry about, and he thanked him for his understanding and left his interlocutor. At the farewell dinner, in addition to Eugene himself, Hera, Melchus, Roberian, Honain, and the head of the Blue Tower were present. The man asked why the guy called him. He replied that it was because they knew each other. But the sorcerer understood that the guy also knew the other heads of the towers, and they were not at dinner. Our hero replied that the man himself knew why he did not call other magicians. The blue magician replied that he understood, because the head of the Green Tower and the court magicians wanted too much. Eugene asked if the head of the Blue Tower should do the same, and he replied that this was possible, but he had enough dignity not to try to steal a student from the head of the Red Tower. Further, he said that he usually expected this, but it was still interesting that the young man did not call Balzac, and he replied that his teacher would not like it. The guy asked what kind of person the head of the Black Tower was. He heard that he used to be a member of the Blue Tower and studied with its current head. The husband replied that Balzac was always clever. You would never understand what he was really up to. Several decades ago, he was an outstanding sorcerer. No one doubted that he was destined to become the next head of the Blue Tower. But suddenly he left Aros and went to Helmut in order, according to him, to expand his magical knowledge. The blue magician admits that he was behind Rudbys at that time and was able to take his post only because he left. And 10 years later, Balzac returned as a black magician. He went to the Black Tower, where he received the support of most of the magicians and, as a result, became their leader. The husband believes that his former colleague could go down in history as the strongest head of the Blue Tower. But it seems that this was not enough, because no matter how strong human magic is, it will never surpass the level of demonic kings. The blue mage decided to change the subject and asked if Eugene was going to Nahama, and said that their deserts were also an unpleasant place. So he advised not to go there, but if the young man was serious, then at least not show that he was Lionheart. The guy replied that Roberian told him the same thing. The head of the Blue Tower added that times are not the best now. There are rumors that the Nahami assassins, who previously kept a low profile, are now operating openly. And although he does not believe that they will cause trouble for the Lionheart family of Kiel, it is better not to attract their attention, just in case. The guy thanked us for the advice, and then we are transported to the Nahum Desert, where he was on the way to his goal. Our hero was pleased that the shadow mantle was able to change its appearance. It resonated with the nervous system of its owner, monitoring the outside temperature and body temperature, and therefore allowed one to feel comfortable even in the heat. Eugene looked at the magical map that Roberian had given him. It was tied to his coordinates and changed accordingly, so it was able to show the environment anywhere in the world. Now, the young man was in the very west of Nahama. Far to the north, from here was Turus. At first, he was going to head to his homeland to the borders of Turus in search of his grave, but this was no longer necessary. Over the past 300 years, the Nahum Desert has gradually expanded, absorbing more and more territories thanks to unnatural sandstorms, and eventually the settlements on the border with Turus also became part of the desert. Thurus was a weak state. Its inhabitants had no choice but to leave the deserted sandy brown lands. It was clear to the guy that these storms were the work of the Nakami magicians, and this was their tactic for seizing lands. 300 years ago, the demon kings rose up, causing various monsters to escape from control. The Nahamians tried to take advantage of the chaos of the war to attack the Kiel Empire, but thanks to vermouth, their attack failed. In a past life, the guy didn't like Nahama, and even now his opinion has not changed. Casting aside his thoughts, our hero set out to look for the grave, and then for his former comrades. Someone was watching Eugene from afar. It was a group of 5 people. One of them became interested in the young man, because usually foreigners cross the desert with caravans or at least hire guides and guards. But this one didn't even take a camel with him. One of the team members turned to him, calling him commander and asking if it was possible that this was some kind of ceremony, because he heard that next year the guy would turn 19 years old. He added that in his tribe, for example, when a boy reaches marriageable age, he must undergo an initiation ceremony for which he is sent to the outside world. The commander replied that if it really were a ritual, then there would be no reason for anyone from the Lionheart family to undergo it in the Nahum Desert. The team member replied that in the end the reason is not important, but they need to carry out the owner's order and not let our hero into the desert of Kazan. The commander remembers that the order contained only this and no explanation, but he himself has no right to reflect on what might be in the owner's mind. A team member said that Eugene was moving quite quickly for someone not used to the desert. You would think he was born here. Suddenly he noticed that the young man was running towards them. The commander was alarmed because they deliberately kept their distance so that the guy could not notice the surveillance. And besides, they were at such a distance that the guy was barely visible through the telescope. Our hero activated the white flame, and the man recognized this technique by the lion's mane. The commander saw that Eugene was really moving towards them and could not understand when and how he noticed them. The young man was approaching too quickly, so it was too late for the team to retreat. But the man decided that this was even better and asked his men to prepare their weapons. He decided that since the guy noticed them, he should think that they are ordinary robbers. They will overthrow him, take away all his valuables, and then the guy himself will return to where he came from. The team took out weapons, and our hero, seeing this, admitted that they were not assassins because they hid too ineptly, and, judging by the costumes, they looked more like ordinary travelers, but this was probably a disguise. The commander enchanted his sword. Eugene realized that it was a steel reinforcement, and if a man is able to harden his sword like that, then he must be stronger than the young man. This made the guy smile, because he had not been in a fight for a long time. And for the last 2 years he had more often held a book and quills in his hands than the hilt of a sword. Studying magic was also interesting in its own way for the guy, but still he loved physical activity more. With these thoughts, our hero took out Vinid and entered the fight. The group leader almost lost his sword from the blow and quickly jumped away. After that, the team surrounded Eugene and he began to use magic. The commander became nervous because the young man does not pronounce the spell when he uses it. The guy launched magic missiles at the men and they fell to the ground. Only their leader remained standing. The guy turned to him with a threat in his eyes, asking who they were and why they were pursuing him. The commander replied that they were robbers, and our hero, realizing that this was a lie, began to say that the rude people were strong. If a pitiful pack of thieves, in which there are not even 10 people, has a commander with steel reinforcement, then how strong should a team of 100 robbers be? Continuing to mock, Eugene said that if Nahama was really that strong, then they could take over the entire continent. The man tried to justify the lie, saying that they were unusual robbers, but the young man responded in a rude manner that he should stop lying and tell everything. But then the guy decided that the leader didn't have to say anything because he would find out everything himself. And this scared the man. He wondered if the guy was really from the noble Lionheart family, because he spoke like a drunken mercenary and had a murderous look. Suddenly, our hero disappeared from the attacker's field of vision and unexpectedly attacked him, but the man managed to react and defended himself. Eugene made sure that the leader really used steel reinforcement because at first he was unsure of it, and now he would also have to use the reinforcement. Using magic, the young man raised sand dust, which blocked the man's vision, and he decided to use a mana shield. The guy launched magic missiles at the attacker and broke the defense. The commander did not understand how his spell could be so strong if he only had one circle. The next moment, the guy found himself in front of his opponent and swung his sword. The man could not avoid the blow and thought that he was finished, when suddenly the blade stopped at his neck. Our hero jumped away from his opponent and smiled, laughing. The leader realized that they had given in to him, and, taking this as an insult, angrily ran into the attack. The husband tried to injure Eugene, but he easily avoided the attacks. The young man liked to drain the enemy because this way he would fight more aggressively. Deciding that he wanted to add murder to the attacker's attacks, the guy inflicted several light wounds on him. The commander realized that he had been succumbed to again and began to get even angrier. Having dodged the next attack of the leader, the guy laid down his weapon. The man asked why our hero was doing this, because he had not lost yet. Eugene replied that he knew this. But now he would fight with his bare hands. The attacker again rushed into the attack with a scream. The young man dodged again, hit his opponent hard in the diaphragm, and, grabbing his head, kicked him away from the sand. The guy asked who he was, and he replied that his name was Roman Shulkov. Hitting his head hard into the sand again, the guy said that he did not care about the name of the attacker and asked who ordered to pursue him. The man did not answer, and for this our hero hit him again. Suddenly one of the attackers asked to stop and said that the owner of the game was Tairi al-Madani. Roman wanted to tell the man not to tell anything, but he got hit in the face again, and Eugene asked who exactly their owner was. He was told that Al-Madan is the emir of Kazitan, and the young man remembered that Kazitan is a city next to the western gate through which he entered the country. The guy found out that the owner of the attackers ordered them to secretly attack him, but they didn't know the reasons, only that they couldn't let the guy through in Kazan. After this, the man asked the guy to let his commander go, and he did so, thinking that Kazan was a desert, which would be right in front of him. 300 years ago, the homeland of Gamel was right in the very center of what has now become a desert, and Kazan appeared recently, and it was the epicenter of sandstorms that gradually reclaimed the lands of Turas. Our hero wondered if this meant that sand magicians had settled here, and if so, then they would not want to see a foreigner, especially a person from the Lionheart family. Eugene was sure that the person most to be avoided in Nahama was Amelia Movin, who had made a contract with the demonic king of imprisonment. However, the Asher Desert, in which the sorceress is located, was very far from here, and Annis was last seen in a completely different place, so the young man does not need to contact her. After thinking, the guy sent one of the attackers home and told Raman to go with him. The guy explained that he was obliged to get to Kazan, no matter what happened, and therefore, if he was drawn into some stupid conflicts, he would put a man in front, because he would be able to arrange everything on behalf of his master. Shulkov did not know what to answer, and our hero said that if therefore he did not like his plan, then he could return to the Lionhearts, and tell how the emir sent his servants to the thieves and tried to steal the family treasure. The frightened man said that he didn't want that at all, but Eugene continued, saying that he just had a valuable thing that could be decorated. The young man showed Vinid and said that anyone would want such a weapon, so they would easily believe him. Roman was shocked because he understood that if the guy really said that, then not only he, but also his minions would be left without a head. Even the owner himself could be in danger. Bowing his head, the man gave up and agreed to do as the guy said, and he smiled evilly. Then they continued to walk. Raman was reproached by a feeling of guilt for having betrayed his owner. He was thinking about what would await him when he returned without following the order. Our hero asked what his husband's position was, and he replied that he was the commander of the 2nd Detachment of the Red Sand Sentinel Corps, the personal guard of Kazitan Taira al-Madani. Eugene thought that he was not just anyone, because in battle he showed that he was worthy of his position. After this, the young man asked if there were sand magicians in the Kazan desert, and Raman seemed not to understand the question. The guy threatened to stop pretending that he didn't understand what he was talking about, or they would have fun again, and the husband nervously replied that this couldn't happen. Sand mages serve exclusively the ruling family, so Roman did not understand what they should do in the desert far from the capital. Hearing this, the guy came closer to his companion and, looking into his eyes, rudely asked if he was in his right mind. He further explained to Shulkov that the desert of Kazan first belonged to Tiuras, but suddenly sandstorms came and turned all the lands and forests into mountains of sand. Sultan Nahami said that the expansion of the desert is the will of God and placed his soldiers there, starting to conduct training, and desertification is slowly continuing to this day. The Kiel Empire is too strong to do such things with it, and Tayuras is an easy prey, so Nahama took it on. After listening, Roman replied that this could not be, and even if our hero was right, he did not believe that his owner would get involved in such a dirty business. Then Eugene said that you couldn't tell from a man's appearance that he was so naive. The young man suggested that Raman was from Kazan and probably got into a sandstorm, barely survived, and then he was picked up by his owner, the Emir of Kazitan, and therefore he does not want to associate his rescuer with sandstorms. The man had nothing to answer, but the guy noted that he would not want to get involved in empty conflicts in a foreign country, and roughly understands why Shulkov's owner does not want to let him into the desert. If young Lionheart happens to be next to the sand mages responsible for the expansion of Kazan, this will add to their worries. After that, Roman replied that he understood everything, and if magicians really work in the desert, then he will protect the guy from them. In his opinion, they can be under the personal command of the Sultan as long as they want, but they must also take into account his master. Our hero hoped that he was right. Walking further, the man decided to ask Eugene why he was going to the Kazan desert, because there was nothing there except sand, and the young man replied that he needed to find one grave. Concerned, Raman asked if the guy wanted to visit his ancestors, and if so, he knew where the public cemetery was and was ready to show the way there. However, the guy replied that he did not need this cemetery and was looking for a single grave. The heroes reached the oasis. The man was surprised at the sight of it because they shouldn't be in Kazan, and our hero immediately realized that it was a deception. Raman suggested that it was a mirage, but Eugene explained that if it were him, there must be a real oasis somewhere in the distance, and this is an illusion created by magic. The husband was surprised, but did not understand why someone would create a fake oasis. The irritated young man replied that he should deny the obvious in his head, and there is no need to say everything that pops into his head. The guy further explained that oases are very important for desert travelers. If you see one, you will definitely want to visit. Roman asked if the guy thought it was a trap. He replied that now they would go and check. Before our hero could walk a step, the end of someone's sword appeared from under the ground. His companion, noticing this, began shouting for Eugene to stop and jump to save him. However, the young man himself managed to react and flew into the air, saying that if the man noticed something, then he noticed it even more so. Next, the guy summoned a middle-class wind spirit named Storm and hit the ground with all his might. With the wind where the attacker was, Ramana was thrown back by such power. When the sand dust cleared, the guy saw the man who had attacked him, and he fell to the ground from severe wounds and died. It turned out that the attacker was not alone. A bunch of other people crawled out from under the sand. Our hero's companion ran up to him, shouting to the attackers to lower their weapons, and, introducing himself, said who his owner was. He ordered the intruders to lower their blades and let them pass. If they did not, the man would regard their actions as a challenge to the Emir of Kazitan. The killers did not listen to him and surrounded the heroes. Raman did not understand what was happening and repeated what he had said, adding that his master's guest belonged to the Lionheart family. Placing his hand on his husband's shoulder, Eugene said that it was useless and those words would only rebel the attackers. Now they would definitely be determined. Shulkov did not understand why. The young man explained that since they had attacked, they would not be able to retreat so easily, but killing a member of the Lionheart family could cause them a lot of trouble, so they had probably already prepared some kind of poison to hide everything. Of course, for this, the killers needed to defeat the guy first. Roman grabbed the sword, thinking that there were too many of them and he had to fight to help the young master. Meanwhile, the guy, with battle passion in his eyes, told his opponents to attack, and they instantly rushed at him. Our hero began to remember the times when he was with Gamel. Then Anis asked him why he always carries a weapon with him that he doesn't use anyway, and he replied that if he carries it, then someday it might be useful to him. Senya told the priest to leave the warrior, because no matter how much they tell him, he still won't listen. But in Anis's opinion, this was wrong, because all this pile of weapons belongs to Hamel, but Moron is pulling the cart with it. The guy explained that it was because he won rock, paper, scissors, and the priest replied that this was also wrong, because why were they even gambling on who would carry his weapon? An irritated Gamel asked if Anis wanted to constantly make others feel guilty, and noted that in the stroller not only his things, but also a lot of holy water, as well as Moron's axe. The girl with anger in her eyes replied that if the warrior believes that the holy water belongs only to her, then she will carry it herself, but for some reason, Hamel and Sina need it most. The guy began to complain about the witch, saying that she should have drunk less holy water, and in general, if she had put everything together right away with the help of magic, they wouldn't have had to drag the cart in principle. The girl was indignant, saying that at first the warrior said that it would be best to carry it himself, because otherwise it would take too long to pull out the weapon every time, and now he blames him. Then Hamel turned to Vermouth, demanding that he say something and ask why the hero himself does not pull the strollers. The man replied that all his weapons were with him because he uses the magic of space. Senya said that if Gamel wants, then she will teach him to do something similar too, but only if he gets on his knees and starts begging. Remembering all this, Eugene grinned and thought that if he had had a shadow robe in his past life, then there would probably have been fewer such quarrels. Next, the young man straightened his robe and took out 2 spears from it. The attackers swung at him, but the guy quickly flew into the sky and threw one of the spears directly at the attacker's head. The guy slammed his weapon into the ground with all his might. The third wanted to attack from behind, but our hero instantly found himself behind him and cut off his head with a sword. The following opponents received metal knives to the head from Eugene. The young man armed himself with 2 swords from his robe. Preparing to meet other attackers, he skillfully blocked attacks on one side, killing the enemy on the other, and, if necessary, took out new weapons. Ramen froze in place. His hand was shaking. He was shocked by the all-consuming power of the guy. He was too fast. The next moment, all the killers were dead and the guy put the weapons back into his robe. The husband realized that our hero did not even take out Vinid's sword, and used only auxiliary magic. He asked whether it was so necessary to kill the attackers. Eugene explained that execution of orders always comes first for assassins. They are so tough that they will not make a sound even if their arms and legs are broken and then cut off. The young man added that he did not have the talent to make them talk and invited his companion to disperse, explaining that he took him to see how they would react to the name of the husband's master. But the local assassins seemed indifferent to Emir Kazitan. For this reason, the guy no longer had a reason to lead Ramen with him, but he replied that he couldn't just return, and the guy asked why. Did the man really want to see what was happening in the depths of the desert? The young man added that there was no special help from his companion, but he promised that he would not get in the way. Our hero agreed and wanted to say that if something happened, he would not help. But suddenly the ground shook under his feet. Eugene quickly took off. The corpses of the assassins began to decompose. The young man realized that they were being sacrificed for summoning magic. The sand began to shift to one point, and the guy felt a large amount of mana gathering deep underground. Something was moving in their direction. The novel remaining on the ground shouted to the guy to run, and the next moment a sandstorm formed. The man understood that a tornado of this size could not form so unexpectedly. He realized that magic was involved, and our hero was right. The storms that consumed Kazan were the work of sand magicians. The man remembered that as a child, he desperately watched his settlement being destroyed by a sandstorm and ran towards the tornado in anger. Ramen wanted to break through the storm, but realized that he had miscalculated his strength and began to tighten the underground. Meanwhile, Eugene realized that the wind that the storm creates is not enough to get out of the storm. At best, it allows you to simply stay on top. The young man thought about trying teleportation, but changed his mind when he felt something rising underground. The guy heard the screams of his companion and, with an irritated expression on his face, picked him up and threw him outside the storm. Roman was worried about the young master, but he told him to run, and suddenly a giant sandworm crawled out of the ground, heading straight for the guy. Our hero realized what kind of creature was in front of him, after which he closed it in his mouth. Seeing this, Ramen clutched the sword in his hand and decided to cut the belly of the worm to get Eugene out of it. Levitating in the creature's body, the young man remembered that sandworms need a lot of energy, so they completely break down their food. They also do not have excretory organs, so if you get inside such a monster, there is no way out. The guy decided that in this case, he could only break through it himself, and used a rotating flame. The next moment, the young man was free. He found himself in an underground labyrinth. Our hero realized that due to the previous summoning magic, only shifting sands and a storm appeared. But it had nothing to do with the worm, which originally lived in this area. Eugene realized that he was in the creature's lair, and remembered Senya's stories that when magicians do not want anyone to interfere with them in their search, they build similar shelters for themselves. That is why sorcerers who settle in desert regions sometimes call sandworms the creators of dungeons. Gnawing into the depths of the earth, these creatures form real labyrinths. And besides, it takes them very little time. 10 days is enough. Because of this, very soon, intricate passages appear deep underground, which make wonderful shelters. The sorceress explained that you only need to kill the worm, and then use magic to strengthen the walls. After listening to her story, Camille asked if she, too, was going to move to live in such deserted tunnels, and the angry girl replied that she had no need for that. Using the map as a guide, our hero found a passage and thought that this way he could even get to the area where Gamel's parental home was. Meanwhile, Ramen came to his senses in the underground caves. A group of people with their faces covered stood in front of him. The motionless man recognized them as sand mages and asked what they were doing in such a place. One of the magicians said that it was funny to watch the prisoner try to fight the worm, and then explained that they brought him here to ask a question. The sorcerer asked what Eugene was doing here because, in his opinion, there was nothing in the desert of Kazan, and why the warrior of the emir of Kazitan accompanied the young man. Roman was silent, and the sand magician began to suspect that Tyri al-Madani was going to betray Nahama, because his task is not to allow uninvited guests into the desert. But he, on the contrary, assigned a guide to Lionheart. Shulkov asked what these people were doing so deep underground, and whether that illusory oasis and then the sandstorm was the work of sand magicians. Saying that the man did not understand the situation he was in, the sorcerer twisted his hands. The attackers added that they were asking the questions here and there was no point in remaining silent, because he wouldn't live anyway. So it was better to die quickly and painlessly rather than slowly and painfully. The sand mage repeated the question, and Ramen wondered whether the emir was also involved in this matter and, shouting, called the methods used by sorcerers to seize other people's territories pathetic. He noted that their task is to protect the kingdom, but what are they doing here then? The man asked a question to which he already knew the answer, whether sand mages create storms to devastate the surrounding area. Surprisingly for Ramen, the people before him were not involved in the things he was describing, because it takes many more people to cause sandstorms on a large scale. Then the man again asked what the attackers in front of him were doing, and, again twisting his hands, the sand magician replied that he was not obliged to answer. The sorcerer once again asked his question in relation to our hero, and Ramen, screaming in pain, asked why they should know this if he was already dead anyway because they killed him. The attackers had already begun to think about killing the man, when suddenly they learned that Eugene was alive. Knowing that a hole had formed in the worm's host, they assumed that the young man had broken through before being digested. The sand mages did not want to let the guy leave. The assassins were already inspecting the worm's lair. The attackers were wondering what to do after they caught the guy because they didn't need a conflict with the Lionhearts. One of them offered to erase our hero's memory and send him on his own, but then the sorcerer came up with another idea, to take Eugene under his protection in the expectation that he would thank them for such help. Suddenly they noticed the young man whom they were discussing standing in front of them. The sand mages could not understand how he ended up here and where the assassins were. One of the sorcerers checked the cave using a special spell and saw that all the assassins were dead, and he was alarmed, because those warriors knew the labyrinth like the back of their hand. In turn, our hero believed that these killers were nothing special. Perhaps they were skilled in disguise, but they did not know how to use mana at all. The assassins with whom Eugene fought in a past life were the best warriors of Nakami. In terms of camouflage skills, they were barely inferior to demons and other monsters, and their brutality and durability made one doubt whether they were people at all. The young man thought that this place was too weakly defended. If this was a truly important position for Nahami, that is, the guy suggested, the sultan of the country had not been brought up to date. Ramen shouted to the guy, and he recognized him, thinking what he was doing here, and even tied up. Our hero turned to the attackers, saying that he had a lot of questions for them, but they began to attack. Eugene was surrounded and almost covered by sand, but he took out a piece of the moonlight sword and dispelled the magic with it. This caused a small explosion, and the sand mages stood in shock, wondering how he did it because he managed to explode mana. There are no such spells even in Aros, so they assumed that this was some kind of secret technique of the Lionhearts. Their commander said that it would be impossible to take the young man alive, so he would have to kill him, and the guy noted that they attacked first, so he thinks it would be fair if he gets rid of them. The sand mages began to fold their hands in a strange way, and after that, the sand in front of them rose like a tsunami, moving towards our hero. In response, Eugene threw a piece of the moonlight sword directly at the head of one of the sorcerers. He immediately died, and the young man, activating the white flame, flew up. The sand mages again began to fold their hands, and the guy thought that they were acting too openly, pretending to be making a seal, and the real danger was above his head because the guy was collecting flying sand spears there. Our hero took out a whip from his robe and, having repelled the attack, grabbed one of the opponents by the neck and tore off his head. There was only one striker left. Eugene asked him what they were doing, but that's why it was scary to answer. The young man noted that if this was the work of the Sultan, he would have sent someone stronger, so he asked whether these sorcerers really acted secretly from him. The sand mage wanted to say that he didn't understand what he was talking about, but he didn't have time, because the guy threw a throwing knife at his leg, warning him that he wasn't going to waste his time. The guy asked if the sorcerer would answer if he wanted to die, and the man replied that the Sultan did not know that they were here. Next, our hero asked who sent them then and suggested that it could be Emir Kazitan, trying to do something in the underground tunnels. However, the sand mage replied that the emir was also nothing, although they wanted him to help. The next knife flew at the attacker's leg, and he called the name Amelia Mavina, saying that it was she who built the labyrinth. At first, Eugene did not believe it, saying that the sorceress was in the Asher Desert, but the sand magician said that she had been moving between two deserts for 6 years. The young man asked what she needed here, but the answer was only silence. The man was too afraid of the woman, and then the guy said that he would help him make the right choice. He explained that he would still kill the attacker, but he would do it quickly. But if he fell into Amelia's hands, she simply would not let him die. The sorcerer began to tell that this labyrinth was created in order to accelerate the desertification of the surrounding lands. There are other similar places in Kazan. These particular tunnels were created 10 years ago, and 6 years ago the labyrinth became larger. And then the sand magicians thought that a new passage had appeared due to the collapse of an unstable layer of soil. But deep inside the fault, they noticed a giant door. No matter how much the sand mages tried to open them, it did not work. And then they called Movin for help. After listening to the prisoner, the guy killed him by throwing a knife into his head, and this dispelled the spell that contained ramen. Our hero realized that it was not in vain that he thought that the opponents were somehow weak. The local sand magicians and assassins were supposed to serve Movin and not allow strangers into the desert. Eugene's companion anxiously began to say that they needed to get out of the dungeon as soon as possible. He was afraid of Amelia. The young man replied that after the journey he had made, he did not want to leave this place. Besides, now the sorceress herself, it seems, was not there. Her real lair was the Asher Desert, so it is unlikely that she would stay in Kazan for a long time. Roman was worried that Movin could return at any moment, but the guy replied that even if they left, the woman would be able to track him down, because who wouldn't want to catch and punish the man who came into your house and broke everything there? Finally, the guy said that the witch would no longer love him in any case, and he himself thought that he wanted with all his might to avoid a conflict with Amelia. But nothing could be done. Getting ready to go, our hero asked why Ramen didn't run, and he replied that Eugene had already saved his life twice. If Muvin really returns and tries to kill the young man, then he is ready to sacrifice himself to give him the opportunity to escape from her. Sighing, the guy asked how the man was going to do this and said that it was enough to do stupid things, let him return home. But Roman, standing his ground, replied that he couldn't leave the guy. Moving behind his companion, our hero knocked him out and again told him to return home. Eugene went his way, leaving behind the unconscious Ramen, and reflected that the expansion of the labyrinth had happened 6 years ago, and he was then 13, just at the time of the blood rite. The young man recalls that it was then that he received the right to enter Lionheart's treasury and notice his pendant there. This labyrinth has existed for 10 years, but the rift only appeared in the year of the blood ritual, so it is possible that when the guy received the pendant, the magic that was used to seal the grave dissipated. The guy merged because he realized that Amelia was doing something in his tomb, and finally reached the rift where his grave was. Next, our hero went down into the hole, and saw there the same door that the sand magicians were talking about. It was open, which means it was possible to enter Muvin. Eugene entered the tomb and saw that there were traces of a fight. He thought that perhaps the Dark Witch had fought with Senya. Walking further, unexpectedly for himself, the young man found a monument to Hamel. Looking at him, the guy began to chuckle nervously because at first certain images were written about him, but then he was described as brave, faithful, wise, and great. Those who wrote this expressed great regret that Tight Hamel went first, sacrificing his life for them. From such words, our hero was touched and began to cry. He would like his comrades to talk about him like that during his life, and not write on stones after his death because he still wouldn't be able to see it. After feeling sad for a while, Eugene analyzed his surroundings. The entire tomb was in ruins, but he was glad that the statue and memorial stone remained. The young man remembers that 200 years ago, Senya felt that her familiar had died and came from Aros to the tomb, and on the spot she fought with unknown burglars. The guy knew that his ex-comrade was very strong. She had always been like that, and after Gamel's death she probably became even more powerful. In his opinion, the girl could lay claim to the title of the strongest magician in the world. However, the guy came to the conclusion that she lost the battle in the tomb. Otherwise she would not have left her in such devastation. Our hero assumed that Senya died here, but the mirage that he saw in Aros quickly rejected this version, because it was probably sent by the girl herself. Eugene came to the conclusion that she was wounded, and she decided to hide. The young man wondered who could have pinned the sorceress to the wall, and whether demonic kings were involved in this. To answer all these questions, the guy realized that his thoughts alone would not be enough, and he would have to look for Senya, who could now be hiding anywhere. Gathering his thoughts, the guy decided to examine everything because suddenly he managed to find some clues. Our hero thought that Senya, Anis, and Moron probably cried their eyes out while they built his tomb and erected a monument. He was interested in whether Vermouth even shed a tear, but it was difficult for him to imagine his former comrade crying. Eugene recalled that during their travels, when everyone was rejoicing after the victory over a strong enemy, Vermouth, looking at his wounded comrades, said with dissatisfaction in his voice that they could do without casualties. The hero thought that he should have fought better, to which Gamel and Anis made dissatisfied faces. The first said that his brothers needed to calm down. Ticking his finger at his friend, the guy explained that he was the same person as all of them. He couldn't put everything on his shoulders. Otherwise, why would he travel with them? Anis said that Gamel shouldn't talk to Vermouth like that, and he didn't understand why she was saying that, because he was sure that she agreed with him. The priest replied that, on the contrary, she felt that our hero would start talking nonsense. Realizing that such conversations were long in the past, Eugene again could not hold back his tears and suddenly noticed the open door. The young man decided to go in and saw another one there, but this time someone was sitting in front of them, blocking the road. The guy asked who the stranger was, and whether he was sitting there on purpose to prevent anyone from going to the door. He stood up, standing to his full height, wearing knight's armor and a sword with a skull on the guard. The guy assumed that the stranger was a demon, but then decided that he did not look like he was alive and had a runny nose. Our hero repeated the question, but this time more rudely, and he answered that he was Tight Hamel. Hearing this, Eugene angrily asked what he said, and noted that the creature may consider itself a hero, but, in fact, he is a Death Knight. The young man realized that the body inside the armor was Gamel, and, being beside himself with anger, told the enemy to take off his helmet. After the runny nose ignored the guy's words, he angrily attacked him. Approaching the enemy, the guy jumped up and took out 2 swords from his robe. He asked what scoundrel put the creature in Gamel's body. Runny Nose dodged the attack but tried to hit back, but our hero quickly kicked him out of the way. However, the armor remained intact, and Eugene thought that the creature was using a mana shield, but then he realized that this was not so, because Death Knights do not use mana but demonic energy, and with its help the enemy made a shield. The enemy instantly attacked the young man, and he defended himself with swords, realizing that his opponent had incredible strength, because the guy could barely hold the swords after the blow. The guy suggested that, most likely, this was the work of Amelia Mova. 6 years ago, she opened the door of the tomb, and then made this monster out of Hamel's corpse, and since there was no soul in the body, she had to invest someone else. Our hero decided that if his assumption was correct, then he could not win, because a Death Knight created by a high-level sorcerer like Movin could be compared in strength to Glide or the commander of the Black Lions. Angry, Eugene asked himself what to do and decided to use the rotating flame. The young man quickly moved behind his opponent and took out an axe from his robe. When colliding with the knight's sword, the guy's weapon disintegrated, but without stopping, he took out the sword and tried to hit him on the head with it, dodged the runny nose, and knocked the weapon out of the guy's hands. Then our hero took out something, and the knight, being wary, covered himself with his sword. The next moment, the blow threw him back strongly, and it turned out that Eugene had attacked with a spear. Runny Nose noticed that the young man knew how to fight not only with a sword, and he replied that if the enemy wants to parody Hamel, let him at least learn to talk like him. The knight replied that he liked the guy's technique, but he was too weak to become a worthy opponent for him. Runny Nose rushed at the guy and tried to hit him, but he dodged, and an exchange of blows ensued between them. Suddenly the spear broke, and the enemy, thinking that this time he would get our hero, said that he was sorry, but the attack was repulsed. The knight asked how Eugene did it, because this blow could not be avoided. Seeing the sword in the young man's hands, the Runny Nose thought that he had parried his attack, but in fact, in addition, the guy at the moment of the blow strengthened his sword and used mana resonance. However, it was not easy to repel the attack. Even with perfectly chosen timing, the guys could not parry it without consequences. Our hero understood that he would not last long, and he needed to stop the monster right now at any cost. Eugene used rotating flames, but tried to attack the enemy from all sides. He had the feeling that bones and muscles were about to be torn into pieces. The young man realized that even his new body could not withstand such a load, but he did not despair, because in his previous life he fought with a much weaker body. The guy was determined to fight until he lost consciousness. Having lost his next sword, the guy decided to use Vinid. Sacrificing defense, our hero decided to channel all his mana into the sword and thus managed to repel the enemy's attack, which made it open. Next, Eugene fired magic missiles at the knight from all sides and finally hit Vinid on the helmet with a runny nose. The blow split him in half, and the young man was finally able to see the enemy's face as he thought the monster was placed in Gamel's body. At first a little surprised and then calmed down, the guy assessed the appearance of the knight, saying that he looked good although several centuries had passed. However, laughing, the guy added that the soul that was placed in the body was probably ugly. Runny Nose shook with anger, and he screamed loudly, after which he threw a sword at our hero. Eugene dodged, but the next moment the enemy appeared in front of him and attacked with his hands. The young man was thrown away, but remained on his feet. He wondered what happened to the monster. He only threw away his sword, but at the same moment became much faster. The guy realized that this was what the knight specialized in, because with a sword, out of habit he fought worse. The guy was wondering what to do next. Because Death Knights can instantly heal most of their wounds, the only way to kill the monster was to hit its heart. Our hero was trying to assess whether the level of his abilities was sufficient for this, because he fought with the enemy for too long without a clear plan, and then spent a lot of energy in order to break through his defenses. Eugene decided that he had no time to feel sorry for himself and had no choice but to win. Meanwhile, the monster instantly pounced on the young man, dark claws forming around his arms and legs. Barely reflected, the guy launched magic missiles at the enemy, but he was too fast to hit him. The guy realized that the monster formed its claws thanks to demonic energy, and, adding up the wild manner of fighting, the complete loss of mind and the stamina of a beast, he came to the conclusion that the soul of a lycanthrope had been stuffed into Gamel's body. The monster attacked again, and our hero tried to use a piece of the moonlight sword. He threw it into the enemy's hand, but this was not enough to neutralize the lycanthrope, but only weaken his energy. Eugene decided to try something and went on the attack, crossing his sword with the monster's claws. The lycanthrope's next blow hit the young man, but he, not paying attention to the wounds, resolutely applied a piece of the moonlight sword to the enemy's armor. The monster screamed as black energy came out of its body, forming spikes. Thanks to the artifact, the guy managed to dissipate the lycanthrope's energy and thereby weaken his defense. After that, the guy hit Vinid on the knight's chest with all his might, and also bombarded them with magic missiles. The armor that hit his chest was destroyed. Our hero sat down, leaning on his sword, and after what he saw, he asked whether the monster still wanted him to believe that he was Hamel. A large red sphere was visible from under the broken armor. The lycanthrope covered it with his hands, telling Eugene not to look. The young man realized that this sphere was the heart of the Death Knight. The creature fiercely rushed at him and killed him violently into the wall. From such a blow, blood splashed out of the guy's mouth, but he was still able to tell the enemy that he was not Hamel, but a Death Knight and did not have a human soul. In anger, the lycanthrope shouted that he was Hamel, and the guy, showing his middle finger, told him to shut up. Then the monster grabbed our hero's shoulders with his claws, and he began to think that he was going to die. But he immediately discarded this thought, because he had just been reborn, and did not want to die so stupidly. Eugene had an idea, but thought that if something went wrong, then he risked losing the ability to move for a while. On the other hand, if everything worked out, then he would win, and the Death Knight would fly into small pieces. The young man understood that he could not do without recoil, but his current level of abilities was not enough to kill the monster, so only the murderous technique from his past life could help him win. Its name was combustion. Suddenly, Ramen ran towards him, shouting the guy's name. The guy was surprised how the man managed to find him. Shulkov took out his sword, shouting to the monster to let our hero go. After that, the enemy lifted Eugene with one hand and threw him into the wall, and Ramen, strengthening his sword, ran to attack. However, the Death Knight broke his husband's weapon and grabbed him by the neck. The warrior began screaming at the young man to run while he held the monster. The guy answered with a smile that, in fact, it was a lycanthrope holding a companion, and Shulkov was surprised that the guy could still behave like that, even in such a difficult situation. He thought that he was amazing. Next, the lycanthrope threw Ramen straight at our hero, and they pierced the wall. But the man quickly came to his senses and let Eugene down. The husband told him that he would attack the monster again and let the young man run away. But he had a better option to go through the door that the Death Knight was defending, because they were just behind the heroes. The lycanthrope growled and said that this door would not open, but the guy replied that now he wanted to try even more. The guy thought that if there was nothing else left, he would take advantage of the fire, but first he would check what was behind the door. Our hero decided that it might be intended for him as the owner of the tomb, since he still assumed that Senya or someone else was behind his rebirth. The door gave way to Eugene, and, together with Ramen, she got inside. The room closed. The lycanthrope could not follow them. Once in the room, Shulkov asked them, but the young man immediately knocked him out, saying that there was no help from his husband, but if he had already come to save him, then he had better sleep peacefully, otherwise he would die in vain. Suddenly, the guy saw something in the room, asking himself why Vermouth left it here. The guy recalled what happened 300 years ago in Helmud, namely in the vicinity of the castle of the demonic king of the massacre. After his murder, the heroes cleared out the remnants of the king's army and came across a staircase leading underground. Having gone down, they found ruins there. Senya saw that ancient writings were carved on the walls and assumed that they were made back in mythical times. In the very depths of the ruins, they found a sword of moonlight. Then Gamel wanted to take it for himself, because most of the warrior's weapons were broken during a fight with the king. However, the sword was not given to him. As soon as the hero approached the radiance coming from him, he fell to his knees and coughed up blood, and so Vermouth got the weapon. Eugene thought that by leaving the moonlight sword in the tomb, his former comrade was expressing his grief in this way. The name of the sword was given by the heroes themselves. Although it was simple and straightforward, it suited him. Since Vermouth received it for himself, he stopped using the holy sword, which was quite natural because the new blade, although it did not look particularly sophisticated, was superior in strength to the holy sword that emitted a bright radiance. In the tomb, above the weapon, something similar to the moon was visible. Our hero recalls that when he first saw the sword, the moon was full, and now it is very young. Eugene assumed that the power of the weapon had decreased. The young man wanted to check how his piece would react to the sword, but realized that he had not picked it up after the fight with the Death Knight. After this, the guy thought that perhaps Vermouth decided to place the sword in the tomb because the guy wanted to get it in a past life. Our hero decided that his former comrade was a fool, because after death from a weapon there is no meaning, and then he rejected sentimentality. Looking around, Eugene realized that there was nothing in the room except the sword, and there was no other way out, which means that if he gets out, he will have to fight again. The problem was not only with the lycanthrope. The young man was wary of Amelia Moven, because she could return at any moment, so he needed to get rid of the Death Knight as soon as possible and run away. Approaching the sword, the guy decided that since Vermouth had left the weapon here, he could take it for himself. The guy began to think that in a previous life he could not even pick up a sword, but now he was reborn as a descendant of Vermouth. So perhaps this time he will be able to take possession of the blade. Moving his hand closer, our hero only managed to touch the sacred halo, but he already felt how his breath rested and the mana began to tremble. If it went on like this, the mana would stop obeying him. Then Eugene decided to use white flames and felt that the strength of the sword used to be less than 300 years ago. It seemed that it really shattered into pieces. The young man grabbed the handle and was immediately thrown back, but managed to hold the sword in his hand. Next, the guy took the sword out of the vagina, and seeing that there was nothing left of the blade, he was ready to resign himself. But suddenly, the moon above the weapon headed towards the guard and formed a blade. The guy was delighted and realized that although the blade was capable of dispelling all magic, it readily absorbed his mana, as if he had been waiting for it. Our hero suggested that the weapon resonated with white flame. However, the sword spent a lot of mana, although our hero still had a lot of strength left. But he understood that, at his level, it was not yet easy to cope with the blade. Satisfied, Eugene hid the sword in his shadow robe and thought that if he was so strong even with a broken blade, then he would not have to use inflammation. Before leaving, the young man also decided to look into the coffin. At first glance it was empty, but then he noticed the inscription on the lid. Its author wrote that he hoped that someday they would meet in the world that the guy dreamed of. Our hero recognized Senya's handwriting. Suddenly, Eugene also noticed some kind of leaf, and meanwhile, on the other side of the door, the lycanthrope thought that he tried to open them several hundred times. Even his mistress failed. Ronnie decided that he couldn't just kill someone who just did what Amelia couldn't, so he was going to let the young man live until he returned. The helmet and chest plate were pierced. The Death Knight realized that he had not obeyed Moven's order and released his claws. If she found out about this, she would definitely be angry. The monster knew that he had to prove his usefulness, or he would be destroyed. Suddenly, our hero came out of the room. The lycanthrope was surprised by this. The guy asked he was waiting, and the enemy asked how he opened the door. Eugene replied that he just took it and went in. Then the runny nose asked what was inside, and the young man answered with a smile that it was a secret. After these words, the lycanthrope got angry and screamed towards the guy, and he took out the sword of moonlight, preparing to fight back. The guy's eyes were full of confidence. He easily parried the monster's attack, and he quickly jumped back, not understanding what had happened. While the Death Knight was in thought, our hero almost fainted. He thought he had control of the sword, but one swing was enough to make him lose his breath and blur his vision, and his mana was quickly drained simply by holding the sword. However, Eugene was pleased with the power of the weapon, because although it was not possible to get the Death Knight himself, he managed to dispel his demonic energy. The irritated lycanthrope began to approach the young man without using his claws, and he, noticing this, said with a smile that this was not the best solution. The guy took Vinid in his other hand, and the monster began to actively jump around him, trying to confuse him. However, the guy noticed where the enemy would attack from, and he jumped away, canceling the attack. Mockingly, our hero asked why the lycanthrope was afraid, because he had not done anything yet, and used one of the techniques available to Vinid, which was called heavy wind. A giant tornado formed in the room, hitting the monster against the ceiling, and then Eugene used magic to direct pieces from it in the direction of the enemy. The young man said that if he had not been wounded, he would have killed the knight with his bare hands and, stepping with his foot, directed the mana formed in the form of a hand in his direction, but he managed to dodge, losing the shoulder part of the armor. Realizing the loss of defense, the enemy screamed with rage and surrounded himself with dark energy. Seeing this, the guy said that if the lycanthrope was capable of this, then it would be better to use his technique earlier, since the pity of his abilities could lead to the end. The next moment, the guy got close to the knight and he wanted to attack back, but our hero said that it was too late to react, and the monster would be overcome. Since the moonlight sword was in Eugene's hands, he could control a piece of it and directed the artifact towards his opponent's hand to momentarily block the attack. This time was enough for the young man to get to the heart of the runny nose and hit it. The monster flew into the wall, after which it fell to the ground. The guy vomited blood even though he tried to control the power, but still spent too many lies, although in his opinion it was still better than if he used ignition. The guy noticed that when he had no lies left, the blade stopped glowing. This interested him. Hiding the moonlight sword in his robe, the guy approached the overcome Death Knight. He thought he had broken the core, but his body was still here, so our hero decided that he had not done it completely. Eugene was angry because of the disrespect for the dead and was going to break the core of the monster and then take ramen and run away. Suddenly his body stopped. He could not move, as if he was bound by some invisible but very powerful force. Smiling nervously, the young man realized that he did not have time before the witch arrived. The guy realized that he could only talk and asked the woman standing behind if they could talk face to face. Amelia replied that she was wondering what to do with our hero. Her head was spinning with many options, but she liked the one where she would pull Eugene up and bury him in the hot sand, but she wouldn't kill him right away, so she would leave his head on the surface so that he could breathe. She planned to leave the boy's eyes and mouth open, so that his eyeballs would crack and his tongue would dry out like the branch of a diseased tree. And then the guy would become a scarecrow in the desert. Muvin would have broken his legs and woven them into a single hole, and inserted metal rods into his fingers. Suddenly the guy dared to move a little, and the sorceress continued to describe the planned torture, placing her hands on him. She says that our hero will not be able to see what he will turn into, because he will only have vision, but he will feel it, because he will not be able to forget such pain. Eugene replied that then he would simply die from painful shock. But Amelia explained that she would not let him, and he would stand as a scarecrow for many years until she got tired of his appearance. The woman asked if the young man knew who she was, and he called her by name. She replied that it was true. The mistress of the underground desert. The blackthorn and death, it was all her. Muvin further said that the guy killed her animal, and although it was of no particular use, it belonged to her, which means that only she could torture, destroy, or kill it. Our hero said with a smile that Amelia's pet was dirty, and she should wash it, after which she hit him in the face with a stick. The sorceress noted that only she could talk about her favorites like that, and Eugene spat out blood. The young man could move again, but he understood that he could not defeat Movin since she was much stronger than the Death Knight with whom he fought. He could not kill her, even with fire. The guy thought that he would not like to be in debt to Balzac, but there was no other choice. He asked if the sorceress knew Rugby's and replied that she did not understand why the guy was talking about him. Our hero explained that he knew a little about the Black Magician, and he told him to give the woman a letter if he met him. Eugene handed the letter to Amelia and saw that it really had Balzac's stamp on it. She became interested in why the sorcerer decided to write it to someone like our young man, and asked if he knew what it meant. The guy replied that, according to the head of the Black Tower, having received this letter, the woman would not be able to kill him, no matter what he did before. With a little irritation, Movin explained that this was not entirely true. Once upon a time, Balzac helped her with something, and in return, she promised to fulfill one of his requests. This promise was of great value for the Black Magician because Movin herself was ready to fulfill his wish. But several decades passed, and he never asked her for anything. Burning the letter, the sorceress asked if the guy understood what it meant, and explained that the letter gave him the opportunity to turn to her with one request, but within reason. Amelia added that if our hero asks him not to kill, she will do so, but she won't just let him go, because she wants to hear how and why he ended up in the tomb and what he was doing here. With a brutal look, Eugene asked the witch to kill herself, and she, surprised at such impudence, replied that she was talking about the limits of reason, and noted that the young man had two options. If the young man does not want to talk, then she will respect his choice and simply kill him. If he wants to live, then she will spare him. But, in return, he will tell her everything. The guy was puzzled, and Movin told him not to worry because if she left him alive, she would not deprive him of discretion or torture, since she had plenty of other ways to find out the necessary information. With a little madness on her face, the woman said that she was very interested in the guy because even the Sultan did not know about the tomb. But he somehow managed to get here. Only the sand magicians knew about the existence of this place. The sorceress wondered if there was a traitor among them who told our hero everything. But according to her, this is impossible. Meanwhile, Eugene was thinking about what to do, because if he asks to spare him, Amelia will stop at nothing to find out the information that interests her. Instead of torture, she could use a mind control spell, and he couldn't do anything with that. Movin said that the young man was thinking for a long time, and asked if she should start the countdown so that he would make a decision sooner. The guy thought about either hitting him with a fire and running away, but he immediately realized that he was simply dead again. The woman began counting down, and the guy continued to look for a way out of the situation, asking himself whether it was worth trying to leave under the name Lionheart, but whether the name of a black magician like her meant anything. The countdown reached 2, and Amelia had already begun to reach out to our hero. He was thinking whether or not to tell her everything as it is that he opened the door that she couldn't and took the Sword of Moonlight from there, but decided that then they would definitely take the weapon. Before Movin had time to complete the countdown, something alarmed her. She turned around and saw that Hamill's body was standing on its feet. Eugene sensed and immediately recognized who had appeared in front of them, and the woman sat down on one knee, asking what His Majesty the King of Imprisonment was doing here. He turned to the young man and said that he saw him through the eyes of Balzac, and then asked if he had come to lay flowers on the grave of his ancestor's close friend. The demon says that the guy himself saw everything. This tomb belongs to Gamel, widely known as Tight, although he was not like that because he was distinguished by his special strength even compared to Vermouth's other comrades, so he kept him next to him. The guy did not understand what the king was saying, but he continued that he understood why our hero was hostile to him. According to the demon, he and Vermouth really understood each other well and were able to become friends. But he cannot demand the same attitude from the distant offspring of the hero. The King of Confinement noted that he respects the Lionheart family because they are the heirs of his close friend, but does not demand the same from them. Over the past 300 years, the demon had seen a lot of Lionhearts, But in Eugene, in his opinion, the blood of vermouth manifested itself the most. Having examined the young man, Amelia realized that he was indeed a descendant of the Great One, and asked His Majesty how she should understand the fact that he appeared here using the body of a death knight. The King of Confinement replied that as a woman it would be her own business to understand, and she asked if he showed up to protect the guy. The demon explained that that descendant of his friend and the sorceress displeasedly asked why this was enough for him to restrict her freedom, and she also asked if he did not respect her. The evil spirits replied that Vermouth died, but his blood continues to flow. In the bodies of others, especially our hero, he sees in Eugene the Great as he remembers him for a long time. The king added that he loves and appreciates Mova, but he appreciates Vermouth more than the dissatisfied woman asked if he really respects the man who died 300 years ago, more than her living now. Amelia wanted to get up, but the demon with his magic did not allow her to do this, saying that her freedom has its limitations, and let her not forget who she is talking to now. Addressing the sorceress, the king said that he allows her to do whatever she wants with Hamel's tomb, but he will not allow her to harm our hero, at least for now. Eugene asked what he meant. Movin angrily said respect to the king, and the demon himself explained that 300 years had passed since he and Vermouth entered into an agreement, and for people this is a long time. The king decided that he had shown enough friendliness and respect for the Lionheart family. The sorceress, hearing this, became agitated, and the demon continued that for all 300 years he believed that the descendants of Vermouth might not be reciprocated. However, he does not like that his location is being taken for granted, because he is the king of imprisonment, the lord of countless monsters and demons, the ruler of Helmud. The young man was shaking. Although the evil spirits were only talking to him, his heart was squeezing, and his body refused to move. The demon noted that freedom presupposes that a person is ready to bear responsibility. Otherwise, it is self-will. Addressing our hero, he said to tell the Lionhearts and everyone else that if they do not respect him, he will answer them in the same way. Eugene understood that this was a threat, and asked the owner of Helmut why he was saying all this right now, because for 300 years, demons had not invaded the land of people. The king explained that Vermouth made an agreement at the cost of his freedom, but now the agreement is coming to an end. Soon, the ring that the hero stopped will begin to move again. He added that the time might come to negotiate again, but this time there will be someone like Vermouth who can stop the wheel. The young man asked what agreement the demon and the husband had then entered into, after which an evil smile appeared on this possessed body of Hamel. The king of imprisonment replied that the young man did not belong to know this, because he was not Vermouth, and called him the Tight Lion. The owner of Helmud explained that the guy's soul and his very existence became possible after concluding an agreement. And 300 years of waiting, our hero was shocked. Turning to Amelia, the demon ordered to return to the lair, but she replied that Eugene had not told her everything yet. The king replied that he would not tell, but the woman was not satisfied with such an answer. She asked how His Majesty could say so, because the young man killed her favorite, and was also able to open doors that were not given to her. Hearing about the door, the evil spirits moved himself and his interlocutors to them and turned them into sand. He told Movin to look and noted that there was nothing there except Hamel's coffin. The sorceress was dissatisfied, but asked whether the owner liked the body into which he had moved, and he replied that he had finished with his business, so he was returning the body to the woman. With an evil smile, the sorceress asked if the king was sure, because it belonged to Vermouth's friend, whom he treasured so much. The demon replied that he had similar respect for Hamel and left the warrior's body. Amelia stood up and called our hero lucky, but added that next time it wouldn't be so easy. Leaving the tomb, the sorceress took the soul of her pet with her and thought that now she could not touch Eugene, but someday the promise would lose its power, and then she would certainly deal with him. Movin left, and the young man screamed angrily with all his might, beating the walls of the tomb. According to the king's conclusion, the guy realized that the scoundrel knew that he had been reborn. The guy was trying to understand how his rebirth was connected with the 300-year agreement. He thought that if Vermouth wanted to do something for him, he would have killed the Demon King. And first of all, the deal was made for the sake of peace, not his rebirth. Our hero regretted that he could not destroy the Death Knight because he took Amelia with him and reflected on the king's words about the deal. Eugene was not going to make any promises and decided that destroying the wheel while it was spinning would be better than stopping it. The young man asked himself whether Vermouth was involved in his reincarnation, and not Senya or Anis. And if it was the first, then he certainly did not expect anything from his comrade. Taking out a piece of paper found in the coffin, the guy tried to reproduce in his head what happened 200 years ago after the death of the Great. Someone broke into the tomb, and Senya realized that something was wrong when she arrived here, and while fighting with the intruder, she disappeared. The guy was sure that the letter he found was plucked from the World Tree, and according to elven stories, it allows you to move to the elven forest from anywhere in the world. Our hero suggested that the sorceress could use the leaves because she was backed into a corner, but it was not clear who could achieve such a thing. Eugene wondered if it could be Vermouth, but if it was him, then why did he go through with it and even fake his death? The young man remembered the times when he first met his former comrades, then he rudely asked why they blocked his way. Senya began to feel sick from the first meeting. The girl did not understand why the group was going to take Gamel to their place. Anis compared him to a dog, saying that the guy has no dignity. In those years, Moron, in the opinion of our hero, behaved like an idiot. The strong man wanted to compete with one of the warriors of the Sea Kingdom. Then Vermouth said that it should only be Hamel, and asked the warrior to become his companion. But he refused, saying he had no reason to listen to someone weaker than him. The Great One replied that then he should agree if he overpowered him. And so it happened. Tite lost, but did not want to give up right away and demanded revenge. They fought until the sun began to set. In the end, Gamel admitted with annoyance that he was much weaker than Vermouth and asked why such a partner. But Lionheart asked if the guy promised that he would become his companion if he won. And he said that he did not understand, because it was enough for Vermouth to beckon someone with his finger, and they would follow him without delay. However, the warrior replied that the last should be our hero, because he needs his strength to destroy the demonic kings and, extending his hand, asked to go with him. Eugene thought that if his former comrade was really involved in this, then the hero would have no problem leaving his pendant in Lionheart's treasury. However, the young man then realized that it was naive to think that only Vermouth was involved in this plan, because there were also greetings from Senya in Aros, and the text was left on the coffin. The guy thought that if that text was not talking about heaven but about his reincarnation, then it was possible that the great Lionheart had betrayed the sorceress. Our hero was confused. He didn't want to believe that his former comrade could have attacked Senya and decided that in order to find out the truth, he needed to find the girl.